Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Sunday. Welcome to Microsoft Sunday here, brought to you by Esports Arena. My name is Yeso. I'll be your host here today, as always. So excited to be back with you all once again. And we are only 66 days away from the release of Halo Infinite. I hope everybody that's been playing the multiplayer flight last weekend and this weekend has been enjoying it. I know all you Big Team Battle fans are very excited about this weekend, getting to play around with that. We're so close, just over 2 months until we get our hands on the full release of Halo Infinite. I cannot wait. I know you guys are all so excited. And to keep us, kind of tide it over until then, we still got Halo 5 tournaments going on every single Sunday here at Esports Arena to bring all of that action to all of you. We've got a bunch of big teams here coming to compete today. Once again, the LATAM squads are back and looking to get after it here, and it's going to be a fun one. We've had fantastic events the last few weekends. I've certainly been enjoying them. Tons of great action, interesting matchups, some upsets. It's been a lot of fun to watch, and I'm looking forward to getting more of that here today. So I hope you guys are all strapped in and excited for that. I got a couple of great casters on the show today. Once again, Shyway and Clutch making a return. They'll be breaking everything down for you during all of our games throughout today's show, so get ready for that. Do want to give a special shout out to my family back east watching today, my aunt and uncle. My parents are out there, everybody back east. Love you guys. Hope you're doing well. So happy that you guys came in to watch the show today, so I hope you enjoy it. But folks, we got $1,000 on the line. We got a bunch of teams out here competing. It's going to be a blast. Do want to let you know, if you folks at home want to get in on this too, right? You're thinking, damn, $1,000, that sounds pretty cool. Getting to compete still in Halo 5 is awesome. You can do it, honestly. Obviously, closed for today. The bracket's already out and underway, but if you want to get in on next weekend or any of the following weekends, signups are already up. So just go to matcharena.com/ESA, and you can go and sign up. So get in on it. There's plenty of space. Everybody is welcome. Get in on these tournaments. It's a blast, and we get to see all kinds of awesome teams compete. So it's your chance to maybe come and play against some of the best pros in the world right now. The Frosties, the Penguins, the Renegades, and more. They're always out here every single Sunday. So if you want a shot, go ahead and do it. But I'm not going to waste your time anymore, folks. We're ready to get it underway. $1,000 on the line, a bunch of great Halo 5 teams here to compete. I'm going to hand it off to our casters to kick off Microsoft Sunday.
Who's the play ahead of him? Should be able to clean up one, actually making it very difficult. Bullet does die.
He even has a sniper in his hand who ends up getting the stick on Atso. Beautiful play, and still has 3 shots in the sniper. And hell yes, go Dodge Swarm are here to play.
Oh my god, that was dirty. This man repeated the flag on the board in less than a damn minute.
1-0 lead going into the
Snipe, so I like
look at this. Boo gonna actually get behind enemy line, and Boo Dooble gonna put him down.
1,000 IQ prediction made there into the market. We are back at it again. Esports Arena, Microsoft Sunday, every single Sunday, $1,000 on the line. Halo 5, competitive settings. It's going to be a good day today. Of course, I'm Shyway. I'm joined once again by the man, Wes. How you doing, my dude?
Doing good. Definitely excited. I've been seeing a lot of the Infinite tech preview going out. People streaming it, people playing it, getting those raw reactions. So taking it all in, mix it in with a little Halo 5 today, and this Esports Arena tournament. So very excited for all the Halo action. The buzz is everywhere, it feels like. So a lot of Halo in the atmosphere. It's all over social media, and you love to see it. Just continuing to pour it on, add a little cherry on top with a little money on the line today.
Yeah, it's great to see some excitement around Halo and to be able to jump back and forth between Infinite and to play some competitive settings as well. I know the pros, as much as they're grinding Infinite, they're craving some real high-stakes competition, and that's why Esports Arena is here to bring us a show. Of course, if you guys aren't used to the format, let's just walk through it once again. Like every single weekend, this is a double elimination tournament. We've got 4v4, of course, 64 team capacity. You got 1,000 on the line, so first place, 600, second place, 300, third place, $100 if you want a piece of that prize pool. Also, of course, with double elimination means you will drop into loser's bracket, but every single matchup today is a best of 3, even grand finals. So you got to come to play You got to be ready to win early on, or you will be knocked out very quickly, especially considering the caliber of competition we get at these events, Wes. Last week, we had plenty of star performers. We had the full KCP team. We had PK. We had Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice went off last week. They made massive plays. I only expect something similar this week.
Yeah, it'll be super exciting to kind of see who's taking the time away from Infinite now to compete here today, right? Like they've been playing Halo 5 for a long time, but there's still a lot of love for Halo 5. I expect that to be a pretty common theme, similar to players jumping back on H2 and H3 and Halo 1. Just continuously over the years, I expect Halo 5 to find its place right on the bookshelf, right next to those, and just be accessible. So hopefully we got a lot of those players returning to this Halo 5 tournament today. I know I saw PK is in our tournament. I think I saw Fire and Ice is in there, as well as a lot of other common names as I was going down the rosters. So very excited for the talent pool that we have here today, as always, right? I think if these esports arena tournaments have given us anything over the past couple of years, it's the opportunity for all this talent to really shine and put a spotlight on it when we don't have those LAN events and those amateur open tournaments to compete at a high level. So it's a phenomenal opportunity for these guys to once again showcase their skill sets. And as we're looking at the first round of the broadcast here, we got PK already on stream versus Falling Esports. And if PK plays anything like they did last week, we're going to be in for a highlight reel, because those guys were popping off all the way through the losers bracket to the finals. I don't expect them to want to go through losers bracket again. So very excited to see how they're playing early on today.
Yeah, PK was looking nasty last week. Fire and Ice just a little better, though, right? Knocking him down into losers. I think maybe beating him twice that weekend, too. Fire and Ice had a crazy weekend. Falling Esports, on the other hand, no slouch, Wes. This is Valid, Ruler, Command Station, and Sensei. This team we almost got to watch last week, but we ended up watching a different matchup. So I'm very excited to get into this. Very curious to see how these boys play, and a lady as well joining the roster here. Very talented players, and we're jumping into it, of course, with CTF, Truth, and a camo already on Ruler.
Securing the camo is going to be important, right? When you're playing against a team like PK and you understand that they have so much firepower, so much individual skill and chemistry with each other, you're going to need to find a way to separate yourself from the enemy team. And fortunately, losing that camo is pretty tough, but getting those power-ups and power weapons throughout the series can help you have a better opportunity to compete in this series, especially when the cards are already stacked against you as far as playing PK early on in this tournament like they are.
Things are looking stacked in blue base for sure. Tapping somehow surviving here. One down below, but having to get melted from two sides here, so he does get killed. That's big defense. Still a red player in that base, being a nuisance, though. Command Station not going to worry about it, just trying to hold on to Pink. You can see Drift took two in the feed. Big Liv if she can stay alive here. That one player top mid going to be so difficult, and that does give PK another chance on blue base here. Sensei, he spawned up on Car. He's got to take a kill with him. At some point, you start to wonder, do you overextend when you lose numbers here and PK pushes in the base?
Flag is currently being pulled, though, so Gambino gets it out pink side the base. There's a player top middle. It's basically up to that player top middle to try and stop this flag run single-handedly. The flag already across the map for Falling Esports, though. Somewhere out of nowhere, the flag guy just appears, hops on the return. Unfortunately, though, Gambino is too much to handle. The double kill, killing spree, going to help us team get that flag return. They didn't get the flag out, so Falling Esports still has an opportunity here to play defense, but I mean, you blinked, and Falling Esports could have been up 1-0 already in this game right now. So Falling Esports really finding some footing and finding an opportunity there to have some success. They didn't quite clutch it out and get that situation the way they wanted it to, but if you get enough of those opportunities, you're bound to get some of those flags punched in.
It was definitely a bit of an awkward traffic jam, but like you said, it just distracted them and ruined their chances of pulling that flag out clean. Instead, it got reset. Of course, as we say it, though, PK, they're trying again. They got multiple in the base here. One up on top mid, going to try to slow him down here, but Tapping having none of it right in the face of Command. Does she stick him? She doesn't. And that's a big live out of Tapping here because he's already got pressure on spawns. Flag still actually near the pedestal. That'll slow PK down. And I like this teamwork out of Falling Esports, despite the fact that they're under so much pressure. They are, I want to say, somehow defending it, but Tapping, all right, he'll try again. Defense coming in from Pink.
Yeah, so far so good for Falling Esports. I mean, part of this series to me as a viewer is, can they keep up with the pace that PK is going to throw at them? Can they find their footing in this series and make sure that PK doesn't just run them over? Right now, they're not being run over. In fact, they got control of their base. They got another camo in their hands. Unfortunately, their flag is pulled bottom middle. He's not to no shield, and the camo player kind of gives up his life a little too easy. With that, the players get flushed out, and it looks like that flag being pushed across the map is actually going to be the first cap that goes on the board. Drift hopping on the return, gonna allow us to punch that one in. And just as I was complimenting Falling Esports for having an opportunity there, overextenders for PK made it look easy to get that first flag cap. You cannot slip up even a little if you're Falling Esports if you want to compete with this team.
I just said that the rate of pressure we're seeing out of PK pretty damn relentless, and eventually they're going to get away with one. So far, they do lead the board. Ruler spawning up in bottom blue here. Teammates already pushing up. I like this little pinch here on a drift. Got to make sure you kill him before you die here. Ruler going to hold on from back base. Teammates pushing up through pink, so a good opportunity. But Atso, and something to watch out for. PK, they're so quick to overextend. And it's big that Ruler lived here. He's got the info and hopefully the defensive kill. Big time delay on his side, but he does manage to get it. You still got pressure at red base, so Ruler, I like this, trying to manage both situations, but can they stay up long enough to get into red? Things looking very tricky here, especially with the car side spawns going to come into red base.
Not a bad trade from Ruler there, but unfortunately still Falling Esports just like 1 or 2 kills away from really getting some good objective work done. It's unfortunate that they're not able to just finish off a few of these players. Command Station doing 360s in the base, actually getting the better of Gambino there with some great shots. Is this going to be the opportunity to get the flag run? It looks like there are 3 currently dead for PK, so this could be the signs of life Falling Esports needs. Command Station still controlling top the base, chooses not to go back with the flag, but she's doing a great job anchoring him. With that, it looks like Falling Esports is just a thrust away from pushing the flag in. Can they do it? The answer is yes. With the help of a little bit of teamwork, Valid's able to punch that one in, but unfortunately, at what cost? The counter cap is a realistic possibility here. Already across pink 1, and spawners over towards car are not going to be able to shut this thing down, especially if there's a thrust coming in from the pink attic with the flag carrier. Good route, and unfortunately for Falling Esports, you were able to cap, but you gave up that counter cap that's so concurrent in Halo 5, it feels. Yep. You have to figure out a way to minimize that damage and figure out a way to play objectives successfully, because right now, you're just 1 cap away from going down 0-1 in the series.
But PK handled that so efficiently as well. They get their slays, run it through pink side, but tapping button stayed down on car 1 and hid there. And that type of timing is so perfect just to cut off that one overextender that might ruin your run. He just 5'd Ruler and completely, nullified their chances. So they will continue to lead, but they're not done yet here. Falling does have a flag out. All 4 members up here. Ruler, a bit of a tricky run to get straight through bottom mid. This is very dangerous. His teammates don't have any map control here as well. You can see Matt just stuck down on P1, so tapping going to get an easy return off of this one. Atso with a pickup as well. Pressure already in blue base. Tappin just trying to get a piece of it. Car bubble spawners up, so you can see how quickly he can micromanage the situation, but can he do it long enough to stay up? Looking like Falling Esports does have some form of defense on this one.
Yeah, Falling still competing in this game, and against a very high level team. I mean, when we've seen how far PK can go in these tournaments, Falling, they've never really been that far, especially this group of players, but I mean, they're showing that they can compete, right? We're 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game, only down 1 flag. This game was still within arm's reach of them. They just need to get a few kills going their way, get a little bit of map control, and maybe they can get this game all tied up before overtime.
Very late camo, but great awareness out of Falling Esports. Command Station will get away with this. Spring jump to top mid, so loving the decision making here, but tapping still not done yet. She's under a lot of trouble. She's got to win the fight, and she will. Can she get out? So close, and almost does it, but situations like that, you lose that opportunity, and you start to wonder if PK will run away with the flag. They already got it out. Big kills on the car door. Valid already trying to overextend here. That flag goes down through bottom mid. Valid, you got to get the kill, but you also got to stop the flag carrier who's already in the pink door, and I don't think there's any way they stop this one from going in. They'll close the game 3-1, and PK, as expected, coming out hot on the first game.
Yeah, as expected. I think everybody watching the series and anybody that paid attention last week understood that PK was probably going to come out and be the favorite, the heavy favorite in this series. Falling
Yeah.
Esports does a solid job of staying in that game. Had a little bit of opportunity slip through their grasp, right? There was a couple of caps that you wondered if Falling Esports was going to be able to like potentially take the lead in the game or tie it up. So there was opportunity there, and I think if you clean a little bit of things up, you're able to compete even further with PK, and you're still playing in that game one. Unfortunately, some of that
Yeah.
stuff didn't go their way. Something that Falling Esports did do was control all of the camos throughout the game, and it felt like that gave them some opportunity of life. But you want to transition those
Almost.
camos into more plays at times. Um, is that a good thing for Falling Esports to say that they controlled all the camos, or is that a sign of bad things to come for PK though? Like PK can get away with beating Falling Esports and allowing them to get every camo,
Mhm.
but they're not going to be able to do that against Fire and Ice. They're not going to be able to do that against some of the better teams in this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see how that story pans out. Is it Falling Esports excelling at that, or is it
Yeah.
PK falling short of that?
I mean, you look at a team like KCP, as talented as this Falling Esports roster is, KCP can win that CTF game, I want to say, in 2 minutes flat, just considering how efficient, how quick they are with their runs. So, like you said, PK, they're looking good. They're winning the games. Of course, they're doing what they need to do, but are they doing it as efficiently as they could be? And what does that mean for later series against better teams who won't allow for mistakes? I guess only time will tell, Wes. But as far as the series go, we still got I believe a Slayer or maybe a Strongholds, depending on how this goes. And when I look at raw damage and slays from team to team, it was pretty damn close, right? The Falling Esports were definitely going toe to toe. We saw upwards of 3K damage out of multiple players on Falling, great accuracy out of them as well. So if they can translate any of that into a Slayer context, then I want to believe we could see a full series here just off the rip.
Yeah, it wasn't a matter of being outslayed or out individually skilled. I mean, we saw multiple times on screen from the Falling Esports point of views that they were winning one-on-ones. Like that they were like the Pivs were not going against them, or it felt like it was 50-50. It was more so just a matter of like efficiency. And
Yeah.
like when you have the moment to have control of the base and run a flag, you do it. And can you efficiently do it? And unfortunately, Falling kind of fell short a couple of times where they had that opportunity. We didn't see PK fall short. I mean, they've been a team for so long that they're able, like they're all cohesive, right? Like when they get in positive, beneficial situations, they know how to close the door and score points, right? So that's something that Falling Esports is going to have to work on. But when you're going against
Yeah.
a team that has so much like history with each other, like it makes sense that like they've been there, done that, and had dessert twice. So they're going to be able to like capitalize a little bit better throughout the series. But like you said, I think this could go the distance depending on what game 2 is. It looks like it is going to be Strongholds on Plaza. So that camo going to be a crucial piece to this storyline. We're going to see if Falling Esports can control and dominate that camo story, or is PK going to do a much better job? It does look like PK was able to secure that first camo on screen. Not sure which player quite picked it up, but I do believe he's still alive with it. And with that, Falling Esports is going to have their hands full already early in this game.
The big issue here is there's no need for a team like PK to, dive into your base, so to speak, like they have to do in CTF, where they kind of give up lives to do so. Instead, PK, they're only focused on just holding on to map control, winning their fights. And that's a big pickup on camo just to start. So Falling Esports at least kind of breaking through here. They do have the 2 caps, and they're going to continue to try to put pressure in bottom base, but you can see PK going to jump in here, likely going to cap this one just to turn it around. So the moment that they get map control and they start to hold on, and they don't necessarily need the pressure or dive into disadvantageous situations, can Falling Esports kind of flip those things around? And we'll see in just a sec whether or not they can, because PK just getting control here.
PK in control. We're going to see how long they can keep it up. I kind of expect a more dominant performance from PK here in Game 2. Them being such a strong team last week, and actually throughout the past couple of years, I feel like they've been such a strong team for the Latin American scene, and they've really been able to pick up their Halo 5 game and excel at it. I expect them to kind of want to make sure they start today off on the right foot. Game 1, you got a lot of that first game jitters of the tournament out. It feels like, you're starting to get the ball rolling, but here in Game 2, we already see Falling Esports out 15-8. And with that being said, PK needs to be careful that they don't go into losers bracket early again, because last last week it kind of came back to bite them in the heels, and right now, Falling Esports has every intention of sending them again.
PK just trying to hold on to yard. Valid, you can see, just applying so much pressure just to keep them back and waste their time here. Camo about to come up. Command Station and team, they are stuck in Cafe at the moment. Can they get a piece of this Camo, though? You can see PK earning back that map control. Command Station not watching her left here. She's going to try to live, but look at the pressure coming in from PK as they start to take top map. They want to get on this Camo as well, but great teamwork at a Valid Command Station to just at least delete the Camo. They've lost map control in the process, though. And here's where PK starts to claw things back. Shotgun down. Sensei tries to do more. He'll drop. Atso drops as well. Gambino going to jump into the fray here just to get the defense. And actually, with him and tapping, that works. And it sets Falling Esports back once again. And you can see how quickly the score just elapsed here. They need to get their footing back.
Yeah, somehow he stays alive, Prius, and because of it, this trip cap goes on far too long for Falling Esports' liking. 37-22, so it was once a Falling Esports lead is now all of a sudden flipped on its head. They're down by almost 20 points, and although they don't have nest control, PK doesn't, I feel like it's only a matter of time as you see the pressure from tapping coming over here at Blue. He's going to be able to take down Command Station. Going to have a good angle on the nest. Does get information there's a player jumping up top nest. And this pressure, this angle that he has, just closes everything that Falling Esports can do right now, right? Like, they're trapped right now. They need to figure out a way to get out. They can't push tapping. They can't push the ramp side either. It looks like they do pick up a couple of kills ramp side, and that could be the opening Falling Esports needs. Now tapping. I love this play by him. He rotates towards nest. He's going to apply some pressure. And his presence right now in the stronghold forces Falling Esports to have so much focus on him. And even though he has so much focus on him, he's still getting kills and somehow single-handedly just transferred over Nest.
Tapping just doing it all. They had Falling Esports trapped in Nest. And look at the awareness, too. He knows the spawn flipped over to Hotel. He's already watching it. Player directly behind. Easy three-shot beatdowns. So Tapping completely on top of this with gameplay and awareness. That now flips the spawns to back Tram. And they're so ready for these spawns. Falling Esports, every single decision, every step they're taking is being read currently by PK. And the only way they're going to break down is if they break it or out, I guess, is to get a full round of slays, which is looking next to impossible at this point, considering Tapping has full awareness of where they're spawning every single time. There's a 35 on the Valid. They'll rotate over to Yard once again just to try to stop the bleeding here, but Camo's up, and that's going to be a free Camo for Tapping and map control once again. I mean, at this point, I don't see Falling Esports making a comeback here.
No, I think this is going to be all she wrote for Falling Esports in this series. Unfortunately, Tapping with this Camo is in just such a strong position right now. Top center of the map, picking up a double. It's his third perfect of this life. And this is just perfect stronghold gameplay from Tapping. I love his positioning right there with that Camo. Just patiently sitting top middle and knowing that he's going to be able to rotate wherever he needs to go as quickly as possible with the Halo 5 sandbox. And he punches his team a victory, 100-22 here in Game 2. They're going to take this series 2-0 over Falling Esports. And with that, we're going to see PK advance once again through winner's bracket. Falling Esports going to have to go into the loser's bracket and fight for their tournament lives later today.
By the end of Game 2, it was looking like business as usual for PK, right? So CTF, maybe a bit of a slow start, maybe a bit of a back and forth with Falling Esports to really kind of get them warmed up. But Strongholds, the moment they got control, it looked like, you know, just a bread and butter kind of gameplay at a PK. Every single spawn was collapsed on, was just they were aware of. They had them locked back to back. And if they continue that type of gameplay, we could see peak level PK today. I think going on in the tournament, it really just depends on the caliber of their competition. And I know we've got plenty of high-level teams to watch in just a bit. So first, let's send it over to Yeso. He'll break down the stats. We'll be right back with more.
Thanks, Shaway. Great start to the day. PK grabbing the 2-0 win over Falling Esports, and they will move on and stay alive on the winner's side of the bracket. Let's pull up the stats for our first match here on stream for the day, and we'll kind of run through these as we get things rolling for today's stream. So we're going to pull those up full screen for y'all so you can see them, and so I can see them here as well in the studio. So we started off CTF on Truth, and a strong start here for PK. Not quite the speed run that we see from the likes of a KCP, but still a really good showing. 3-1 win, 2 caps for Gambino, and they take this one in under 8 minutes. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this first one. As we heard Clutch talking about it a little bit in between games, and that's a just really great showing top to bottom for the side of PK here. The lowest slays was Atso with 12, but still added 16 assists on top of that. Everybody up in the double digits is really, really good to see, and everybody but PK, who led the way in kills, was in double digits in terms of assists. You look at the other side, Ruler leading the way on the cap side, Valid able to get 15 kills and 4 assists, but it wasn't enough in game number 1 for Falling Esports to really open any significant window for them to get multiple caps in, right? They were able to get the one on the board, but that was really where they stalled in the first matchup. So let's go to the final page here before we jump into game number 2. And we'll just take a quick peek at the accuracy numbers. Everybody on the side of PK up above 50%. Nothing crazy on that side, but that 10.3 KDA, a good look here for Gambino to start off the day. Everybody up above that 2,000 damage threshold, which you certainly love to see. Everybody contributing. It really shows from top to bottom in the stats here for the side of PK. And everybody on the other side on Falling Esports was able to do the same. And even you see Command Station there, with the highest accuracy in the game at 62.5, yeah, tied with Ruler. Able to, in fact, eclipse that 3,000 damage mark, just short of 3,400, but it just didn't translate enough into objective points for Falling Esports in this first one. So they fall 3-1 in the first match, and now we go to game 2. And we go to Strongholds on Plaza. So, obviously the interesting thing about the format is, the game types mix up, right? You're always going to have in a single best of 3 a Stronghold, a CTF, and a Slayer, but those don't always live in the same spot. So Falling Esports doesn't get Slayer here. They end up going to Strongholds on Plaza, and you heard Clutch talking about it. It was a bit of a slow start on this one for PK. Obviously, he mentioned they had a really strong showing a week ago. PK, especially when you don't see the likes of Frosty and Renegade and Penguin competing today, right? Our two kind of juggernaut mix-up teams aren't here today as they weren't last weekend. It opens an opportunity for the likes of PK, and you need to show up. And I will say, despite a bit of a slow start in this one, they came charging back, right? Falling Esports gets to that 22 points, and then PK took over the game, right? They get the full 100 points after that. The game ends in just at 5.5 minutes, and really PK just rolling over Falling Esports as soon as they got their feet under them in this second game. They did not look back. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this one. Want to check those ones out once again. Not quite everybody in the double digits this time around, as Gambino falls short with 7 kills, but still able to add 10 assists on top of that, so still a really solid showing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Valid, the only one able to grab 10 kills in the second map. So the fragging, the damage falls off a little bit here for Falling Esports, and it really seems kind of the same story both times around. Able to get an early cap, but they falter after that, and Falling Esports end up falling into the losers bracket. Pun not really intended on that one. Let's check the final page of stats here before we get ready for our second matchup of the day. Tapping buttons and PK Drift looking real good in this one. Good KDAs there. Everybody with solid accuracy numbers. Not as crazy of damage numbers this time around, but that's going to happen when the game is as short as this one was, about 2 minutes shorter than game number 1. Meanwhile, on the other side, the same struggles here for Falling Esports. So I will say they came in and they showed some strong early starts against a very solid PK squad, but you're going to have to bring more to the table. Obviously, Falling Esports now will go down to the losers bracket. They're still alive in today's tournament and still can compete, but now they only sit with 1 tournament life, and they're going to have to bring more than this. And if they face up against another team of PK's caliber, which if they continue to survive in the bracket, they will do eventually, right? You're going to run into a PK, a Fire and Ice, maybe the Envy boys, and you're going to need to show up stronger. So you can't just have these strong starts. You need to play full games front to back if you want to continue. So Falling Esports, a little bit to build on here. That's our first matchup done, though. We've got our second one on deck, so I'm going to hand it right back off to the casters to get us ready for number 2.
Thank you, Yeso. I realized I still have Yeso playing on Twitch, and I was still listening to him, waiting for him to finish, but we're on a 1-minute delay, so we're back. Welcome back, guys. Turns out PK are playing well so far, but can they continue to play well against the top-level competition? Because that's what's about to happen already, Wes. We've got PK, we got Fire and Ice about to go up against each other. This is a rematch off of last week, and last week, Fire and Ice, I want to say, looking a little better. Fire and Ice putting in the grind time, and it definitely showed. But PK, I think they're awake now. I think they're ready to meet the challenge. This should be a hell of a series, Wes.
Yeah, we're going to find out very, very quickly if PK is ready, because last week Fire and Ice brought it to them, and they actually won the series outright both times they matched up in the finals. So Fire and Ice, you know that this is an opportunity for them to show that last weekend wasn't a fluke. And PK, this is an opportunity for them to come out and show that they put up a poor performance last weekend, but they're going to play better this week. So a lot of history between these two teams, the top two teams in the LATAM scene, and with that, there's a ton of rivalries that go on between these two, and very excited that they're matching up against each other today. But already in winter semifinals, it's going to be pretty quickly. You see the overshield coming up on Empire. It's going to be in the hands of Drift. Bullet tried to deny it, but couldn't do so, and now he finds himself between two players. He goes down, as well as his teammate. So they lose a few players. They are in pit, however, for Fire and Ice. So you want to see Drift get down here, try and contest this pit. He does get the reset somehow, but unfortunately, that overshield goes to waste. And now it's just a mosh pit for bottom middle right now. Fire and Ice trying to contest it, but with 3 dead, I think it's going to be transferred over to PK. And just like that, PK first on the board for today.
What a way to kick off a series with Empire Strongholds, bringing things into close quarters, and I guess ESA just giving us some surprises here for this top-level competition. Tapping buttons, not surprised by Rorsch right behind him, though. Big cleanup on that player. 2 still up. Tapping not worried about it. He's right in the blue base. This is a nice little distraction for the new spawners as well, and we'll see if they can even get there. Tapping already knows to chase him down. They're going to try to rotate to red, and I like this out of Fire and Ice just to try to weather the storm here. You can see PK, full map control, Tapping, preying on Bullet down in pit as well. He'll get the pickup and jump out in time to reset it, and he's already got positioning for follow-up kills as well. So Tapping just so aware, just dipping in and out of strongholds and being a nuisance while Atso cleans him up himself as well.
I love the patience from Tapping there. He knew that if he sprint, he was going to show up on radar, so he patiently walked outside. Knew that he had time to get them out of the stronghold. Does it perfectly, jumps out, finds himself a 2-piece to match, and just so much pressure from Tapping already in this game. His team's up 26-0 before the second round of power-ups are even up. And in about 15 seconds, we're going to see Fire and Ice have a real opportunity to flip this game and make it a very close encounter, or we're going to see PK secure some power-ups and they can potentially run away with this.
Fire and Ice, they just can't get their footing here. Drift going to try to chase down one in Turbine. Magico off of spawn. He's going to immediately dive over to Camo OS. I think Fire and Ice's only hope here of making some sort of a comeback is at the very least controlling these power-ups. And Magico looks like he will just barely get out with Camo, or can he? He'll get melted immediately. They do have OS as well. And they'll try to put some damage in here, but Bullet just spending time focusing on fights here. Needs to make sure he picks up something, and every single kill so difficult this side of PK. They're so good at being at just avoiding gunshots and melees here. Bullet will pick it up though. Multiple in pit to try to get it, but just once again, Fire and Ice, they can't seem to find a chance here. They'll get back into pit. New spawners coming up, going to try to pressure, and I think for once we've got a 2-cap. Just shy of 50 points on the board here. Fire and Ice, they've got something, and how long can they hold it?
This is pretty incredible right now from PK, right? Fire and Ice is a team that beat them last week. Right now we're seeing PK with a whole different vibe, a whole different momentum shift, I would say. It was so hard for them to get momentum last week, it felt like, but right now 48-8, having a very dominant performance here in game 1. All of a sudden starting to see some signs of life though. We see 2 dead. Fire and Ice wins a couple pivotal gunfights that make it 3, and Fire and Ice now all of a sudden with a little bit of map control. Will they push the 3-cap is the question. Doesn't look like anybody's in position from Luna God's point of view right now. They are competing into tower. Unfortunately, 2 go down, and this would be a real opportunity for Luna to make a play and keep his team in control. But unfortunately, he eats the plasma pistol, and a beautiful job of just jumping up and finishing that player instantly. Great awareness from PK right there to get 2 dead, find the 3rd, get pit controlled, transferred over in their favor, and now they're looking to continue their momentum.
Oh, they get these moments of greatness in Pit here, just winning their fights. But PK, they're so damn fast to get back in and reset it. And Rorsch, he's got no options now. He can't even take one down with him. So PK, they'll hold on to a numbers advantage here. Gambino doesn't get a kill. And that's a big opening for Fire and Ice, but they got to get to the camo, got to get to the OS. And the camo, it looks like it will be grabbed, but that defense is going to go down quickly. And I think it's Bullet who does have it. Big pickup over on Pit here. And can he make any form of rotation with this camo? They don't have a lot of options. He can't give up his life early here, tapping out front. OS doesn't seem to be on the map. Gonna guess it was burned. But Bullet, he's got to get a big opening here. Tapping, first one down. Multiple outside here. Bullet gonna 2v1 this one player who does escape. Atso picks up a kill with him. And in situations like this, they make it so difficult for Fire and Ice. But here's the final opportunity, I want to say, to get into Pit. And it's all down to Bullet, who's got a spree on his hands, too. Big pickup. And finally, they got a capture. But at what cost here?
I love that play out of Bullet. It was so slow and methodical, right? He didn't want to rush it. He didn't want to force anything out of control and lose that camo and give up his life. With it, he was able to make the plays that get Pit transferred. Yes, some points went towards PK, and you can't really afford that too much more in this game. But right now, we've seen Empire Strongholds go in favor of one team throughout the entire game. So that's all Fire and Ice needs, is to get one good setup, and they could potentially come back and win this game. Right now, 72-30, continuously trying to push the 3rd cap. You see there, they jumped into red. Unfortunately, does look like PK was able to get the reset. They do lose 2, make it 3, and they're going to lose red right now. If they can hold on to blue and get a 3 cap for a little bit, that would be huge. But already you see a member of PK hopping into red. I love the flip of the map by Fire and Ice. That's textbook, but eventually it feels like you're going to need a 3 cap to come back.
Fire and Ice with outside control. Still got 3 members up here outside. The remaining members of PK going to try to rotate the tower. Looks like Tapping wants to come back into the fray here. Fire and Ice, they got to keep their numbers advantage. They also got the dilemma, the OS, the camo, and I think the OS won't be up for a couple seconds. So Magico needs this fight. Gambino going to reach Aldo, take it. That's huge for PK. They get this. They can likely flip map control on its head here. They already got presence in Pit. Atso with the camo. He'll drop in, just get the last seconds on the cap. So once again, here we go for PK. All spawners coming up in red base. And I like how they back up and they make sure the spawn is open. Keep everyone stuck in the base. Make sure there's no split here. And look at this. Just drop them like flies. This Rorsch down for the count. Tapping with the pickup on the Magico. Atso just going to play it slow here and just hold on to numbers because they know they're going to win their fights with these power-ups.
Tough situation right here for Fire and Ice. They have to figure out a way to deal with this overshield player taking over red. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like anybody's in position to do so, so he's going to get red for free, and now he's just going to bait the stronghold. Crouches below the stairs. You see Pelu looked into red, didn't see anything. Now he's got an overshield player all of a sudden in his face. It's an easy kill for Gambino as he's not down to no shields, but that little bit of overshield gave him that free kill, and with it, enough space to push out a red here, apply some pressure. And right now at 90 points, Fire and Ice have to come up with a solution to break this setup and figure out a way to hold it for the rest of the game. Unfortunately, I'm not sure they're going to be capable of that because Drift, Tapping, they both find kills in the kill feed. That was 3 dead for Fire and Ice. They're pushing the 3 cap to end the game.
Yep, Gambino just going to grab the last seconds here. This will give him a 2 cap once again. Put Fire and Ice under pressure. Can Fire and Ice do anything with the last 6 points here? They got 2 up outside. About to be pinched, though, if they're not quick. You can see Gambino coming in with the flank. Drift still living, right? It's all these situations where they live and they get the kills that you'd think they'd never be able to get away with. They'll finish that game with a dominant standing 100-53 PK. The moment they grab control, it was just so damn difficult for Fire and Ice to do anything to turn it around.
Yeah, that was a different PK than what we saw last week. And honestly, not enough plays being made out of Fire and Ice. The power-ups weren't as effective of a story as you would have liked to see. There was a camo play made, but it was almost too little too late, right? And unfortunately for Fire and Ice, like, you want an opportunity to go back to back. You won last week, you're the champions, but you can't linger on that too much because What you did was you poked the bear that is PK in the LATAM scene. PK, knowing that they're probably historically the more talented team of these two, they're not happy with last week's results, and they just showed you in game one that they're here to play this week. And when they're playing at a high level, Fire and Ice is going to have their hands completely full. Fire and Ice have to figure out a way to get some momentum going, start winning some individual pivotal battles, make a couple of more plays, because the series is going to be over in a blink of an eye if game two starts off the same as game one did.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like PK are coming into this series with a grand finals mentality. Not that they don't typically have it when they're playing, but I just think losing last week against Fire and Ice, it's a different story when they face them this week. They know Fire and Ice's potential. They're not sleeping on them. They're going to come in here like this is grands right from the get-go, and it shows their control is incredible. And let's see how much they can continue to do here. We got Slayer on Truth coming up next. Fire and Ice, we know they can go toe-to-toe. They've definitely got an opportunity to do so here in Truth. They got to win their opening, especially when it comes to the camo off the rip here. So Bullet just going to try not to die. And he's got multiple pushing out through pink side here. Only one player to defense, so we might see some coordination out of Fire and Ice to get away with camo. If Luna can live, Luna doing everything he could. He will drop with a trade, but it looks like potentially Fire and Ice can work an advantage here. Tapping buttons, though, getting up through mid and deleting one in pink, and now PK completely flip it, and they've taken control here.
Look at the pace of this game already. It's so fast, and this is what I worry about for Fire and Ice. You won last week, but you go up against a team in PK that you know can compete against you, that you know plays at a very high level. You play a best of three, and the two game types to start the series off are Empire Strongholds and True Slayer, two of our fastest game types in Halo 5. Like, you could blink and this series could be over and you could already be in loser's bracket. That's a very scary thought for Fire and Ice fans right now. Already 9-5, PK is up, tapping buttons on a killing spree, and when it rains it pours, tapping buttons is going to be the guy that really shines in this series for PK. And when he's on fire, it's so tough to try and compete against this team. Look at him holding pink control, getting great shots, great teamwork out of PK. They see the spawns are over at blue. They get the information from the grenades, and with that, they're going to look to sandwich them. Ooh, great shots out of Pelu from tapping screens. They're going to relieve a little bit of pressure there, but for how long can they do that?
It doesn't help for Fire and Ice that everyone on PK is just beaming today. Apparently, Drift had a huge multi-kill in the feed here, tapping and trying to live on P1 and almost getting to do it, but has to reload. Magico will try to get away with this here. Still plenty of time left till camo, so kind of in a rough spot, but shoot better, and he'll stay up. Big pickup onto Gambino. Teammate coming in with a pinch into blue base. He can get a flank here. Magico sees the flank, and he'll come in to pinch from both sides, so great timing on the collapse. And that will earn them blue base, but you can see the red spawners already coming up to challenge pink. And Magico, he needs this pink side control. He'll walk his way up through P2. Pressure going to come out the door. Just a second here. Magico already brought down to no shields. One up on Car to delete them, and that's the type of control we see at a PK. That's a triple at a Drift. Looking for the over here. It gets stolen by tapping. He could have had that. And instead, he'll just keep the pressure up on the Car 1 and the bubble spawners.
I mean, the camo gets stolen, but I don't even think PK care at this point. 24-16, those kills from Drift really just picked the pace back up. You saw Fire and Ice try to make a little bit of a dent into the damage that was done early on, but right after it happens, Drift comes up with a three-piece, and with it extends the lead 25-18 once again. And on a map like Truth, with camo being burned, it feels like every time, it's going to be very difficult for Fire and Ice to crawl back into this game, especially with how well we've seen Drift and tapping playing already in this game.
PK are dropping, though. Big double off of Magico here. It's not done yet. Just a 4-kill deficit. Spawners up in the bubble here, and you can see Fire and Ice letting them spawn there, trying to create a little pinch. You do have splits over on pink side here. Gambino, big opportunity for him if he can take out Magico under red. The Magico knows to preserve his life here. We'll square off once again. Very difficult situation for him. Just a solo 1v1, doesn't have positioning, does have his teammates doing a lot of work to distract the other side, but I like this. Gonna get right back in. Great timing. He'll live once again here. Tries to help out with his teammates out in blue base, so an interesting split here on both sides. Magico, he wants both pieces of it, can't do it. Atso will get picked up by Rorsch instead, so they are trading out their kills. They're keeping it close, just a 3-kill game. Rorsch about to meet one on the street here. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that thrust. Bit of a panic thrust right there, an easy opportunity, but Palu's there to pick it up.
I mean, we got a 1-kill game all of a sudden. Fire and Ice has crawled back in this game. done what it takes to get back into it. With Camo coming up here in about 15 seconds, they're in a perfect position with pink control here with Rorsch to secure this Camo. He backs one player down from red, but wisely he backs down as well, knows that if he dies, it's going to open up the floodgates red side of pink. You see Drift trying to get out there. Once again, Rorsch gets good damage out, but looks to the right, and you see 2 X's. That's never a good sign. Does find tapping buttons flanking, but unfortunately, 3 players red side pink. 1 player just picked up the Camo. Can he get the trade? The answer is no. And Drift somehow alive. Pink's on with Camo still. Multiple players choking on finishing that kill could result in how this game finishes out.
Fire and Ice throwing all their resources into P1 just to trade the Camo, and they couldn't do it. Now under pressure. You know, despite it, though, they've kept the game tied. Big pickup out of Gambino right there. That's a trade. Atso back up in red. Got one up on top car. Atso wants a piece of this. They are just collapsing and trading left and right, and in a second you expect it to all slow down. But Atso not going to let that happen just yet. That's a kill on the Bullet. One up on P3. PK going to push up through pink side. Your PK with a numbers advantage as well. They could extend the lead in a big way here. They also know spawns. One more player in blue, and that'll flip the map. And honestly, that one player, that's a big delay right here. He can just stay up. Rorsch doing everything he can to give his teammates space to make a play that's honestly huge. Out of Rorsch that he lived that long, because look at this, his teammates now have map control because of that play.
They do have map control, but they have lost 2 players while this has been going on. Unfortunately, Tapping's going to jump into the window. He loses his life. A big win for Magico there. Can he find 2? The answer is yes. Making it a 2-kill game. Reads the situation poorly and jumps out the window. Unfortunately, loses his life. And a 4-kill lead for PK to take this series 2-0. Fire and Ice with their backs against the wall. Trapped top red. The information is known. Tapping gets 1. The pressure's on the Bullet under the base. He wins a pivotal against Drift. Nades his teammate. That could be tragic if he goes down. Unfortunately, Bullet gets flanked. And 1 kill to go for PK to close this thing out.
And there it is. 50-44. It was a brawl the whole way through, but PK, they'll come out on top and they'll take that series 2-0. But man, do I see potential in that? If that kept going just a little bit longer, you never know. I really feel like Fire and Ice had a bit of a reversal in the works there, especially seeing some of those 1v1 trades, right? At the very end, that was a big kill, but just getting flanked. PK always just kind of one step ahead, right? They're so efficient at making sure they're cleaning up any weak kills. They're getting into positions that they need to be to just always be 1 kill ahead, 1 slay ahead, and have the awareness of the next spawn, or to force Fire and Ice into situations where they're burning resources just to get the Camo off the map, right? They had multiple just kind of dive into P1 and narrowly choke out that Camo melt. But either way, one hell of a series, and apparently that's just the beginning of the day today. We got a lot of high-level Halo coming up. In the meantime, let's send it back to Yeso. He'll break it down.
Wow, PK take out Fire and Ice 2-0 here and get at least a little bit of revenge here for last week. Obviously, these teams faced off twice a week ago. Fire and Ice, as Clutch and Shaway mentioned, came out on top both times, took the title of champions last weekend, and PK are looking to do that themselves here this time around. A strong performance here against Fire and Ice, and obviously, if things go the way they did a week ago, we'll see this matchup again later in the day, but we'll have to see how it goes that time around. Let's pull up the stats here for this series, and we'll start with game number 1. And a very interesting series this time around, as both games were carbon copies of each other in terms of kind of the way the momentum worked. We start strongholds on Empire. Let's go to the Slayer stats here. You see it's 100-53 scoreline in just over 8 minutes, but the story of this game was PK came charging out early, built a solid lead, and then mid-game, we see Fire and Ice start to punch back. They start to regain control. They bring the game much closer, right? Start to look like, hey, maybe they're going to take the run here. Maybe they're going to be able to finish it, but they weren't able to do so. Look at tapping buttons there, 23 kills and 8 assists. Really impressive showing there. Everybody up in the double digits, which is really good to see. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magico, the only member of Fire and Ice unable to get into the double digits, but still brought 10 assists to the table, so not a bad game by any stretch. But Fire and Ice, we talk about strongholds a lot, and really the rotations are so extremely important, being able to get 2, 3, even 4 members of the enemy team down at the same time, so you can really apply so much pressure on the map, get the complete control to really start stacking up the points is so extremely important. And Fire and Ice was never really able to do that. They got a bit of a foothold in the middle of the game, but PK was able to settle down and respond, and then never looked back once they regained control of the map and took this first one. So let's go to the final page of stats here before we jump into game number 2. Tapping buttons with a fantastic KDA there. Not as impressive on the accuracy front, but still getting the job done, just short of 3,000 damage. Meanwhile, Drift looking real solid with the 61% accuracy. Very, very good showing in game number 1 of this series. And let's go to game number 2, and we go to Slayer on Truth. And the interesting thing is, this game, in terms of the momentum swings, went very, very similar to game number 1. We saw PK come out strong early, building a good lead, taking control of this game, and then Fire and Ice with a response in the middle. Suddenly, what was about an 8 to 10 kill margin was suddenly down to 1. And now the only difference here was that it stayed a little bit closer all the way down to the end, as the win only ends up being 50 to 44, which is a fairly tight margin, especially considering the way that this game started. And it was led by Drift this time around, 15 kills and 11 assists. So really good showing in this series from Drift. Tapping buttons as well, 14 kills and 13 assists. So really all of PK looking like a well-oiled machine today. They are taking what they learned a week ago into this matchup. As Clutch mentioned, they're not going to underestimate Fire and Ice, especially with what happened last weekend. And they came out firing here in this first matchup between the two today. Still solid from Fire and Ice, 13 kills and 13 kills for Magico and Bullet, but it wasn't quite enough. Let's go to the final page of stats here as we close out this series. We're going to go to a break here momentarily before we get up for our next match, but really getting a very interesting series here and a very interesting kind of precursor to what we may be able to expect through the rest of the day. And it's kind of the blessing with the way the bracket worked out. Getting to see PK and Fire and Ice earlier on in the bracket is certainly nice to see. Atso leading in the accuracy department for his team. Luna doing the same on the other side, and a few players able to eclipse that 2,000 damage threshold for the side of PK. Has got to feel really, really good. PK 2-0 over Fire and Ice in this series. They stay alive once again in the winner's side of the bracket. Now Fire and Ice only have 1 tournament life left, so they cannot drop a match the rest of the day if they want a hope at repeating, right? We got the back-to-back wins from KCP on back-to-back weekends, but their three-peat got stalled a week ago by Fire and Ice. Can Fire and Ice make it 2 in a row today? We'll have to find out. We're going to go to a quick break right now, so grab a drink, go to the bathroom, do what you got to do. We're going to take a quick one here. We'll be right back with more Microsoft Sunday action. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, Speak, Compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
They were like 35-2.
They finished strong. They looked.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome.
That sounds super fun. I think that like a little one.
All right, welcome back once again to Esports Arena. Our last matchup was pretty stacked, but turns out the other side of the winner's bracket is just as stacked, maybe if not more so. Wes, we've got Business up against Nextx in this next matchup. Now, Business is an interesting high-level team here, right? You got Envor, you've got Septify, I think CC, and Talik to round this out, as opposed to Nextx, which is Fluriously, Carmea, Simply Fear Me, and instead of Scariotic, they've got 117 to round that roster out.
Yeah, when we look at this Business roster, this is the team that I think coming into this tournament is going to be your favorites. I know we talk a lot about PK and Fire and Ice and the performances that they've had recently, but this Business roster, they have that level of skill that I think can shine over a lot of the other talent in this tournament. I think when you're talking about like individual talent like Super CC and Envor, like those guys can play Halo 5 at the highest level. We've seen them compete against the best of the best, the Tox, the Sentinels, the Cloud9s of the world, and we've seen them come out on top in some of those series. So it's awesome that they're deciding to compete in today's tournament, but that being said, for the competition's sake, everyone's probably pretty aware that this is the top dog to beat, so Nextx is going to have their hands full. They got a lot of individual skill over on Nextx as well, but when we're talking about business, they're here for business strictly.
Yeah, this is the boss they got to take down for sure. And just to look at these four players, they've got a lot of chemistry with each other as well. Envor, CC, Septify, they're already confirmed together as a team for Infinite. And then I think there's one more. I think it was just Zero, maybe rounding it out. Either way, a very talented squad. So they're very used to playing together. And then you got Talik, who is just an absolute master at the game, coming out of KCP and consistently giving us a show. So I expect him to fit quite nicely on this roster. Nextx, they're no slouch. A lot of young talent here. Speaking of which, we got Carmea on screen. And another close quarters matchup here on Empire Strongholds. But can Nextx hold on to some form of map control against this caliber of business? We'll see.
Yeah, I don't expect Nextx to just get ran over, and if that's the case, Business is going to be playing at such a high level together. But Business, with their individual talent, it'd be very difficult to see them losing this series in my head as far as predictions-wise. But already, Nextx out to a lead. This Simply Fear Me top middle, getting the kill, getting the reset in the bottom mid. Going to try and once again get that reset, gets eyes onto a player outside on Turbine, and Simply Fear Me. All good plays controlling the middle of the map. That's going to be crucial to winning game one, and so far he's doing a phenomenal job.
Fear Me holding it down. Spawners up out on blue bend. Early shots and Septify to back him off. And he's right in the blue base to get this stop here. Can he get the trade, though? Little slow on the right stick with the melee there. Envor takes advantage. They will get a break in this setup just a little bit. You can see CC with a double once again on the feed here. That'll break through to Pit, so a chance to cap and get some points. But bit of an upset coming through Tower 1 there to stop Envor. Septify, he does get the cap. He spins, and Talik picks up 2. And there we go. Business starting to get some control. And maybe a little momentum going as well. Early pre-nade into blue. A quick reset, spin around, take out Fear Me. What a play at a Septify.
Yeah, Septify is one of those players you hear so much about as far as his individual skill and like his potential. And I guess we're going to have to see that potential in Infinite. We might get a glimpse of it here today, and his individual skill, it's up there, right? There's a reason that he's playing with Envor and CC and those guys in order to can find his own and then actually lead them in kills and performances throughout the game. So Septify, one of those players to watch continuously on the come up right now. Does look like Business has been able to secure the bottom mid stronghold as well as get in position to get this next camo, which should be up right now. CC doesn't want to burn it though, so wisely tries to take the gun battle, forces that player back a little bit and then secures it. So camo a little bit later than usual. It's second time up. We'll be paying attention to that, and a good grenade into the pit. There are 2 players spotted by this camo player, and Super CC going to make slight work of both of them, it looks like. Can't quite finish the second guy, I guess. Somehow he's still alive in the pit, and Super CC's got all these players no shield, just needs a teammate there to help him out, and unfortunately he eventually loses his life there. And Nextx, somehow, even though they're playing against the camo, they were able to maneuver and be rats bottom middle so long that they're able to not only get red and blue, but continuously compete.
Business getting a little milked off of that map control there. We saw it with CC, and then Nextx continuously picking up kills to answer back. So not going to go down early in this game. instead completely flipping on its hand. They've got the lead back. Bit of a stutter here, but Floriously going to hopefully hold on, regain control. You can see they are running back into red base to get the capture here. They do have the setup ready. Floriously just whipping the stick. Does want to watch out here, about to get 2v1, picks up some good damage, but nobody in position to help him. They seem to be busy on tower side. All 3 members of Nextx will be trading out their kills here. Pressure coming into center, though. They're going to try to dive into pit. But Juan going to dive onto a back there. That's Talik down. And immediately into red base to flip things on its head here. You got two players going to try to push blue. But even if they get there, they've already got the map control on lock here.
Yeah, right now Nextx running away with this game with the trip cap. And CC's getting outshot. Juan with beautiful shots on the CC. Carmea finds one of his own as well, and with that, they're going to be able to continue this double cap, looking to push the third. I love this aggressiveness out of Nextx. They're going to take it right to business right now. CC is going to have spawned over at blue, and they need to get rid of him quicker than that, and unfortunately, they do lose 3 players. The last player alive, Fleur, so he's able to secure the overshield, but when he's by himself like this, he's not going to be able to compete for bottom mid. They do end up getting 2 kills right off their spawns thanks to Fleur's damage, and because of that, they're going to transfer bottom mid over right away, it looks like. CC, that kill could have potentially saved the game, and just like that, they do stick bottom mid, and they're able to compete for it, but Business still down 2 strongholds. They got to push a side base, unfortunately. It looks like they chose the wrong one.
Did he punch his teammate? It looked like he tried to
get
the melee. Yeah, maybe, because Envoy just got deleted instantly with the camo. So very unfortunate for Business as they continue to try to get their footing here. Nextx just holding on to points, holding on to some control. Carmea off a spawn and try to get the pit here. You can see big fight between CC and his teammate in pit. They don't save it, so Carmea a little late to the punch there. He will die. That'll give him a 2 cap, or actually they still do have their 2 cap on the side bases. Looks like Business is going to have to focus blue to flip things. Fear Me under a ton of pressure. He'll drop. Fight still going down in blue base, but looks like Business are able to manage this just a little bit. Juan with a huge kill though. Juan still going. Carmea with a nade. So every little opportunity for Business, you just see Nextx continuously kind of claw back and earn these trades.
Nextx still currently in control of pit, which is going to give them 2 of their strongholds. Continuing to build this lead, though, Business is going to have to start playing much sharper and much more dominant if they want to come out on top in this game 1. This would be a huge upset game 1 if Nextx is able to continue to pull this off. They do have 79 to their name, almost doubling the score of Business at this point, but Business, with just a little bit of control, it feels like this game could be theirs for the taking.
Carmea, easy melee into the back of CC. They'll get back into pit. Can they cap it? The pressure still on from behind. He'll flip and die here. Trip cap on the side of Business. All of a sudden, in the moment that the OS camo come up as well, but Fear Me, he does get the OS. Envoy gonna try to do some damage and just make it difficult for him. He does dive into pit immediately here. Multiple dead on the feed though. That's Business coming out on top. Does whiff the melee. Carmea gonna try to dip into this. They do save bottom mid, so you can see Nextx starting to flail here just a little bit. Still holding on to trip cap. Pressure into red base immediately. Envoy, watch him get here last second. So brutal for Fluriously, who just wants to stop the bleeding here. They'll focus blue base. They got 1 in pit. And at this point, Nextx looking a little split, and Business being so tough to kill.
Yeah, this is exactly what I feared, right? You just felt like even when it was 79 to 39 that it was just going to take 1 round of slays for Business, and they were going to get control, and they may never lose control after that. And that's what we've seen so far. 79 to 75, this game almost all tied up, and Business has not lost control of the map.
Damn.
Throughout that process, Envoy in a perfect position to have a good flank here. He's going to apply some pressure onto blue, potentially push a trip cap if he's able to secure this kill quick enough. He's got a teammate already in the stronghold with him. They are going to probably lose red, but flipping the map is such an important integral piece to playing efficient strongholds, especially on a map like Empire.
Damn.
They're able to get the kills with Talik finding a double over at red, so they keep the trip cap in place. And with 10 points to go, Nextx's lead, it's not only gone, but they're looking at going 0-1 in this game 1 right now because blue, the swarm is on and Business is being dominant right now. They're swarming on both the side bases, and with it, they're going to take game 1, 100 to 79.
They just got flattened. They immediately just got completely flattened. It was so close, and Nextx were holding on for that first half of the game. They were trading blows. They were earning back control. You could see Business continuously try to regain and making a couple mistakes in the process as well. I think we had like a team melee come in there also. So, kind of losing power-ups, losing momentum. But the moment they grabbed it, it was just over. They got completely flattened. And that's the worry when you go up against these top caliber teams. Apparently we got a replay as well. We can go back and just relive a moment of that game. Let's see what it is. Oh, it is the melee. And it is his teammate. And that's unfortunate, it, right? It was just a series of unfortunate events for Business. And this happens, in strongholds, even with the best teams, with the best players. This will happen over and over and over. But the best teams, they know how to take full advantage of their opening. The moment they find their opening, which they definitely found, they just completely ran over them. They got complete control. And then you start to see the cracks in the defense of Nextx. They can't seem to regain.
Yeah, Nextx had some momentum throughout that game, but like I tried to preface, it was like it's just gonna take one setup from Business and put Nextx on their back heels, and will they be able to get out of it? The answer was no. The thing that we always say, Xiaowei, is good teams, when they have control and they're in good situations, can play well and find themselves success. Great teams can be on their back feet, can understand that how to get out of the trouble situations. And when that trip cap came into effect and that pressure started happening, we didn't see Nextx have what it takes to slow it, find a way to slow the game down, get a couple of kills, get control of one stronghold, and go from there. It was that pressure that continuously happens at high levels, in high level gameplay on Empire strongholds, where you flip the map, you spawn trap, you sandwich, you split spawns. Those situations are so hard to get out of. And Business wasn't going to let that happen. Fortunately, Karmea, trying to start game 2 out, very similar to game 1, finds himself a nice kill. Car 1 helps his teammate pink side, so they've got themselves a 3-1 lead. This series is not over yet. With a map like True Slayer, this is a very winnable game type against a team like Business. You're going to have to figure out a way to keep this lead this time around, though.
Ooh. Right, here's the hot start they were looking for. Look at this, Karmea triple. Man wants a little more here. Fearby going to join him in red base. He almost picks up Envor here. Snaps on Deceptify. Big pickup out of Fluriously. Pressure still on. This is exactly what Nextx were looking for. And it's just a matter of whether or not they can maintain this type of pressure here. Karmea, unfortunately, can't pick up the kill. They're not aware of the fact that he's back at base, though. They seem to... They forget about it. I don't know. There's so much going on the map here. Fluriously maybe stealing the attention, but Karmea going to get out of dodge once again and now open the spawn in red.
What a play by Karmea. I mean, so much damage, so much space being created, so much pressure from just one player on the map. And with it, his team up 13-14, make it 15-6 right now. Beautiful job by Karmea. I love that he was able to slow play that at red. That's a highlight of this series if Nextx is able to come back. That is a moment that just changed the outcome of this game too already. 15-6 and counting. You don't have camo coming up for 30 seconds. I want to see what Nextx is able to do with this map control, because like I said, it feels like they play very well when things are going in their favor and they're in an advantageous position. We're seeing that right now.
Starting to look like a highlight game for Karmea here, who I don't think has died yet. He's just beaming. Envor now stuck in the attic.
Don't jinx it.
Of course he wins this fight as well. Karmea looking too nasty in game 2. They'll hold on to a 10-kill advantage here. Camo about to be up. CC getting slaughtered in red base. Karmea, this is where he finally dies. He got to use 2 to take this man down because he was on 1. Camo up, though. And this is quite unfortunate, right? All of a sudden, Camo spawns. Wait. They'll take out Envor. Fluriously going to get a piece of it. At least he's on the Camo. Juan with a pickup as well. Karmea back in the map. Trading kills of his own, and Fluriously will get away with Camo.
Okay, so you're up 11 right now. You've got information that 2 players are blue bubble. What are you going to choose to do with this Camo? Fluriously, he's got top middle. I kind of like this position by him, but that being said, if he's spotted out, he can get taken down really quickly. Unable to finish that kill off top car, and that's kind of a blunder by him. I want to see him be a little bit more aggressive and in the face of these players' car, but he's got a player at red that he's got to worry about, so all of a sudden he's got his hands full with multiple players top car. Good damage from him, though. He does go down, but a lot of damage being done. Not the most successful Camo, but also not an ineffective one as well, because that pressure top middle that allowed the trap the car got some kills for his team, and Juan with some great shots extends this lead once again to 12. This is looking like Nextx is going to take game 2 if they can just keep this up for a little bit longer.
Nextx still holding on to dominance. We saw this in game 1, though, Wes. I don't want to hold my breath on this. We saw some great, opening plays out of Nextx to kick off game 1. And I mean, it's still looking good here, but CC just broke through. Big kill on the big double on the feed. Palik gonna get right into red base for the pinch on the Carmea, who's got no chance of survival. That's 2 dead again. And now they're splitting, right? So the moment Nextx seems to have something good going for him, it could change very quickly here, especially with this pink side control. Juan could get down to P1. Can he trade these kills? Juan, my God, how does he win that? That's 3 dead. Nextx, they were looking battered for a second, but they bounced back.
A massive set of kills for Nextx right there in the kill feed. You wondered if this lead was going to go from 12 to 7 to 2. But no, they've got it right back up to 11 off that triple piece from Nextx. That was a beautiful job by them to continue this lead, because you felt like if this game was going to get within 2 kills, that you would just see business once again clutch it out, right? So beautiful job by Nextx to keep their lead, keep control of the map. Look at this, pink control, all of theirs. They got so much information that these players aren't at red. They do sniff out a player top car, that player wisely backing up, but Juan, he finds him in the kill feed. Flawlessly lands it perfect. There's Talix by himself, pink 1. He does have a little help, I guess, from blue side pink, but trades are what matters the most here, and you're seeing the pressure from Nextx is real. 40 to 27, the lead, the highest it's been in the game right now, up to 14, and Flawlessly, once again, top mid, he loves this spot, has so much presence on the map from it. Unfortunately, they're going to lose a few players here, but they can afford to do so and still play comfortably with this lead.
All signs point to game 3. It's just a matter of closing out strong. Envor not going to let up on pressure here, though. One player hiding back blue. As long as Nextx get their trades, they're in good position. It will be very, very difficult for a 12-kill comeback here. Make it 13 at this point. 44, now 45 on the board. Envor and Flawlessly takes it. And this is what you want to see out of Nextx. Winning their individual fights, winning in map control. Literally every opportunity, Nextx is taking full advantage. Carmea's turn. He'll snap on the Talik. Talik will finally take that piv, but it's too late at this point. 49 to 34, just a final kill. And we'll see who gets it. Fearmy sneaking up into red here. Talik back base. Talik doesn't want to die yet. He's making it difficult for Fearmy. Fearmy now caught out front. Flawlessly, he'll die, but one with a stick from who knows where will close that game with a 50 to 36, and Nextx, they give us a full series.
Yeah, Nextx surprising us there in game 2, especially after the way game 1 kind of ended. You felt like business was going to have all the momentum in this series. This series could be a very quick one, especially game 2, but Nextx just came out to play. I mean, off the back of Carmea's hot start, and they were able to capitalize and ride that wave to a victory there in game 2. It's going to take a very similar story, in my opinion, in Game 3 to try and knock business into the losers bracket, but they've already showed us that they can compete here. So what can they do to avoid getting in the position where things are chaotic, where they can't slow down the pace, right? Like when they get to a situation here in Game 3 that things are going poorly, how are they going to be able to respond? Because that's the biggest moment of this series coming up. And you just know that there's going to be a moment where they get all 4 dead, and they have to figure out a way to get out of this trap very quickly, or they're going to lose a game. Are they able to do that? That's going to be a big question.
That's the worry. They were not trapped. Thankfully, they almost were in game 2, right? There was a bit of a spin for one moment, but then everybody just popped off, won their kills, and then we took a breather. We knew they could hold on to their lead. So as long as they've got that big lead, that advantage, they're in a good spot. They can definitely keep it up. They can close out these games strong. Like you said, it's the situations where they're under pressure, where they're full 4 dead, where there's flags being capped on them. Because up next, we got CTF on Kali. You start to wonder, are they going to be able to clutch up in a situation like this with a team that has great chemistry and is very, very comfortable on Kali CTF? They're very quick with these flags here. Carmea just going to have to be a little quicker, and not the strat he had intended, but he's right in the fight to start. Unfortunately, Talik going to shoot better there.
Yeah, business. We know some of these players are very strong CTF Coliseum players, right? I think Envor and CC, they've had a lot of success. Talik, we know what they bring to the table when it comes to this. This is probably some of their favorite game types. So this is going to be very difficult for Nextx to keep up with the pace of the chaos that can be Coliseum CTF when you're consistently having a player overextend them. Already, we're seeing Business run the flag, Septify with Snipe, finding a double, can't land the triple. That would have been nasty. But all in the same. The first cap goes in, no scope to follow it. It's going to allow Septify and the team to keep map control. And already Nextx, this is that spot. Are you going to just lose the game here and now with your backs against the wall, with your split spawning everywhere? Septify has a sniper ripping faces, taking kneecaps, punching them as well. And if that flag can get out the window, Business is going to be in a solid position to go up 2-0 very early in this game.
Big stick right there to stop that flag in his tracks, but Septify still on a tear. The man hasn't died. He's picked up multiple kills. Finally, Juan with a big opening. They'll stop the flag in its tracks and hopefully get away with some pressure on their own. But CC's so hot off a spawn here. He does die. Overextension over to Blue Bend, though. You can see Carmea taking shots in the back because of it. Fear me, down to a 5. Envor wants more, and he'll take more.
Sir.
That's a double for him. And pressure, I believe, still somewhere in Blue Base. You have Talik already on the bend, but 3 players here also. So good defense out of Nextx. But can they get out of it?
Yeah, they haven't been able to get out of their base up until this point in the game, right? I'm very worried for Nextx right now. Rockets are coming up, and you see there's already a player for Business waiting on them. That Septifies in the cave, doesn't get ninja, thank God. But with that kill, he's going to open up the map. He's got the flag out the window. He's got a player to try and help him snipe out of the map. Do they know this player is going to be top sniped? This player, Carmea, finds the quick kill, which is going to be key into stopping this flag run. Unfortunately, CC is going to probably... Now he goes down over towards Snipe, and now Nextx could potentially get this return. Unfortunately, somehow Envor sneaks it away, gets it across the fountain and in for the punch. 2-0. It felt like Nextx really had an opportunity to stop that cap. Somewhere along the way, someone had to have made a play for Business to take them up 2-0, and already Nextx seems like they're drowning in the objectives.
You said it perfectly. They are drowning at this point. They can't seem to get out of the water. Look at this, stuck in blue side. Envor with a big pickup. CC, Talik, they drop 3. One, the only one who gets away with a kill here, but it's not enough with Envor already running this 3rd and potentially final flag. I don't see anyone stopping him. They got the snipe in hands for defense. You got CC with the escort. That's it. They're going to punch that in with a 3-0. No re. Business going to take this dominantly. And, you know, with Nextx and their performance in Game 2, you thought we would have seen something different, but Business, we talked about a pre-series, Wes. Business, they get a whiff of blood. That's it. They're sharks in the water.
Yeah, I think when push comes to shove, we knew Business was going to be the better team in this series. The objectives are what typically decides a series, and although the Slayer was pretty heavily in the favor of Nextx, it's not shocking that once we saw Coliseum CTF, and we know how strong some of those players are on Coliseum, that was a fairly quick Game 3. They did not want to go through the losers bracket today on the side of Business, and they showed us that when their backs against the wall, when they get a strong game type up, that they can punch that ticket and find themselves in the winners finals, already advancing there. That's a good spot for them to be in. They're going to go up against PK this time around, and it's going to be one hell of a show. So don't go anywhere, but we're going to throw it over to Yeso to break that series down.
Thank you, Clutch. And wow, okay, an interesting series there. Business coming in with a strong start. They do end up grabbing the 2-1 win, but Nextx did make it interesting there for a little while. Let's pull up the stats here. We'll start with game number 1 here, and this is Business getting off to a strong start on Strongholds. Nonetheless, playing on Empire for this one, a 100-79 win, just over 8 minutes for this one. And let's jump over to the Slayer stats here. Our first look at the Business roster here today, looking really darn good. Everybody up in the double digits for kills, really strong showing there. Doing the same in assists as well, so great kill participation all across the board for the Business lineup. Meanwhile, Nextx had some good numbers here. Carmea with 18 kills and 5 assists, 15 and 13 for Juan, but it wasn't enough in this first map. And it's another showing where, you know, Nextx, bit of a strong start, able to get a foothold early, but then once Business gets control, they really don't look back. Let's go to the last page here before we get to game number 2, which is the one that I really want to talk about because it sets up a very interesting finish to this series. So Septify with the 11.5 KDA there, looking really strong. Good accuracy as well, 63.4%, just shy of that 3,000 damage threshold that Super CC was able to eclipse, but still a really good look there. Super CC looking strong as well. Meanwhile, Juan brings some good numbers, but not enough on the accuracy department. Probably would like that to be a little bit higher than 44.3%. The rest of his team up above that 50% mark, which is definitely where you want to be. Those mid to high 50s is kind of that ideal spot, but never want to be lower than 50%. Okay, so let's go to game 2 here. And this is where things got really interesting because it was a fairly strong showing for Business in game 1, though Nextx did fight back, and that one kept things relatively close. And then they came out swinging in game 2. We go to Truth, and we play some Slayer, and it's a 50-36 win in the second game. And Business was fragging out very good in game 1, but when it came to Slayer, Nextx brought another level. Everybody in the double digits this time around. 14 kills from both Carmea and Juan, both with 11 assists as well. The only difference in their score lines was the singular extra death for Juan there, 8 compared to the 7 for Carmea, but really a good showing here, and then a bit of a down game. Both Taulik and Septify, 8 and 7 kills respectively, is, I would say, lower than we would expect from those two, and it's part of the reason why Nextx looked so darn strong in this second game. We're going to go to the last page of stats here for game 2, but the interesting thing is this second game set up a lot of expectations for Nextx. We're going into game 3, and we're like, hey, Business won game 1, looked pretty good, but Nextx kept it close. And then you go into game 2, and Nextx dominates on Slayer, and then you're looking at game 3 and thinking, wow, is Nextx just going to carry all of this momentum from this big win into game number 3? And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people thought that. Just the last look here at the stats for game number 2, Juan and Carmea looking great. No surprises here. Top of the damage charts does go to Juan in this one. But let's go to game 3, because I talked about those expectations. Nextx crushing it in game 2, 50-36 win, and then you think, all right, they're going to go into game 3. They're going to look really good. And then Business comes in and speed runs game number 3. It's a 3-0 win in less than 3.5 minutes. Impressive from Business, and good on them for being able to respond, right? You get kind of kicked in the teeth in game number 2, but Business was able to shrug it off, collect themselves, come back in game number 3, and absolutely dominate. Let's go to the Slayer stats here, because I'm very curious if anybody even hit the double digits. One player, Septify, the only player to hit double digits and kills in such a quick game. A really just clean showing here across the board for Business, and they move on. Nextx going to be kicking themselves here a little bit. Walking away from this series, I think Nextx is going to feel like they probably just let it go in game number 3. They never really kind of got into this match of CTF, and I think they're going to be a little disappointed because it looked like they really were carrying a ton of momentum in this series. It looked like they had it all kind of on their side going into the final game, and then they just dropped the ball. So I think Nextx can feel good about a lot of things. I think being able to slay as well as they did in that second game against a squad the caliber of Business is a lot. There's a lot there. There's a lot to feel good about for Nextx. But they've got to clean things up on the objective side, especially on CTF. You cannot drop a game this bad, especially in a game 3. You need to be much more competitive than this in a do-or-die game 3. And all future game 3s for Nextx will be do-or-die because now they're in that bottom bracket. They do not have any extra tournament lives anymore, so Business moves on. I would say they kind of escape a little bit here because it looked like Nextx was really coming for them after that second game. But they come out and dominate in the third one. They move on to the winners final. So hats off there to Business as they stay alive in the winners bracket. So that's going to do it for that series. Nextx down to the lower bracket, and it's been a really interesting day so far. Some really good matchups early on. We already got our taste of PK and Fire and Ice. Now Business and Nextx here. Definitely Fire and Ice and Nextx, a couple of teams to keep an eye on when we do go to that lower bracket very soon. So we will keep an eye on them. But the best part is our next matchup is ready to go, and so are our casters. So I'm going to hand it off to Clutch and Shyway to get going.
Thank you. Yeah, so far in this tournament, it's pretty clear that the best two teams are PK and Business. So it's only fitting that they face off with each other in winners finals, and that will be our next matchup. Can't wait to see who is the best of the best today, considering just the dominance we've seen on both sides, right? PK came out hot in their series. Business, despite falling in Slayer in the objective side of things, they had complete dominance.
This is going to be one hell of a series, right? If PK's playing well, and we know how well Business just ended that last one, this is going to be the clash of the two Titans in this tournament, to your point. It looks like Fire and Ice is going to have to fight through that loser's bracket and see if they got anything to say about it. But right now, for our winners finals, Shyway, I mean, which way are you leaning? Because PK has a lot of history with each other. They have a lot of experiences as a team. And then we look over at Business, maybe not so much experience with the set of four, but a lot of these guys have a lot of like duo experience as well as just like individual competition. They've been around for a while as well. So who would you say is the favorite coming in here?
Definitely hard to say. If we look back last week, I think it was PK that faced off with the half KCP roster. Remember, we had KCP kind of dominating early on, and then towards the end of the tournament, the team swapped out with Septify, and I think Super CC kind of joined in with KCP. So it's similar to roster to what we have today, except, of course, Envor is in here to round things out to make it different. But PK, I believe, won against that team. And maybe they weren't warmed up. Maybe it was very quick to swap them out. But when it comes to, any inconsistencies in a roster, PK, because they have so much experience together, because they're so coordinated, I feel like they generally can pull away and win this thing. So I want to give the edge to PK because I know that this isn't a full four squad business, but 3 out of the 4 are a team, right? You got CC, Septify, and Envor. So I think we could see some pretty crazy surprises.
Yeah, no doubt. The business is going to come to play, and if you're asking me, I think I like Business in this series. I think that PK, when they're playing their best, that they can beat this Business team. Are they playing at that level so far today? They are playing very well. Taking out Fire and Ice is no easy task, especially after the way that they ran through the bracket last week. But we got to see more from PK. They're very capable of it. I want to see Drift pick it up and be that main slayer that he can be when he's playing well as tapping buttons. He's that pivotal player that could really decide how this series goes one way or the other, because tapping is either like a highlight reel or I haven't said his name in what feels like the entire series. Which tapping are we going to see? I don't mean to call the kid inconsistent, but it just feels like he's got that superstar talent, and it's just, will that talent shine and be enough for PK to compete with this Business team, or is Business going to shut him down? That's a big question going into it.
I expect the same kind of thing at a Drift as well. If we got any snipers on the map, you see Drift pick up a sniper. He tends to have these moments where
that boy goes crazy.
He goes crazy, right? So if we see that today at a Drift, totally different story. If we see Atso picking up every camo, right, that's a completely different game plan for PK as well, and that could definitely result in their win. As far as what to expect in the matchup, I think we're running Fathom CTF for this one. So we will have camo, we will have railgun, we'll have the LR, we'll got the plasma nades, the tac pistol, so a lot to fight over in a very close quarters map. And a team like PK, who are well coordinated, who play together on a regular basis on this map, they beat KCP here recently, right? The full 4-squad KCP they beat on Fathom. So I feel like this has got to be their wheelhouse, unless, of course, seeing Envor, seeing Talik, CC, seeing this roster that we haven't seen together, unless they've got something interesting for us.
Well, Fathom CTF's always that like strange game type where I feel like you played it 10 times with 2 great teams. It can be played 10 different ways. It's like it's always just a new series of events to me, and I know that like it's probably very stale to the players, but as like a viewer, I feel like overextensions, do they work in your favor? Do they hurt your team? Like, are you able to get control of the power weapons, and do they tell an impactful story, or are they just continuously getting burned and thrown off the map? There's just so many questions that come into Fathom and how teams like to play it, because I feel like there's a few different ways to play it, and it's almost like rock, paper, scissors as to like where different strats counter each other very, very efficiently. It's just a matter of how each team is going to be playing that. But we do know that PK is known for having a strong showing very recently on this game type, and already they're off to a good start here. We see tapping buttons, winning a pivotal one-on-one, getting into the enemy's engine, finding a spawner elbow, gets the first couple of shots, forces him to back down as well. And already tapping, creating a ton of space and potentially getting that first flag run out the window.
PK, quick off the rip, tapping, going to fly right up to CC. I don't think he's worried about it, though. Instead, takes the bridge. And I like this high angle. Jumps right over the man. Envor, line of defense out in the garage. And that does get the pickup onto tapping. That'll slow their flag down just a bit here. Envor still alive. And that's huge that he lived and he wrapped through to blue base, completely turning an advantage into a bit of a tricky situation here for PK. That flag gets out, but doesn't get far. Envor will die. I think the red flag's still in play. But they must have got the return here. Talik must have jumped in, got that return.
I do believe they did get the return. This flag is still out for PK's sake, though, and that's going to be a big kill. The only player dead on the map is CC right now in Drift, trying to fight into the tree of the enemy's base right now, but Business not going to let that happen, and they pick up 3 immediately from PK, and with that, are they going to be able to punch this flag? And is it a stalemate? It is a stalemate still. So, fortunately for PK fans, losing those 3 isn't as big as it could have been, but right now, they do hop the return, and PK might be in a position to cap this first flag. Wait, both flags apparently are returned, so pure chaos here on Fathom CTF. And with that, a new railgun coming up. Septify going to get the flag out the window. We'll see if that amounts to anything. We did just have currently 3 dead for PK as well, but it gets shut down in the pit. Not sure if PK is going to be, or if Business is going to be in a position to run the rest of this flag the rest of the way. With it being stuck down in the pit, that's a very bad place to try and compete for a flag for. You almost want to let that one go. Secure this camo and railgun.
Jeez. The beauty of Fathom CTF is just how quickly it plays, and it's only about the speed up here. Tapping with the rail, he could drop a couple. LR pointed at him, tapping. Can he get this? I love the wait. Waits for the thrust at Italic. Big pickup with the rail. He's only just getting started. Going to rotate over to tree. Puts one shot into one player here. Atso with a big pickup to clean up red treehouse. This does give tapping an opening onto the elbow. How does he play it? Spawners up in generator. Shots into Envor. Gotta put this rail to work. It does whiff it on Deceptify. Now losing numbers here. You got to see him back out. He's just not quite fast enough, and maybe because Envor was invisible. This man is about to come in with a lot of damage.
Envor with a lot of potential right here. We wondered how camo and the rail were going to impact this game. The game's still tied 0-0. 4 minutes of the way through. Envor just standing still with it, trying to wait for his opening, but PK didn't really have any intention of letting him have that opening. You see the railgun shot missed across the screen right there, and Gambino just holding down his engine. I love this like anchor position because Business couldn't find a way into the base, so no matter how much power and map control they had, PK did a phenomenal job of just creating a fortress out of their base.
Sometimes it's the little jumps that really get you, right? Just squeezing through that little crouch space. Really inconvenient. You'll see he dies because of it. Flag being rallied now as well for Business. They got that well into the courtyard. Still 2 players left to get defense here, but Septify, I love that grab. Picks it up, takes it to Porch, takes it right through the window and into the pedestal for 1 point. Septify, we'll see if he can do more. But at this point, PK, they've got the dilemma of counter-capping and picking up the camo and the rail, all while Septify tries to stop him.
Player flying in his elbow, he's able to trade the kills out with the rest of his team. And they're going to look to deny any counter-cap opportunity that PK might have had in mind. They do get control of the rail. A nice shot onto Envor there, but he immediately loses his life right after it. And Business do a phenomenal job of securing the flag cap, playing defense a little bit, making sure that no counter cap opportunity is inbound. They do give up camo and rail. They take down the railgun player. They find the camo player with nades, and that's beautifully done by Business. So you weren't able to secure either the power weapon or the power up, but you denied them both from the enemy team, all while getting a flag cap on the board. Textbook from Business. That's beautifully done, and already a good start for them here in our winners finals.
Happy just playing defense on the porch. Envor, he does drop, so big pickup at a drift here. PK, they do have numbers. They've got the rail, maybe a couple shots left, but can't seem to get the flag very far. It gets returned again. CC gonna get melted out in the courtyard, but he does rotate. Tapping. Does he actually go straight through court here? A little dangerous through center. And we'll see if he manages to get anything out of it. Septify, instead, he's gonna get what you would think would be a free pickup on Gambino, but doesn't quite have the timing. Gambino still not aware of him being there. Chases down CC, little ring around the Rosie on the silo. They trade. And Septify still, I mean, okay, that's where the rail ends up in the wall of top mid here, and he'll go back to the spawn screen.
Not the most accurate railgun shot we've seen, but I honestly think that was beautifully played by Gambino right there. I feel like he heard the charge of the railgun the first time around, and because of it, he just like played around that pillar so well to deny the kill coming through. All the while, though, 4 dead for PK, a triple for Talik, and he's going to hop on the return. So beautifully done with the defense from them. 6 minutes remaining in this game. Just a 1-0 lead for Business. So still within striking distance from PK, but they've got to figure out a way to play efficient objective. And so far, there's nothing in this game that showed me that they're going to have what it takes to get that done. They've had such good positions with power-ups, power weapons, and still nothing to show for it. Talik on a killing spree now after that triple and a few kills after it, and I love this, just going back and forth top middle, making sure his team continues to keep map control, denies the tree, denies Atso, and Talik on his way to a frenzy, still in control of the map. You see his team's pushing out the base.
Jeez.
Ooh, I love the challenge by him, and Envor's got his back. That's the business that we know can play at a high level right there. When you're able to save your teammate's life right there, it could be huge in getting this second cap on the board.
Business just shutting down opportunities left and right for PK. The flag finally goes out here. Septify going to run it to the last lengths. Can PK get hands on this, though? You do have defense that's tapping on the elbow, but he dies. Big nade at a Talik, and that's a free flag for Septify to plant in to bring us to 2-0. PK, they just can't seem to get something going here. Like you said earlier, Wes, they had the rail earlier. They had the camo earlier. They can't get away with any of their opportunities. Here's one for them, but Drift about to be melted here. He passes the baton. It'll sit down in the courtyard. They need to get slays. That's 2 out of PK. Tapping, he'll trade for the double. Gambino still up. It's all down to Gambino to run this as far as he can into the courtyard. Atso there to escort. Flag now sits down. They actually do have a shot to get something back here. Can they get it to the window? This is always the trickiest part right here. Atso can't seem to get Talik. He'll trade it. And it still sits there in courtyard, but Business just holding on here.
It's not going to happen today. PK loses 3 right there. The return gets hopped on, and right now, the worst case scenario is happening. It's the potential for a counter cap. Gambino does spawn big door. He's able to find the kill. Finds 2 in the kill feed. That's 3 dead for Business. They need to figure out a way to get into the base as fast as possible. Tapping, you got to run this flag. There's only 3 minutes and 48 seconds left. These kills are important, but what matters most is getting this game closer to tied up, and they finally get the pull. But I think that's a little bit too slow, in my opinion. Like, you have to be on top of your game. You got to get that flag out as fast as possible. They are going to have to come back with it, and unfortunately, Septify, he's going to lock this thing down. He's an entire force to deal with over here at the nades, and unfortunately, he finally gets taken down, but the flag gets out, and now we see a stalemate situation. So, worst case scenario, I would say, for PK is they figure out a way to try and break this fortress of a map and fathom, and with only 3 minutes remaining, what you're hoping for right now is a full set of slays. You get the return, and you're able to double cap off this. If you're a Business fan, you got to make sure that doesn't happen. 2 kills do come through, though.
Yep, collapse happening, and but they didn't do it. Look at that. Talik, Envor, they got their kills, they got their defense. So PK keep getting kicked. They did manage to bring things to a standoff, but for how long here? You can see them starting to collaborate around the blue base once again. Septify going to actually double back to red, make sure they got the defense here, but there's 3 dead. Flag out in the tree. That's going to be a return. There's no way they spawn close enough. It's just a matter of picking up the flag and planting it back in the pedestal for a 3-0 close. Business, they just needed that one little opening, and they got it.
Yeah, Business, as usual, and Business was done here in game 1. 3-0 over PK, and that's not easy to do. We saw how well PK played last week, and especially on their Fathom game types. They were dominant. They had no signs of light there. It didn't even look close to getting some of that objective done. What you were hoping for at the end as a PK fan was, like I said, one set of slays. You hop the return, you get the first cap, you double cap in that situation. Now all of a sudden the game's tied up, but like, hoping for that to be the case is just too much, right? And this Business team did not have any cracks in their defense at all. They solidified like the fortress, like I said, when they needed to most. Like, it's so telling when a team can be like overwhelmed by like a camo and a railgun and like complete map control, but they like you can turn your base into a situation where you're able to trade any kills and the damage that comes through the window or through the engine door. And they were able to do so successfully. It never felt like they were going to slip and give one of those caps away. So big props to business. If you're a PK fan, you got to see them rebound here in game 2, because if you get bounced into losers bracket in 2 dominant games, even if you fight all the way through, I'm worried for what that looks like in the finals once again, right? Like, you got to have some kind of confidence going up against this business team. Even if game 2 is a loss, you need to compete more against this business team here and now in order to give yourself some signs of life and hope for the future.
To hopefully, make the comeback in Grants if they get there. At the very least, if they lose, they drop down to losers finals, they can kind of wait. But, of course, that's not the reality they want here. They want to close this out. It's got to be Regret Slayer, so you know Gambino wants a piece of the OS, and he doesn't even get it. Is that the type of situation where you think, like, okay, if I grab this OS, I'm definitely going to die. I have teammates nearby. Maybe my teammate can get it instead. So maybe that's why he didn't
I think he missed it.
Or,
I think he reloaded.
Straight up missed it. He slid too fast.
Yeah, I think he hit a little ledge on the platform there that bumped him up instead of forward, and because of it, he kind of mistimed his B, and you saw his Spartan reloading there too. Terrible situation for PK. And unfortunately, even worse, you don't get the burn. Business actually picks up the overshield. So not only do they get to play with the lead, the kills, but they get the overshield. Fortunately, a great combo and use of that plasma pistol is going to eliminate that overshield without him doing too much damage. To keep the game within striking distance, just a 2-kill game, so it's not anything to linger on if you're a PK fan. But mistakes like that can really come back to bite you. You cannot afford to make those more. And Drift, that's what we need to see out of you, buddy. A double kill with great shots and aggressiveness on the red. Now they have that information that they're going to be spawning over at blue. Just going to be forced to play his life as he spots players top middle. But like, Drift is one of those players that when he's on, that's when this PK team shines its brightest. We did not see his name pop up in the kill feed too many times in game 1. We didn't see any highlights from him in game 1. Game 2, it's got to be the Drift show.
One mistake might ruin one player's mental, but thankfully he's got 3 teammates who are cracked out of their minds currently, making plays just to bring it all back. 14-13, just a 1-kill advantage here. Gambino does have a caster to work with if necessary. One right in front. That's Envor cleaned up immediately. Didn't miss a bullet. Over on Carr side, you can spot 2, but Gambino going to get just taken out from behind. Nice little pinch and a flank out of that player in blue base. Drift now being left alone, tapping at a drop in a 5. Snaps on the Talik, though. Those are the quick type of cleanups that you want to see, and hopefully we see an OS grab here for PK as well. Gambino, he's tried it again.
Yes, sir.
He dives in, and he does get it this time. Second time's a charm, only to immediately get burned at this rate.
Well, yes, the overshield gets burned, but look, he gets a kill, he gets an assist in the kill feed. He has so much attention on him that his teammates are able to get map control throughout that whole process. Like, even though the overshield isn't like effectively being turned into double kills there, like the amount of attention that's on him and whatnot, that still matters. Like, that still impacts the rest of how the game goes. That still impacts like what is going on the rest of the map. So don't look at it as a burned overshield in the sense of, more so of like, at least you're not fighting against it, right? Now you see PK with this 2-kill lead. All of a sudden they didn't have to play against an overshield player this time around. They actually had him on this team. He soaked a bunch of damage. They got 3 kills. They got these players trapped at red. Some momentum going in PK's favor, and all of a sudden Talik shuts it down.
Yeah, Talik at a complete disadvantage in positioning, but he still snaps and hits the headshot of that thrust back. Gambino going to try to pick up the pieces here, but Septify behind them. He'll snap on. Drift just trying to hold on to his position. They can 2v1 Septify and red base if they work together here, but tapping with the pickup onto Envor. Septify still there. There's the cleanup, and Gambino just cracks it like a whip. The man spins around, and they're picking him up left and right here. So PK getting the best of their exchanges. Envor with a big kill, though. That'll slow him down just a bit, but a 5-kill advantage.
Hey, 5 kills is a great thing to have on a map like Regret. You had some map control. Unfortunately, Drift gets sniffed out, and that's going to ruin his plans. He would have had a beautiful flank if they don't check under the base right there. Atso needs to finish that kill on the CC, and that's going to be a great job by CC to shorten this deficit just to 3. These players are going to be up at red. Tapping versus Super CC is a crucial 1v1. Super CC actually backs up, but unfortunately he actually gets taken down as well. Still 3 kills. Overshield is currently up. How are they going to be able to compete for it? It's Drift that flies in for it. He gets the burn, so not even going to be a factor this time around. But in my opinion, like the way this was set up, that's probably a pretty good burn for PK. Would have been phenomenal for Drift to be able to live there, but getting it off the map, not the worst case scenario.
Despite losing that OS, PK do hold on to a slight lead, but maybe not for much longer. Envor with a pickup, Drift with a trade here. Drift going to try to get a little more. He does do crucial damage just to keep the trades up. Tapping, going to drop down on Envor, who kills him with the caster. Envor does manage to connect. That's a big upset there, but Gambino and Atso, they come in. They reverse the situation, keep the lead. Back and forth we go, though. Trades left and right here. Just a 1-kill advantage as we get down to the final 10 kills. Bring it to 2. Every point so crucial. And Drift, you want to see him take that fight, but Envor just a step ahead. Push damage in the attic as well. And now Atso gonna just... he's not ready for it. You'd think he was the one sneaking up.
You would think, but he gets caught off guard, and that actually ties the game. So all of a sudden, PK's lead no longer in existence. You see Talik in control, top pink right there, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to flush him out. And Talik actually gets a double as that player turns his back on him. 3 dead now for PK, and all of a sudden, business. They've been playing from a deficit this entire game. They've tied it all at 43, and all of a sudden, they actually find 3 unanswered kills to match. They're in the driver's seat right now, and Overshield not for another 30 seconds. I mean, it's not going to impact the rest of this game. We're going to see this game end, and the pressure from CC, it's going to be too much. Oh! He gets taken down by 2 players. Good teamwork out of PK to keep them alive. Unfortunately, no room for error now, 49-48.
1-kill game, Nate goes in, Tapping, he's got to live. Big pinch to take that 49-all. Tapping with shots on a CC. Can he take this fight? CC thrusts out, but he still gets the hit. And he actually clutches the game for a 50-49 in a series that'll go the distance. I thought it was over, but PK, they still had a second wind.
Gambino with 18 to his name helps his team push through the finish line of that game, too. They tie this up. So game 1 was a wash, 3-0 towards business. Yeah. Game 2, I mean, it was an absolute bloodbath, and you thought business was going to close it out 49. I think it was 49-46 at one point, but somehow they closed it out 50-49. PK with ice in their veins. They show you why they were in the finals of last tournament, why they've been able to win some of these esports arena tournaments. They're going to push this winners finals to the distance, like you said, and business, they got to regain after that, because losing close games in a tournament can pivotally and emotionally swing you in a disfavorable position, just like winning one can really amp you up and give you momentum.
Exactly. I love the teamwork at a PK at the end, though, right? Just to be able to clutch up with the 2v1s there. We saw Envor in the attic. Like you said, it was like 48 or 49-46, and Envor's in blue attic. We thought he had that fight. He goes out, he extends to finish the kill, and then there's Team Cross coming in from pink side, and they just melt him together. It's that type of teamwork that we saw at a PK in the very end that allowed them to clutch up. Tapping, helping get the kill on pink side, then turning to mid, and he's got teammates there with the cross onto CC. Even if the man thrusts out, he's still going to die. They still got the advantage. They got to keep that type of gunfire up in strongholds on rig coming up next, West. So we've got the camo, we got the shoddy, we've got the rail to fight over here. We've got a map that can be difficult to control, but once you've got the hang of it, like, I mean, you're looking at bunker carbine spawns that can be just completely isolated and just run over the moment they get control, and only expect to see that out of the caliber of players we've got in this game. All starting with Talik, of course. CC does get that opening kill here, and I think that camo might be burned, and the rail still sits up for someone to grab.
Yeah, to me, the win conditions here are going to be the power-ups and power weapons, right? Something that hasn't really told a story throughout this series as of yet, having Fathom and Regret be the two game types. We've seen a little bit of power-ups and power weapons, but I feel like this game type, this mode specifically, it's dominated by that power-up, power weapon story. You did say Camo was burned early on, so it's not going to have too much of an impact, but this railgun can mean all the difference early on. I don't see it in any player's hands as of right now, which is probably a good thing for PK, because we've seen the damage that someone like Envoy or CC can do when they get that railgun in their hands and they start to pop off with it. I actually love this slow play by Septify. If he's able to finish off tapping, that would have been huge. Unfortunately, because he's not, he gives the position away. He relocates and gets the player out of nest. A beautiful job by Septify to not like get baited by going for that BR hill, and to make sure that he keeps nest control, because he was going to be the only one on this team to be able to get that player out.
You said it, just the sneaky rotation down to E1 left that window open for, I believe, Drift, who thought he had a chance for Nest, and then it was smart for Septify to go back to Nest to make sure he cleaned up that kill instead of get distracted by the stronghold over in BR. And it's that type of control that's allowing them to hold on to the 2-cap here, and why Gambino is flying off the map to his death here. Beautiful shots coming out of business. Thankfully, Atso will come away with his life. He'll punch a couple boxes for positioning here, but it looks like he will get the basement. They'll get Nest as well, so the temporary trip that gets traded out with BR base, it's all a matter of setting up and weathering the storm. Look at this, a full 4-man push up through yellow to get back into basement. That's the coordination you want to see out of business to ensure they get their slays, they regain these caps.
Tapping, flying into basement here. He's going to try and get the last second contest. Can he get the kill on Italic? Yes. That is a pivotal one-on-one that continues his team scoring. They're going to be able to tie this game up. He gets the railgun. Somehow he's alive. No shield. No one on the map in a position to finish him off, but still bad positioning. He's going to actually end up throwing it off the map. Would have liked to see him try and relocate there, but sometimes being aggressive can pay off, and unfortunately that just wasn't one of those times for Tapping. DK in the driver's seat still, though, pressuring BR base, pressuring the trip cap, but in doing so, it looks like they've almost overextended a little bit. Envoy and the boys find a few kills in the kill feed, and I'm just not sure about these pushes, right? You want to see some map control, like, successfully acquired before you're trying to go for these sneaky pushes, and that's not what we're seeing. Business looks like they're panicking just a little bit.
They're just trying to break through the bottom of the map here, and we saw it with Septify just getting caught from multiple angles from behind. PK holding on to their advantage here. Envoy does snap onto one. Can he get a second? No, he can't. Atso, big defensive kill. Still got outside control. You can see Talik and Septify. They want a piece of the nest. Atso ready with the defense, though. Can he get the shots in, though? You can see the pressure coming out from that bridge side, so great teamwork there to get over to Nest. PK still holding on to defense, but CC, he's working basement. And he doesn't want to drop in just yet. Looks like he's focused on Nest. Nest does get returned, and this time that he spends splitting over to Nest might actually hurt him here. The spawns might come out from either car or inside map. Yep, both sides were open. And then you've got the bunker side that PK will jump on to stop, but CC, he's got a shotgun to work with. He'll keep getting slays. PK, they're still pulling the points out of these situations, though.
Yeah, the issue is the CC wants to play passively here, but the score was going up against them the entire time. They don't want to push BR base, and this is multiple times we've seen Business have this setup where they have nest and basement. I feel like you want BR base more so than basement. And like BR and nest is probably my more preferred two strongholds, and we haven't seen Business be able to acquire this as of yet. Huge kills come in, huge teamwork comes in, and all of a sudden the trip cap to match, and this could be where Business gets back in this game.
I mean, even better than Nest and BR. Just get all three and see if you can hold on. It looks like basement does get collected by PK, but for how long? CC with an opening kill, looking for two. Oh, he
tries
just
to whip it.
Shoots it. Yeah, that'd been nutty if he hit it. Just a total guess.
Yeah, it would have been just a prediction, right? Like, what awareness to know that that player and that timing is going to be there. That's just the talent that CC has. He has that timing in his head that there's going to be a player there. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off this time around, but Septify picks it up right where he left off, finds a kill, gets one out of BR base. The pressure still on here. Septify gets information that they're going to be bottom rail, so he knows that they're probably going to choose to overextend towards the barrels. Unfortunately, the carbine spawn for Drift is going to throw everything for a loop here. Envoy going to have to try and deal with him, but in doing so, he loses his life pure chaos here towards the basement and Nest strongholds as multiple players going down on both sides, but it's Atso that ends up transferring over Nest, but for how long?
Lucky at Atso completely alone in that Nest to get that cap, because that's a big dilemma for business. They got to go reset it. And they took basement at the same time. CC does get a big pickup here. Gonna get back into the BR, try to get the, I want to say trip, but at this point just a double cap started. Does have a double to his name. Try to pre-nade Nest here. Teammates will push out. Did they just give up? I think they must have capped BR. And they're now rotating out, trying to get the basement here. No, they have Nest, so they just gave it up. They just wanted to get the basement as quick as possible. And we'll see if it pays off for them. CC pre-nades into Nest. Should be enough to get the kill here. Onboard Talik, they clean it up, so they got full outside control without any defense here. They'll collect Nest, but at the same time, they got to worry about the camo, worry about the rail, getting to center map to fight for him.
PK is going to have to show some life, because right now you feel business stealing the momentum. You've seen the railgun kills multiple times in a row. The power weapons being all dominated by business throughout this second half, and with it, you're going to see Atso lose his life very easily. Not only that, but the trip cap being threatened right now. Camo is up. Multiple players, a little bit of communication blunder as two players go down for it. Tapping, gonna jump on his head. The camo player, I think, lives throughout the chaos, but an unfortunate death for Onboard there, as he had Railgun and Scatter. Septify actually gonna be able to pick both those up. CC with the stick.
Lives.
Somehow wins that nade, and with it, continues momentum in his team's favor. Septify low playing this with Rail and Scatter in his hand, so he's got that Onboard combo right off that dead body. Gonna make his way over to Nest, gonna make sure that he can shut this Nest play down. Unfortunately, instead of shooting the scatter shot, throws a plasma nade, gives us position away, and misses the nade, so has to relocate here with this camo. Nice patience though out of Septify, gets one. Can he get this player out of the stronghold though? With the help of CC, the answer is yes.
Very scrappy game on both sides. No long periods of control here, though business might change that. Finally starting to pull away with an advantage here. Septify expecting the man to BXB with the melees there. I'm so used to it, but instead he just plays both the weapons off the map. And this actually does give PK a chance to start to turn things back in their favor. They'll get over to Nest, inside map control on their side. Spawners up in the BR base. They're already starting to light them up, so I like this out of PK. Temporary trip cap. They can really put pressure on the BR base as well. They can hold on to numbers here, trade at a drift. Rail now up. Talik does want part of it, but Gambino's just spying the man. He'll take him down. He'll make his hands over to Rail, but can he get there? Onboard there to defend. He's stabilizing, who knows where. They did manage to close the scoreline here, so once again, scrappy, right? PK, they answer back just as quickly as business pulled away.
This is going to go down to the wires. Both teams across the 80-point mark right now. 86 to 82. PK scoring. Railgun in the hands of Onboard, and he's going to have to make a play here to open up the map, and that he does. Takes down Drift. Does he know Gambino's above him? The answer is yes. Talik fives him. Unfortunately, he can't make the jump up. Falls into the pit, loses his life. And even though a new scatter shot gets picked up by CC right now, the scoring in PK's favor, they've got to make a play, and they have to do it fast. Basement was the choice of the push, but Atso, he gets here a little bit too late. Can he even think to transfer it over? Onboard's got his hands full, not to no shield, but CC there to help him out.
All while it happens, Tapping is somehow stuck away with a camo, but for how long? He immediately dies in a melee trade. You don't want to see that. They still got the advantage, but only slight here. Business starting to come back with that 2 cap. They're going to make their way to Nest. They cap this. We know it's going to be a BR side spawn, so PK, they got to move quick off a spawn here. They don't have too many options. Septify already trying to get the Nest pressure to stop him, but beautiful nades out of Septify going to ensure they get the cap here. Now at 90 points, 98 out of the side of PK. They can win it here. They got to trade BR base. The whole team going to dive over to BR base just to keep this in game with 99. They do hit it, and business could not get to the base fast enough. PK, who won by 1 point in Slayer, are going to pull away from this series somehow by the skin of their teeth.
I mean, by the skin of their teeth. It felt like the Slays, I didn't get a chance to see the stats, but it felt like the Slays even went in favor of business. Yeah. It just wasn't the rotations, right? Like, the power weapons, they were dominated by business, it felt like. And somehow PK figure out a way to rotate efficiently, to play the game type in the mode correctly, and because of it, they're rewarded with that win. It was as close as it potentially could have gotten, in my opinion. Like that's
Yeah.
a nail biter of a stronghold, and business is going to be kicking themselves having such a dominant game one, figuring out a way to lose game two after pretty much just needing one more kill, right? Like just one kill deciding game two, and then game three somehow slips out of their way. They probably overslay a little bit too much. They don't rotate as effectively as they could have, and because of it, they fall short. They're gonna have to come through the losers bracket in order to do this thing, win this tournament, and PK, they're gonna be primed and ready once they get back.
It seemed like, 2 games ago, it seemed like PK was just trying to play well enough to ensure that they weren't sitting in losers on a bad note, like at least they kind of fought back. They regained it because we were talking about just how losing horribly could put you down even further when you're in that losers bracket. But instead, PK completely flipped it, and now
Right.
Envor and team, they've got something to think about when they sit on that losers final side. They could have won that handedly. Instead, it became kind of their worst nightmare. So I can only expect we got a hell of a grand finals coming up later, assuming this business team plays lights out in losers finals and they don't get come back on, because there's still plenty of other teams waiting in the wings to completely isolate and destroy them while they're weak. Either way, so give us the breakdown, because one hell of a series when it comes to slays and damage. I'm sure there's a bigger picture here we didn't see.
An incredible series, Shyway. I'm still kind of trying to process what we just watched. That was one of the closest best of threes we've probably ever seen on Microsoft Sunday. That was incredible to watch. PK in business in just an absolutely back and forth affair, especially in that third game. And typically here, we would kind of take a deep dive on the stats. I actually don't want to do that this time around. I just kind of want to talk broadly about what we saw in this series, about kind of what it means for these two teams, because we were highlighting with our previous series with PK facing off against Fire and Ice and leaning heavily on the story from a week ago, right? It was the two LATAM teams, and Fire and Ice came out on top. They had PK's number a week ago, and pretty convincingly so. Not quite as much in grand finals, but definitely the first time that they matched up and the way that things finished in grands, Fire and Ice looked just much stronger than PK, and PK came into this week and they've done exactly what you hoped they would do. They come in, they have a very emphatic, a very strong response to Fire and Ice in particular. They've come back and looked like just a revitalized team, and let's be clear, they were good last week. There's a reason that they got their grands, but they just couldn't put it together against Fire and Ice when it mattered most. And they've done it so far today. They beat Fire and Ice once. And then you come into Winners Finals and you've got to play against a business squad that is incredibly talented. The name value on that roster is so high, and it's a huge test, right? And when you think about that and you think, okay, you've already put, to an extent, that Fire and Ice demon behind you, then being able to get up against a team like this is incredibly difficult. But PK with a great response. They dropped game one, and they didn't look great in game number one. And then they get behind in game two, but they fight back. And critically, I believe the score was 48-44 at the very end of game two of that Slayer match with PK being behind. They respond, they come back, they win that. And then things were incredibly tight, and you want to talk about a back and forth match. I mean, you're not going to get anything more back and forth than that map of strongholds for game three, but PK did it. They come in, they respond, they're going punch for counter punch with business, and they come out on top. Now, granted, you could look at that series and say, hey, one coin flip here, one coin flip there goes the other way, and business probably wins that, and you're not wrong. But in the end, business took care, PK took care of business, pun intended, when it mattered most, and got the victory. They clutched out the last two games, which were incredibly close, and now they sit in grands, and now they're guaranteed to be in the money. They're guaranteed top two, and business now has to at least play another match to get into grands. So hats off to PK here. They still have work to be done, right? They still have another match, but I love what I've seen from them today. I'm hoping that we get business versus PK once again in grands. We're gonna go to a break, folks. I'm still trying to process that last match. I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to do the same. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we've got a few matches and losers to take care of before we come back for Grand. So we'll see you in a few.
We are back once again with Esports Arena. Our winner's bracket has been decided. PK waits in the winner's side of Grand Finals, while our business team sits in loser's side. Now, it's time to find out how loser's bracket is going to go. We've got Nextx, we've got Team Void going up next. And, I mean, we've seen Nextx already. These boys are very talented. They played pretty darn well in their series against business. Of course, in the second spot at the moment, they won the Slayer. They couldn't coordinate on the objective. Maybe this is their chance to do so against, I want to say, a weaker team against Void, which I haven't seen the roster of just yet, Wes.
It's going to be Lure, Boreezy, Stars, and Zark. Yep, pulled it up just
Perfect.
now. But having read those names, you're going to be a lot more familiar with these guys than I am. I've seen a few of them play throughout these Esports Arena tournaments, maybe in some free-for-alls as well. But to me, when I see the names on Nextx and I've watched them perform earlier today, I understand that they have a lot of individual talent. They're like a lot of up-and-comers. I feel like that they're maybe on another caliber, a higher caliber, I'll say, than this Void roster. That being said, like sometimes you can make magic happen, and all it takes is one individual having the right series to pop off. So does Void have that kind of potential, or do you think Nextx is really just going to take this fairly easily?
I don't think Nextx will take it easily. I expect them to win. I definitely think they have the advantage. This Void team, Latham roster, very talented players when it comes to, just matchmaking, we'll say. But in an actual tournament environment, it's going to be difficult for them to kind of, pop off, especially against this caliber of a team. The thing is with Nextx, the lack of coordination that we saw with them in the objective game types worries me a little bit, and it makes me wonder if they do win, will it be very scrappy? Will it be a long game of CTF Fathom? We'll see. I think this is a good test on this first game just to get a gauge of where Nextx is at on teamwork here. They're going to have to pull these quick flags and get some map control together if they win their pin.
Okay, well, we're fighting for his life in the tree. Tries to make a play, but unfortunately can only find one. And with that was 3 dead for Void. Last guy on the live was going to be Zark, and he takes out Simply Fury with his railgun. Misses that second shot to top mid. That would have been a nice thing to hit. But Zark able to get control of the railgun early on. Able to miss that shot, though, and unfortunately his teammate's going to pay the price with his life. Good plasma nade could potentially effectively get that trade in, but unfortunately that nade gets dodged, and the flag already across the pit right now. Sepstar is going to be able to hop on that return with a couple of slays in Void's favor, and already we've seen Nextx with an opportunity to get a flag out across the map, and somehow, some way, Void finds a way to play solid defense. They can keep that up, they'll be able to compete in this series like you were just saying.
Yeah, Void definitely still fighting back, but that kill feed looking a little different. Fear Me with a nice little spring thrust. He'll get back up to mid here. Looking for the remaining 2. Everyone spawning up in Generator. Fear Me opening shots. Carmea with the pickup. That's Juan to take out the second. Last player in that back Generator there. The Lord does get a crucial trade that will slow them down quite a bit. He got 2 kills. He must have got 2 kills in the Generator. How does Fear Me not see this? I am quite confused by this poll. I thought he just got 2. Either way, I mean, Fear Me, he's not getting far.
Not at all. He's actually going to the death cam. He's going to respawn back on his side of the map. Good defense once again by Void. But to your point, a little bit of a confusing opportunity, you would have said, for Nextx to get a lead early in this game. They weren't able to really secure that as an opportunity, and unfortunately, those can come back to bite you if you let enough of those go out the window. So you want to see them tighten up their gameplay real quick and see what it can pan out to. But as of right now, we're seeing Nextx continue to compete for camo. Carmea finds one, can't land the 3rd pistol shot in order for that melee to get the kill, and unfortunately he loses camo, but 3 dead for Void, so Gloriously in a great position to get that flag out. Unfortunately, the last player alive is going to get that crucial kill, and that's good defense once again by Void.
Carmea with a huge opening there, and unfortunate it doesn't go his way. I feel like that's one of the crucial differences. If I was to watch like an Ola play there, I feel like Ola 100%, he would have hit the 3 shots, hit the melee, taken full advantage of that little opening, little moments like that where they just break away with camo, and it creates this massive impact on the enemy team. All while this happens, you can see Void now starting to apply some pressure of their own. They got top map control. They got 1 out on the porch, 2 still up in top mid here, and Fear Me going to try to sneak his way under the bridge. Gets right up in front of Borzi here, he'll take him out very nicely as well. You got Carbe up on mid to help here, but dropping left and right, so good defense here. Zarok going to try to hold him down for back Turbine. He does drop one, Zarok for two, doesn't get it. Juan with a pickup, and Juan, the last remaining member of Red, still in blue base, just wants to delay, and did a pretty good job of it, and that puts the pressure still on blue.
Yeah, so Void doing a phenomenal job of getting these trades. This player is front their base and needs to go down. Dark ends up finding a double, and just like that, like, good defense once again. Void can't seem to get things going, or Nextx can't seem to get things going really. As we see Void with an opportunity to run the flag there, they get shut down, but really it's like continuing to test these guys' ability to play on their back feet, and they're doing a phenomenal job so far.
That was my feeling kind of coming into this series, is I do feel like Nextx has that advantage, and over time we'll see it play out, but it's just getting that clean, coordinated run that we see with some of the top teams. We have yet to see it with Nextx. Instead, we're seeing quite a lot of defense come out of this Void roster. They now have the rail. Zarok looking to punish Juan, who's still in blue base, still being annoying. He's got two options here. Turns for Fluriously, not hitting either. Instead, we got multiple trades on the feed. He will drop shortly after, going to give up that rail. Camo been spotted and melted. Fluriously, beautiful shots. Looking for a double, takes it. And can he get more? He's got the rail as well. He can put some plays together.
This is the opportunity you were waiting for Nextx to have, right? Fluriously with the railgun going to be able to get top, middle. Are they going to expect the overextenders, though? You saw two of them from the observer mode across the map. Fluriously gets caught off guard from the guy pushing top, middle. They do have a player in the base as well to grab the flag. It's going to be both flags being pulled, but Simply Fearme's the last guy alive, so he's actually going to run into a flag duel right there. Loses his wife, and the rest of Void able to hop that return. They've got flag across the map. They could jump off to the lead right here. Body's getting smacked bottom middle. Two go down. It's an absolute brawl, and Zark going to be the one to grab the flag, punch it in, and all of a sudden Void, the underdogs in this series, take the lead early.
And here's the nightmare you're worried about, is if Nextx takes too long to, get some control together, get some captures, Void will just start to pull away, take advantage themselves. And we're already seeing it. Zarok not aware of the player above, but the player above equally unaware of him below him. So that works out in his favor. 2 dead on the feed, remaining 2 already in blue base. So Zarok going to turn and hopefully delete him. You got Borzi who can deal with that. He'll hold his position on the silo. Just getting tagged up multiple directions. Sept Stars does take that one. We got the rail camo coming up very shortly here. And it looks like Void might be pulling away with that as well if they can keep the slays up. Nice little double up on top mid. So Nextx will gain some map control. But Lure, he sneaks away with rail.
Sneaks away with rail. He's getting pushed by Juan, but Juan, you got to know that that's a possibility that's going to happen. And a great double out of Lure. Can't find the triple, but you know his teammate's going to clean up that kill. So 3 immediately go dead. Camo rail in the hands of Lure. They got a 1 flag lead, and they're looking to go up 2. A beautiful shot. Back-to-back railguns meet Juan's face, and that's 2 straight kills on the Juan, shutting him down completely. Make it Fluriously as well. That's 2 dead for Nextx. The flag is being ran. There's a player stuck back generator, and we're seeing Void starting to run away with it.
It's starting to look real bad for Nextx, although, look at this.
Oh, no.
They put so much pressure. No, don't tell me. And he does get the read. They put so much pressure into Red, and now he's running all the way back to get the defense. You would think, like, do you not keep your position on? I mean, now you don't want to go back, but when he already had that position in the base, you think, okay, maybe I just get ready to immediately run another flag instead of just run all the way back, lose the positioning, because Void had a huge opportunity. They just kind of, blundered there.
Such a textbook mistake to not come back with the flag. You see that player stuck back generator. That player does not matter at all, right? Like, pushing him, getting that kill does not matter at all. You want to come back with the flag and secure the cap. They do get 3 kills, but nobody on the other side of the map. So it still remains as that 1-0 lead. Void with a crucial amateur mistake of not coming back with the flag. Comes back to bite them. And potentially Nextx now still in this game. If they were down 2-0 with 4 minutes left, it would be such an uphill climb to try and imagine that they were going to win this game. But right now, Void, they've got flag across bottom middle. Carmea doing everything he can to get behind him and shut him down before he gets too far. But now he's surrounded. Look at the observer mode. He's got players on both sides of the doorway. Nades coming in from both sides as well. They get taken down. 3 go down for Void, and now all of a sudden there's a counter cap opportunity here if Nextx is able to play it correctly. But no, Void off spawn. They get one. Simply Fear Me jumps off the map. And because of it, no one in a position for Nextx to capitalize on that set of slays. And once again, Void's defense, Nextx doesn't have an answer for it.
The Nextx having trouble breaking in at all. It's just looking like Void are kind of running the show here, consistently getting into the base, pulling flags. Even if they do make a couple mistakes on the execution, they still have had more opportunities. And you've got Red stuck in the base once again here as Lure pushes up through Treehouse. One already dead on the feed. Floriously going to have to back down here. Pre-fire just coming out of him. And so do the slays out of his teammates. That's 2 now dropping. Lure looking for early nades into the silo. No one there yet. One still in red base. Going to keep him back. And these trades just enough for Nextx to regain, get some defense, and maybe reverse the situation here. It starts with Karmea. He's got to live. Juan with a pickup. Karmea going to back out here. Multiple nades coming in, and somehow the man with 0 health still going to stay up. He's got 2 teammates up in blue to pull the flag, but as he stays up, you can see the defense from Void once again still looking good.
I mean, Void's defense is just so solid. It feels like they've been on their back feet probably like 3/4 of this game, but they're playing with the lead right now. And with 2 minutes and 27 seconds left, and no answer found for this defensive, like, stand, Nextx is going to try and start to feel pressured to force something that they haven't been able to do comfortably throughout the game.
Rock just going to hold his position. No need to move. Floriously above him now. Can he manage the double dilemma? He's got Sepstar to help him out. Floriously still up there, so still got the info. Just waiting for the man to finally challenge. Here we go. 3 shots in. Wants the melee here. Dives right up into him. He'll get it. That's Floriously down. That gives him an opening out for the elbow here. Juan, next victim. Big pickups out of Zarak here. He'll get right to the flag. Little timing window to pick up the flag here. Spawner's up on Silo. Got to get out with it. He will make it past the sub. He's got a great opportunity here. Might need to slow play it. Still has got a teammate behind him for defense. It's a big trade out of Nextx to slow things down. Rail now down as well. Zarak running out of options. Tries to pull the flag a little farther. Gorzy does get a double, though. This gives him an opening to run it just a little bit here. Void with less than 1:30 on the board here. They're about to put in 2. Unless the return comes in, you've got a member of Nextx who dove in. That was Fear Me, who got killed on the flag. Half capped. Sepstars will
Beautifully done.
In for a 2-0 and get a kill as well. Wes, I think it's over.
The relay from Void. I mean, I think every player on the team touched that flag at one point. They get it punched in, and with a minute left, Void in such a good position. Although Nextx right now looking to counter cap. They get camo secured, a double. The flag is out. Multiple kills come through. The generator player, he goes down. Are they going to be able to turn into a double is the question. The first cap comes in 44 seconds.
This is actually still possible. Second flag already being ran. Fear Me with the camo. Trying to get as far as he can. He gets behind the cover here. Somebody already there for the return. Got to get a touch. Fear Me can't do it. Teammate gets it instead. Somehow this man is still alive with the camo, trying to defend it. Flag out in the courtyard here. Player there to defend. If they get the re, they get the game. If they get it, they do. I think. Did he grab? No, they got the re. They're still sitting on the porch here. I think Void successfully have taken this game by returning that potential double cap. But man, would that have been crazy at a Nextx if they pulled that one out of their ass.
Nextx showed some life at the end, but it was too little too late. Void, I mean, we can't say enough about their stands and how they had to deal with constant pressure, constant aggression from Nextx, and they still never wavered. They continued to trade effectively and just beautifully done the entire time by them. I mean, if you guys at home don't know these players' names, I mean, they are not going up against slouches right now. Nextx has a lot of talent, and Void, I mean, they were able to deal with that talent and more so, taking this game 1. Now, this series is far from over, but what Void just showed us is that they have some players that are here to make take some spotlight and here to make names for themselves, and very impressively done. 33 kills out of Zark. Now, that is a stat to start a series in game 1 in the losers' quarters with your back against the wall against a heavy favorite, I'd say, in Nextx. So, like, that's how you want to start a series off.
It's hard to even say they're a heavy favorite at this point based off of what we've seen, Wes. This Void team definitely looking solid. They close out with not only the win, but with the slays advantage, damage advantage as well. just winning their engagements left and right, and just getting more opportunities for the most part too. We didn't really see any real like return pressure until the last minute of the game, right? Nextx in the final minute, they almost completely flipped it, and that's the energy we needed to see from minute one. We just didn't get it till it was too late. So Nextx, they definitely have it in the tank. They can definitely turn this around, and I think a big part of that depends on whether we get a Slayer in the next match over a Strongholds, because Slayer seems to be their wheelhouse today. They seem to be playing very well in it, especially considering they can take out the top teams in Slayer. But if it's a Strongholds, I'm a little worried, just considering just the lack of coordination we're seeing and the fact that they're down on momentum. I will take a peek and see if I can find it. But man, Wes.
Nextx has got to be kicking themselves, right? Like it's so hard to lose a game when you feel like you had control just about the entire game. And from Void's point of view, like they showed that they weren't going to waver and they weren't going to be intimidated by the amount of pressure, right? They showed that they can handle that. That goes so far when you're talking about the ups and downs that you're going to experience as a team in the series. To come out with a win in game one and to be able to play with that little bit of an advantage and potentially a Slayer as game two to look to close this series out. I mean, Void has got the momentum on their side. They've got to be confident going into this game two. They've got to play with that same level of teamwork and confidence that they had in game one. But I don't think that that's like a question. I think that could just be who these guys are.
They're definitely not afraid of them. Void are no stranger to playing these players, especially when it comes to matchmaking. They're all at a very similar level, so they're consistently running into each other on a regular basis. Not sure if they have, kind of Money 8's scrims experience, but there's definitely no fear on the side of Void, and they are not choking when it comes to the 1v1. Speaking of chokes, though, this has happened twice, right? And this happens to me quite a lot. You hit the ramp slide on the edge to try to get to the pedestal, but the slide kicks you too far, and you bank off the pedestal and fly in the air out of the range of the OS pickup, which is brutal for Nextx, but it looks like it didn't hurt him too bad.
Looks like it hadn't hurt him too bad so far. 6-3 to start, even though they don't get the overshield. Juan with some beautiful shots gets his team a little bit of a lead here on Regret Slayer, and he's got players all around him. It looks like he's going to have some more nice shots onto Luar. Good aggression there from a disadvantageous point of perspective. To come out with 3 kills there, that's big for Juan to get that game going. He was getting railgunned in the face several times last game, and you really wanted to see him have an opportunity to make a name for himself. He's already started that here in game 2.
Pressure being returned by Void very quickly, though. Already 11-8, so they completely flipped the situation here. Sepstars put some damage into Karmea. Can't take the fight. Big win, and a Karmea who's going to try to live a little longer here. And Chase, nice recharge on the shields, though. Vorzi getting cheeky with the ult shot. Going to be difficult. But Karmea, he delays the fight long enough for Fear Me to get in and help him out. And that brings us just a 1-kill deficit. Top map control here for Nextx as well as they look to clean up these boys in the perimeter. You got one out in car, furiously Juan. They deal with it. And the pressure's still coming in from Sep, who does manage to at least trade one out and keep us close.
Karmea's positioning is amazing right here. He's going to be able to catch this player off guard. Car side real quick. It's going to be Luar. He jumps down right before he ends up losing his life to the return to battlefield zone. He finds an easy kill, and with that overshield coming up here in about 15 seconds, so you see him drop, try and help his teammates finish a few kills down here, but most of all secure some presence down here bottom middle, because this overshield could dictate how the rest of this game goes, seeing that it's an 18-17 scoreline.
Love the decision-making out of Karmea. Beautiful flank, but you know what? Didn't quite work. He did everything right, just wasn't there quick enough. Void sent so many members down to pit to get that OS. They still pulled away with it, but will they get much going here? 1-kill deficit. Sepstars, no more OS, but Luor, Zarak, they pull off some plays while Juan does drop with the caster for one. Sepstar's going to have to back off here. Spawner's up in blue. They do have top map once again. Zarak, opening kill. This is a chance here. Sepstar is not going to miss the window. He gets right up into blue. Teammate with the kill. Shots into Fear Me. They got coverage on Car as well, so should be a pickup. He's got to watch his backside, though. But thankfully, he does have a teammate on the pig shoulder here to help him out. So this is the teamwork at a Void you want to see. They're starting to spin and change the tides in this game here with an advantage.
Yeah, when they get their team shot going, you can see it build so much momentum, right? Just staying alive, playing your damage where you can, but most of all, like Sepstars, look at him. Every time he's knocked in no shield, he doesn't overextend, he doesn't over-challenge, he waits, and then he doubles back, and it's beautifully done, right? This is like textbook bait and switching from Void right now, and we're seeing it gain them another lead against a very strong Nextx team. I mean, Void is continuing to impress us so far here in this series, and with it, they're going to have the lead going through the half.
The worry here for Nextx is when they played business, they played so hot, they had like a 10-kill advantage to hold on to all game. This is different. They're fighting from something that's just, it's you know, what's it, neck and neck, just one kill. They're on a deficit, if even that. And in all the situations where we've seen them here, they have not been able to clutch up and pull it out. So hopefully today's the day. Hopefully this is a different story. Fear me. And Fluriously, they do get kills. Split spawner or a flanker out in blue behind Fluriously. Looks like his teammates are ready to get that. They'll collapse on him. 2 big kills. OS about to pop here, so good opportunity for Next and Fluriously, like Carmea. Looking for the flank here just to cut off and make sure they got defense. He's got to watch his teammates, though, because he's lost them all.
3 dead.
3 died here. OS going to pop up, and last player up, Carmea. Does he get it? He got it.
He got it.
That's beautiful out of Carmea to, at the very least, burn that OS. Could have been horrible.
Yeah, and he gets to distract them for a little bit. Doesn't get anything done with that overshield, like you said, but keeping it out of the hands of Void was probably the only option he had, losing all 3 of his teammates, and somehow Carmea able to get that overshield secured. I mean, that stops the momentum that Void would have had with 4 players dead and an overshield so much. But right now, I mean, we're still seeing them with a little bit of map control regain the lead, 37-36, a few unanswered kills. They got a player up here trapped at red. If he's not able to get a kill before he goes down, which he's not, Sebstar wins his one-on-one. Fortunately, Juan able to release some pressure cars out of the map, but a 2-kill lead as we enter the 40-kill mark here. And all of a sudden, Luor popping off with the plasma caster in the kill feed. That's going to extend the lead to 4. And Void, with all the momentum, I love this by Borzy, though. Slow playing this is going to have an opportunity to flank these players in the Think Addict. A 6-kill lead. Void look to knock out Nextx.
Serious upset potential incoming here as Vorzy just continues to light them up. They're dying out in the car tunnel here. Vorzy, who's getting shot left and right here, wants to kill on the Fluriously. Can't do it. Fluriously with a huge double. They're down by 5 now. And do they have a chance at this point? Void not letting up on pressure here. They're dropping into bottom map to try to pick. Like, where's the positioning here? Sebstar's just going to take out multiple for free. He does take 1. 4-kill deficit still. Lure up on top map. Just going to hold on patiently here. Wait for someone to challenge him. And they can't afford to make any mistakes. At this point, is it even possible? Fluriously, he's trapped out on P2. There's no chance he moves here. He's getting collapsed on. Now 49. 1 kill to close it and close this series. And it's going to happen at Allure right here with the melee to close it. 50-43. Void, they didn't just win 1. They won 2 games in a row in the series.
And they pulled away there at the end. Void showing so much composure throughout these games. So much veteranship out of these new kids, like to be able to like deal with the pressure and the individual skill in Nextx and still bait and switch perfectly, play your live in a tournament format where your back's against the wall, the pressure is on. I mean, they came out and they played lights out in that series and well-deserved advance through our losers bracket into the semis. And that's a congratulations to those Void players, because those are some of those guys that, like, I've seen their names in matchmaking. I've seen their names on streams. I've seen their names in like some Money 8s games and maybe some free-for-all tournaments, but like they haven't had that success in 4s. And I think that that's probably one of their biggest wins in 4v4s, like against like some really good players. So well done from Void. Unfortunately, Nextx didn't really perform at the level we needed to see that from them today in order to make it farther in the tournament. But hey, that's how it happens sometimes. And when you play a really good team or players that are playing up to their potential, like we saw in Void, I mean, if you're not playing equal to that gameplay, you're going to get knocked out. So the nature of the beast, as we always say, shall we?
Not a good day for Nextx, but Void, they're on the radar. All of a sudden, we're keeping an eye on them. We're going to remember these names going into next week, but let's see how far they can take it. Void, competition's only to get steeper, and very curious to find out if they're ready to meet the challenge. In the meantime, Yeso, let's see you break it down. We've got, I'm sure, some good stats to look at this time.
Void with a big 2-0 win there over Nextx, and now just one match stands between them and a guaranteed top 3 placement. So a huge victory there for Void in the losers bracket quarterfinals, and now they move on to losers semis. Let's pull up the stats from this series. We'll start with game number 1, and this one went the distance, a full-length game. We only got a total of 3 caps between the two teams, and it was Void coming out on top 2-1. Let's jump over to the Slayer stats for this first game. And this one just, these teams seem so close throughout this entire first game of this match. Back and forth, and both struggled really to get significant openings to get caps in this first game. So I'm very curious to look at the Slayer stats here, so we can see how those numbers shook out. And look at Zark. Wow, 33 kills. And granted, those numbers are going to be inflated just simply by the length of the game, but really a stellar showing from Zark here with 33 kills and 13 assists in this one. Sepstar's the only one not to hit 20 kills in this one, but grabbed 20 assists and was at 19 kills. So really just a good showing top to bottom here from Void, but still Nextx with some good slays. Real good numbers kind of all across the table. But Void just gets the one extra cap that they needed and are able to hold on to that lead as this game goes the distance and they grab game number 1. We'll take a peek at the last bit of stats here for game 1 before we go to the second of this best of 3. And there we go. Couple of players up over that 4,000 damage mark, both Zark and Lure there. Well done. Good accuracy from those two. And meanwhile, on the other side, everybody up above 3,000 damage for Nextx, but again, wasn't enough in this first game. And it goes the distance. The Void takes the 1-0 lead, and now we go to game number 2. So we started off on CTF. Now we get Slayer on Regret, and Sepstars picked up the rear in the slays for game 1. Leads the way, though, in game number 2. 17 kills and 11 assists. It's a 50-43 win, led there by Sepstars. Vorzy taking a bit of a down game here, but despite the single-digit kills, brings the most assists on the team with 16. So still, honestly, a really good showing. And this is kind of what you see from the best teams, is that even if a player takes, has a down game in terms of slaying department, they're still contributing well. They're still getting assists. They'll still come out with solid damage. And that's what you see as we get later in these tournaments, when we start to whittle out some of the weaker squads. These other teams, these other players kind of rise to the top here. So well done from Void. On the other side, Juan with 17 kills himself. Carmea with 12, but having 2 players down in the single digits isn't going to get it done, and that's a big reason why Nextx dropped this game. Let's go to the last page of stats here, as we'll breeze through this one because we've got a loser semi here momentarily. Only a few matches remaining in our tournament today. A quick one here as Sepstars grabs that 11.6 KDA. Good accuracy from Lure at 60.1%. Able to cross that 2,000 damage threshold along with Vorzy. And see, that's where it shows. Even with the lower kill numbers, Vorzy second on the team in damage. Juan ends up topping the lobby at just short of 2,600 and a good 7.0 KDA. Great accuracy as well. So Juan, honestly, talked about him a lot in the first matchup we saw from Nextx. A lot from Juan here again in their losers quarterfinal matchup, but sadly the rest of the squad not able to put it all together to get them over the top, to get them past Void, and to keep them alive in this tournament. So for today, we do say goodbye to Nextx. We appreciate them coming out here, seen them a couple times over the last few weeks, and they've been showing up strong. Still waiting for them to kind of put it all together, come and really contend for a top 3 spot, but I think they have a lot that they can build on from what we've seen from them today. So best of luck to them in the future. And Void keeps going, and we get to see more from them right now. So I'm going to hand it back over to Clutch Shawe to get us ready for our next match.
Thank you, Yeso. What a series. Void pulling through that in a bit of an unexpected turn of events, going to put Nextx out of the tournament and give Void an opportunity for some steeper competition. Next up, they got Fire and Ice. In Fire and Ice last week, were no slouch, but this week showing maybe a couple holes in the defense up against PK, who are looking just relentless today. Fire and Ice, though, I expect to see a comeback out of them, and it all starts with Void.
Yeah, let's not sleep on Fire and Ice right now because they lost to PK in the winner's side, but PK's in the finals already waiting on this losers to finish up. So Fire and Ice still that dominant team I feel like we saw from last week. Void, although they just created that upset against Nextx, I think they're going to have to even play at a higher level to compete with Fire and Ice, especially with how well they were playing last week. I expect to see Fire and Ice rebound and potentially make that losers bracket run all the way back to the finals. They got, obviously, the business to run into. But other than that, I think Fire and Ice is going to use this as a series to gain some momentum. Void, we're going to see what they're made of here. Are they the real deal, or was that just a really good series from those players? We're going to keep this off on CTF Truth to start this one off. And already we see kills going across the pink side of the map. We see Bullet anchoring the window for his team, getting information that there's a player bottom middle, and a nice shot onto Lure to finish him off. A little bit of an over-aggressive challenge from Lure, but I do believe that from the positioning standpoint at least, Void should have been able to secure camo, and it's just a matter of what will they be able to do with it.
As far as I can tell, that Void player, he might be in P2 there, but pink side control handily in Void's favor, and so is the flag as they take it out through the pink door here, getting melted, though. Or is he going to slip away with it? Needs to delay, though. Oh, I love this play. Big melee. Unfortunately, not a back smack, but that flag does still sit out in the street being defended by 2. But it looks like the return will come in. Fire and Ice, a lot of pressure they're experiencing off the opening here, maybe a little to their surprise, and they'll have to fight back early on to regain themselves, but looks like they managed to fend it off, if only temporarily.
You really thought the Void was going to be able to get off to an early lead in this series right there with that pull going towards pink. You would have thought with just a couple more kills, they'd be finding themselves up 1-0. Zark with a double kill with the plasma nade. That could potentially open up another opportunity here. 3 go down for Fire and Ice. The last guy alive topped their base with the flag. It's already being pulled across pink 1. Overextenders from Carr are going to be coming, but they don't expect Lure to be here. He's going to be able to pick up an easy kill, and with that, the first flag going in the hands of Void. So what could be already a 2-0 game for Void, only a 1-0 game. And if they're able to play good enough defense to stop the counter cap potential, this could really be a show.
Void looking to make a run for themselves in this ESA tourney, and it all starts with this CTF game. Already got a flag, but the defense they're going to have to hold on to. As you can see, Luna just sitting in blue base, trying to find an opportunity to collect the flag and get kills. What a 5. He's still got more in him. Shots into Sepstars. Doesn't quite connect for the kill. But man, did he get started with something. It looks like the Void team will break out with an answer of their own. Nice little triple coming out of that player here. Zarak still fending off players in the back of his base with defense. Looks like that camo will get burned. His teammate will not escape with it. And now they're on the back foot once again here. So Fire and Ice, they've met their challenge with an answer of their own here.
Look at Void. I love the fact that they're able to already start gaining the lead on Fire and Ice. They're here to compete, it looks like, and unfortunately that could be a big one-on-one. Magico was able to win right there. He's going to be backing up towards pink, though. Knows that if he continued to push out the base, he was going to lose his life by himself. So good job by Magico to realize the situation, not get too desperate just yet. 9 minutes on the clock, the flag getting pulled out the window. Magico looks like he's played this situation perfectly. He's able to find a kill. This flag could go in, but unfortunately 3 go down for Fire and Ice. Make it all 4 as that flag carrier gets destroyed. Pink 1, 3 players hop the return, and now Void with some map control. They're going to be swarming up under the base into the pink attic, and all of a sudden Void could get a second cap on the board if they're able to get a pull and a couple of kills here. One go down for Fire and Ice. Is it 2? 2 go down, 3 go down for Fire and Ice. Bullet the last guy alive, but no one there bottom middle to run the flag. You want to see that flag get relayed. Sepstar is a little bit too late to pull it, though, but still 2 dead for Fire and Ice. To Void with a real opportunity nonetheless.
Void still making it happen. They got it through the last links here. I don't see any defense, so Void going to plant in yet another flag to go up 2-0 in this game and keep Fire and Ice back in their base here. Trades come out with the nades here, but Zarak And team, they already got to push through Car side. They're going to be trading Car for Pink, so hopefully they can win their fight. Zorak, teammate dies, knows he's got to start to pull back here and get some defense. Hot pressure coming up through Pink side here. Magico trying to slip through by himself, and he does get a big pickup on his Zorak. That's an opening that it creates on Car side to pinch this base, and Bullet, look at him go off here. Melee does whiff, but he snaps
Nice
for the double. What a
shot.
kill. With the final bullet in the Magnum, this man is popping off, and he's still going. A second kill onto Zorak here. Big pickup, and well, he does it. Fire and Ice, they're in the clear, I believe, with that flag and Bullet. Can you kill him? Can you kill this man in the base? He's going to collect another flag if Fire and Ice plant that in.
There's two players that are trying to hunt down Bullet right now, but the fact that he's able to stay alive, apply this pressure is just so big for the rest of Fire and Ice to punch that first flag in and get back across the map and ready to tie this game, because the flag being pulled out by the camo player Pink 1. This is a huge momentum swing from Fire and Ice. What was a 2-0 game, all of a sudden still within reach for Fire and Ice. Is a double kill for Magico. Can it be the triple? He's not even going to go for the slay. He's going to play the objective, and I guarantee that this flag is going to get punched in Shaway. It's just a matter of time from the kills in the kill feed that I'm concerned of. And with that being said, Void, they started off so hard, got off to a 2-0 lead, but just like that against some of these great teams, that can all be destroyed. 2-2 now. As we enter 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, the next flag cap will win, and Bullet still being a nuisance in the enemy base right now. Boyd does not have a solution for him.
Jesus. In what felt like a 30-second sequence, all of a sudden Fire and Ice are back with a tie, and they've got a third flag out. They could potentially take it here. We've got a player already overextended to red to pick up a flag of his own. He does toss it out front. Unfortunately, we'll see if it helps, though. Just to put it in a baitable position. He's alone on that pink side shoulder, though. Luna going to get behind him, trying to get the return, though. Does successfully do it, so Void will, at the very least, come out of this with a read. But look at this. 3 dead on the feet. Last one up in bottom blue base, melted immediately by Pelu. Pelu going to drop nades into car bubble. Spawners up there as well as they dive out through the window. And that's where the spawn is. All 3 of them coming out. They are getting kills, though. Big defense out of Void. Can they do more? Rorsch with a kill. I'm not sure if they got away with it. Looks like they did. So Void did manage to get their defense. They will try again.
Void's defense, strong. Back to being strong, I'll say. Magico with some beautiful shots. Going to help his team get some map control here. Unfortunately, the camo already gone. Magico thought that that player was going to be waiting on it. Vorzy, he ended up picking that camo up and getting out of dodge. Now he's in the enemy base right here. Are they going to expect him to be here? There's 2 players trying to hunt him down, trying to shoot thin air. Borzy says, I'm getting out of here before they pop my shield with one of those random shots. He drops up under the base. He's being hunted down, but with all of this, they can't seem to find him. And Borzy finally finds himself a kill, and unfortunately, a nade catches him and kills him at the end of that situation. But, I mean, real potential there. For Void to take this game 1.
Ooh.
But 3 members still top the base. They get 2. All of a sudden, Sebstars opens up the map for his team. The 1 player Carside is going to end up stopping the flag carrier. That's Bullet.
Yeah.
Pelu, he goes down. Lure finds another kill, and the overextender top the base. Oh, the flag carrier gets taken out and spawns top the base. Stop Fire and Ice from losing game 1 in the series. But 2-2, the action, the confidence these players are playing with, the aggressiveness. This could end at any moment with a set of, like, you see a double kill pop up in the feed, and you're just expecting the rest of these teams to swarm at this point.
It's a great match for sure. It's so back and forth. Here we got 2 dead once again. So Fire and Ice, they're going to try to get into blue here. Void, despite the opportunities, they might be in trouble. Big defensive kill. And as a rock, got to spin and try to get another, but can't do it in time. Rorsch with the collection. Sebstars with the defense, but not good enough for Bullet, who's just dropping him left and right. Rorsch takes it out through Pink. Can he do this, though? Going to make it through to the doorway. Is there any defense there? Flag still in the pedestal.
No,
there's no one there to stop it. Fire and Ice, despite being 2 down, they make a full 3-0 comeback for a 3-2 finish in game 1.
An unbelievable comeback. And if you're Void, you got to be kicking yourself after jumping up to that 2-0 lead. But Magico, with 22 kills to his name, was really the answer that Fire and Ice needed to step up and get back into that game 1. You would never have believed me if I had told you that Fire and Ice would go down 0-2 and then figure out a way to come back in that game, I feel. But, I mean, these guys are resilient. We saw it last week in the finals when they lost game 1 and they all of a sudden flipped the series on its head in game 2 and came back and won it outright. That first best of 3, and I feel like we're seeing more and more of that from Fire and Ice. The composure, the resiliency, what they've been building up the entire past year, it's paying off in dividends each time they compete now, it feels like, because it's so easy to look to the next game when you go down 0-2 on a map like Truth Flag.
Sure.
But I don't feel like this team does that at all. Like, they stay focused and primed and ready for their moment in each one of these games, and if it happens, it happens. And if they lose, they're able to shrug it off. So it's a testament to Fire and Ice and their ability to continue to compete at a high level and like never waver from the end goal.
It's a good point. The fact that they come back definitely speaks volumes on just the ability of this Fire and Ice team. Though you don't want to be in that situation in the first place, and it was looking very rough for Fire and Ice to start. We thought Void was, incoming 2 upsets back to back, but Void quickly gets shut down. Things have now changed. We're going to jump into game 2, which I believe will be Strongholds on Eden. So once again, there's no kind of Slayer. Not that Slayer is a saving grace, but it's going to come right down to raw teamwork coordination. And we see it, especially with Eden, when you've got the rockets, you got the OS, you got the camo, and a massive, oh, you know what? I'm a liar. Apparently it is a Slayer, and it's on the rig. And I got to do a little bit better with the format here. But either way, Bullet will be our POV to start. And you know what? This might be exactly what Void needed, because they got a snipe off the opening.
Yep, just down 1 kill. You get sniping him. Unfortunately, he's feeling the pressure already. There's multiple players pushing Engine from Fire and Ice. Forzi doesn't land the no-scope, and he loses 2 of his teammates and loses a gunfight himself. And with that, 5-1, Fire and Ice is not only going to have the lead, they're going to have inside control as well as the snipe in Magico's hands. The man of the hour from last game is going to have an opportunity to once again push his team forward, and pushing bullets through skulls is what he's best at. Magico ripping the face off that player bottom nest. Gonna reposition back bunker. Knows that these players are gonna be coming off. Takes the same player down as he pushes them back Engine. And I mean, 3 dead once again. This is a shellacking from the side of Fire and Ice.
It's 3.
I mean, Forzi can't. He's got it. Forzi's, yeah, Forzi, you gotta slow it down, rewind. You know, understand that Magico, if you give him another easy shot, he's gonna have a killing spree on you alone.
So the first 2 is shame on you. The third one, shame on me, right?
Yeah.
Well, the third one, he spawned into the bullet kind of, though. He spawned, and then it was just brutal. The man was already ready to shoot his face, but Magico finally going to get taken out. Tell me it was Forzi. No, it wasn't. All right. No. It was a teammate who got him. You think he finally kind of gets in there and gets the close range on him. Either way, Forzi in a tricky exchange himself, and Sepstars will deal with that. He'll drop down on another here. Hopefully get a kill, but just get melted by the entirety of the team that spawns up on car.
Yeah, not much he could have done there, and Void starting to show some signs of life here. Rorsch, although, however, probably lands the last bullet in that snipe across one of Void's head and slows down the push that Void would have had there. They started to make a comeback here. 7 kills still separate these 2 teams, and 7 kills is no slash of a lead. Got to be careful if you're Void, because this game, this series, all of a sudden, it's starting to get out of control. You blink, you have a couple of bad lives, and all of a sudden an 8-kill lead. You're down 1-0 in the series. You cannot afford to make any more mistakes. Rorsch has this camo as well. They've given up the power-ups and power weapons so far throughout this game, and because of it, they're not really able to compete with the manpower of Fire and Ice.
Will drop. Sepstars will drop as well. That's a shotty. Going to transfer it to Fire and Ice with a 10-kill advantage. 2 up on Engine side. Bullet intimately aware of it. Spawner's up there as well. So this could be a nice little spawn trap if they can make it work. What a nade out of nowhere there. Just deletes that player in white corner. Magico going to try to pick up pieces here. He's got a teammate up on Engine. Magico backing off of it. He'll lose that teammate now, so those 2 will live. But thankfully, his other teammates are doing work to maintain the control here. 11-kill advantage. Spawners still up in bunkers, so they're doing a good job just keeping them trapped in this backside spawn and killing them where they stand. That's a double out of Magic. Gonna spot the third, doesn't get the triple. Splits over to Yellow and Carbine, and Magico, he's ready.
Magico just playing the situation perfectly, applying pressure. Does he know this player's above him is a big question, but one player going to be stuck back, Carbine Bullet. He's going to lose. He's going to take the face off too. This snipe in Bullet's hands really could be the punctuation on this series right now. Bullet trying to help his teammates out over here in long haul. Does spot a player bottom nest, hits him in the toes. A nice quick scope there. Very tough angle. His teammate struggling to get that kill back. Carbine, unfortunately, bullets plays the situation slightly poorly back here. That player being no shield. He went for the no scope instead of just pulling out his pistol and helping his teammate. And because of it, loses his life. A mistake, but you can afford to make mistakes when you're up 17.
What can he do with the remaining ammo? Apparently put it to use. 2 bullets. There you go. 2 bullets, 2 kills. Love to see it out of Orzi, who did get his face ripped off 3 times in a row earlier. He definitely wants to return the favor. We'll see more out of him, maybe. If he can get this melee, looks like he won't. Roche will take him in a double there. Camo now up. And I think the last camo of the game at this point. We'll see if it's at least burned. Sefstar's going to try to get a piece on it. Shots into Roche, and he will manage to do so. But at this point, I don't feel like a comeback is possible, Wes, unless we see something crazy.
No, I think it'd be a miracle for a comeback from Void at this point in time. Fire and Ice look too good, too focused right now, too dominant individually to be losing this game. 43-29, a 14 kill lead. Make it 13, so we're seeing Void with signs of life, but it feels like it's too little too late, as at this point they got to play virtually perfect Halo, and unfortunately trades continue to come in from both sides, and trades only benefit the team up 14 in these Slayers in this type of situation. So Fire and Ice reaping all the benefits of this damage.
No fear getting right up close on the side of Fire and Ice. They're just getting right up into them, so they ensure that at the very least they get a trade and just kind of screw up any opportunity for map control Void would have here. 3 kills left to close it. Magico, maybe he'll be the one to do it. You got Roche bullet on the feed, pop it off. Magico with a split spawner, he'll destroy Zarak there. No chance for the man. Just one more kill to close it. We'll see who gets it. Spawners up a nest. Magico on a kill race to do it. Looks like Roche was the one to get it for a 50-35 close, a 2-0 in the series, and Fire and Ice will close out strong despite the shaky start. Fire and Ice are looking good, coming through losers.
Yeah, very well played by Fire and Ice there. As that series started, we wondered if Void was really going to be able to compete with the likes, and in game 1, they almost won outright. They were up 2-0. But then all of a sudden, something in Fire and Ice clicked, that resiliency we speak of. And all of a sudden, the individual players started all making plays. And when that starts happening, good things, obviously, are what the benefits. And you reap the rewards. You come back down 0-2 in a flag game. And that kind of momentum shift, losing a game like that, that's heartbreaking if you're on the side of Void. Going into game 2, it was pretty much all Fire and Ice. And that's what you kind of expect, especially after losing that game 1. Unfortunately, Void's road is going to end here. They had a great showing today, so congratulations to those guys. Hope to see them continue to compete, continue to build on what they have, because upsets are possible, right? And they proved that here once again today. As for Fire and Ice, we're going to continue to see them going further and further into that losers bracket, potentially making it all the way back to gain revenge against PK. But we're going to throw it over to Yeso now to break down the stats of that last series.
Thank you, Clutch. And Fire and Ice move on. Void looked good in their last series. Started this one off strong, but Fire and Ice too good to let this one get away from them. They come back in game number 1, take the win, take game 2, and now move on. And we have our top 3 now. We got PK, Business, and Fire and Ice. And honestly, looking at this bracket at the top of the day, if I had to predict a top 3, it would be these 3 squads. So I'm not entirely surprised that the order may be a little different than I would have predicted. But let's get into the stats for this series before we get to a quick break as we get ready for our final 2 matchups of the day, folks. We've got losers finals coming up between Business and Fire and Ice. The winner will go on to Grands to face off against PK. So we started on CTF on Truth, and this was a game that Fire and Ice got behind early, down 2-0 to Void. They were able to bring things back. Let's go to the Slayer stats. Roche there with 2 big caps for the squad. Magico leading the way in the frag department, 22 kills and 9 assists, but everybody showing up very, very good on the side of Fire and Ice, a big key part of that comeback. Meanwhile, Lure on the other side leading in the frags for the side of Void, 20 kills there, along with 11 assists. Really nothing to complain about here for the side of Void. They just weren't able to get that final cap to close the game. They didn't have that killer instinct. And interestingly enough, this is kind of what we saw from them in their previous series against Nextx. They weren't able to close that one. Now, granted, it ended up going the distance, and they were able to hold on to their lead at 2-1 to win CTF in that previous series. And this time around, their inability to get that third cap comes back to bite them here as Fire and Ice come charging back and take the win at game 1. Let's go a quick peek at the last bit of stats here for game number 1, then we'll jump to game number 2. And there you have it. Look at Luna. 3,200 damage in that game. Real good showing. As again I mentioned, Fire and Ice just top to bottom showing up here today, taking care of business. Magico leading the way in the accuracy department for that side, 58.5%. Love to see that. And that is Fire and Ice taking game number 1. Now let's go to game 2 here. And this is where Fire and Ice really hit their stride. They started off slow, but they build momentum in the end of game 1, carry it into game number 2, and it shows on the scoreboard. Rorsch leading this time as well, 15 kills, everybody up in the double digits, which you absolutely love to see. And only one player in double digits for deaths, so really, really good. Meanwhile, on the side of Void, Sepstars, honestly a strong showing of 15 kills. Just a singular assist just shows that the teamwork just really wasn't entirely there here. And Slayer and a 50-35 scoreline is a tough pill to swallow here to end your day, especially with Void. You know, I mentioned at the end of our last series, they were one series away from jumping into the top 3, getting into the money. And sadly, they do fall short of that top 3 placing, finishing in 4th place. Fire and Ice here with a big win. Let's go to the last page of stats before we get ready for this break, folks. Rorsch with the 10.0 KDA. Absolutely love to see it. Good damage from everybody on the team. Void with a couple of players below that 50% threshold in accuracy is going to be a little tough. Got to make sure you're hitting those shots here, especially in Slayer when the kills matter the most. Fire and Ice now move on. And we're set up for a very interesting storyline here, because a week ago it was Fire and Ice sitting in grand finals, waiting to see if PK would earn that rematch, and Fire and Ice ended up taking them down even when they did get through to grand finals. Now it's a bit of a reverse. PK waiting in grands to see if Fire and Ice can get there to get that rematch. A week ago, I wasn't necessarily feeling hot for PK going into losers finals, but they proved me wrong and went into grands. Fire and Ice this time around, I think it's going to be a tough matchup. Business is really good. They're looking strong, but can Fire and Ice do it? Who knows? We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our losers finals here, folks, down to the top 3. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Eat, Speak, Compete.
Eat, speak, compete.
Yes.
Name, incredible. Logo, even better.
I'm your host, as always, Yeso, joined by my co-host, Luke Shimoni. Brew.
There's a lot to unpack there. I don't even know where to start.
If one of the North American teams doesn't win, their 2021 season is done. I got my fingers crossed. I think you got this. Let's turn more towards the competitive side. They finished strong.
They were like 35-2.
They finished strong. They looked.
If the only intent is, hey, let's make this game as esports as possible, then sure, but that's never going to be what Nintendo does.
And I'm very curious to see what kind of their first take on what a Valorant World Championship should look like.
Dang. That's super fun sounding.
Yeah, I think it's going to go.
That sounds super fun. I think that's like the
And we're back once again with Esports Arena, and only 3 teams left in this tournament. We are down to the end of the show, the end of the road here. Everyone's in the money. It's just a matter of who's going to get a larger share, who's going to get the bragging rights at the end of this. Of course, Fire and Ice, they came out pretty strong in their last series, but they got to take out Business in losers finals. Business, we thought, would win on winner's side, but they got completely turned around and upset. Now they're sitting here in losers finals, but they're sitting here, I want to say, kind of distraught, kind of annoyed, kind of, they feel like they deserve to win on the winner's side. So I figure they're going to be fighting through this one with a vengeance.
Yeah, I expect Business to come out swinging heavy, right? But Fire and Ice, I mean, what they just showed us is a dominant performance, right? And I think that they can continue to push. And they can go back-to-back in these Esports Arena tournaments. They've won last weekend outright. And they're going to show Business and push them to their limits, right? I think, like, if we're going to compare Fire and Ice and PK to Business, I think that, like, yes, Business will probably list as the favorites, but that doesn't mean that they're going to win every tournament. Like, that doesn't mean that they're not capable of being upset by these teams. Business needs to come out and play much more sound, efficient Halo than they did in winner's bracket. If they want to advance from the losers finals and make it back and have an opportunity to go again against PK.
They had their efficiency in game 1, but something slipped in game 2 in that clutch in the end, and they couldn't quite keep it going by the time game 3 rolled around. So like you said, they got to have a different game plan coming into this one. We got to see that coordination and momentum carry through the entire series here. And Fire and Ice is a strong competitor that they haven't faced yet. I don't think they went up against them because Fire and Ice was taken out by PK. So this could be a real surprise, a hell of a whirlwind for us, and very curious to see how it shakes up. Of course, Stronghold's Plaza to kick it off. Envor, who wants this shotgun, is not going to get it. Bullet's going to lock it down in the yard to start.
Yeah, good job by Bullet to get that free kill on Envor. Envor sleeping at the wheel right there. Thought that he could go for that for free and just get out with his life. Unfortunately, Bullet had the shots to take him down. Does look like they're going to lose bottom mid, though. So Bullet playing the situation a little bit too slow for my liking. But he's able to pressure it as soon as it's capped, find the kill, jump in it. And now 3 players from Business look like they're about to contest bottom middle. So it's going to be up to Fire and Ice to back up Bullet here. And they're there to do so. They get the Stronghold transferred. And unfortunately, bottom mid, once again, being hopped in. As soon as it's transferred, could potentially swing it back in favor of the Business, as we see Septify find one, but unfortunately he also finds a shotgun to the face, and with it loses his life. The reset comes in bottom mid, and the rest of Fire and Ice is here to party.
The party started bottom mid for sure. Looks like they're dropping left and right though, so Fire and Ice going to come out on top of this one, at least temporarily. Magico not even bothering to move. He's got a good perch up here on top yellow. He'll stay there. Rorsch with the shotgun as well. That'll hurt. And maybe going to get the reset on bottom mid. Just needs to find Slays first. I like this rotation here. Nice little flank. Plays it patient. Just destroys CC as a result. Gets the shotgun. And maybe a collection of kills here if he plays it carefully. Magico going to continue to back out. They hold on to the 2-cap here. Magico whiffing the shotgun. At the very least, we'll take it off the map here. But we might see Business collect bottom mid unless Fire and Ice can continue to keep up the trades.
You see Business transfer it over, and a phenomenal job by them. They've stopped the bleeding for now. They've started scoring in their favor. They've got Nest and bottom mid control, which are the 2 strongholds you want, right? Now they got to defend them off. Bullet with a nice little cheeky flank here. Finds an easy kill. There's 2 dead for Business as they get a 3rd player down dip. Currently, Envor gets knocked to no shield, and Camo still sitting up. Bullet gonna go for it. Gets knocked to no shield. Lives. And that's a huge job by Bullet to stay alive here. Now, although he doesn't have bottom mid control, if he's able to make a play with this Camo, he's going to be able to open up the map for his team. But unfortunately, he's got players left, right, and center of him. Does find a melee. Somehow gets out of dodge with that Camo. Want to see him hop in bottom mid, potentially start this Stronghold transfer over. Does get another player weak and immediately does so. So I love this play by Bullet. And that's kind of a blunder by Business to get all those kills but not be able to secure that Camo. You got to prioritize power-ups even if you're the better team. You cannot afford for Bullet to be like creating so much power on the map right now and presence on the map with this Camo.
Bullet right now does get taken out and dip. That's going to give this red team an opportunity to get back into the pit for the cap. Septify with a big pickup. On the Pelu, spawners up, coming out of Tram here. Talik about to face 3 of them. Look at that. Just trading out left and right. Now Septify's going to have to turn to meet the challenge here. Big pickup if you can get it, but that delay, perfect. Just in time to get bottom mid. Magico could not slide in quickly enough, and now they're dying for that decision as well. Envoy with a nice little double. They've got inside map here. Yard still under control by Blue, but Blue going to have to pick up some Slays if they want a chance to get back into center, and it looks like Slays is not going to come to them quite yet. They're all dying.
Business starting to get the Slays they need in order to take over this game. The trip cap is in effect. You see Fire and Ice is going to opt to go towards Nest right now. They lose 1, they lose 2. Talik gets the first. Envoy finds the second. Envoy with some help from above. Blue finds the 3rd kill on the Fire and Ice, and with that, the Slays get reset. Nest still in their favor. The trip cap still in effect, and now momentum certainly starting to swing in Business's favor as finally the trip cap gets stopped. The pressure on the Yard just wasn't quick enough, but Business still happy with the lead they have and control of Nest and Basement all the same.
Looks like the stocks are rising in Plaza currently. Did they get away with camo? I don't think they did, though. It's still going to be up there potentially on top mid. Big pickup out of Pelu. He'll get the reset on the Yard and collect the shotgun. What can he do, though? Envoy with the defense on the loop already. Nice shots to rip the shields. Doesn't get the finish. And then Envoy. That was ballsy, but beautiful, right? Getting him to throw a nade there and then rechow with the headshot. Cleans him up. Little plays like that will allow Business to continue to inch away with their advantage and keep Rorsch on the back foot here. He does take 1, but the Nest still controlled, along with Pitt, making it very difficult for Fire and Ice to get anything started here.
Yeah, phenomenal job so far from Business in the second half of this game, 66-34. But Fire and Ice, they get a couple of slays, they get bottom mid control. It's just a matter of how long can they keep it, can they get some kills now that they have control, because that's something that they've struggled to do here for the past few minutes. Unfortunately, Bullet, he gets overwhelmed by multiple players and a shotgun to his face. So that shotgun, you don't typically see it play a large story a lot of the time in this map mode combo, but man, has it been efficient and effective so far throughout this game.
Speaking of efficient and effective, Talik, complete nuisance up on light rifle here. He does get his shields back and a reach out bullet for the kill. Spawners up on Cafe. They're going to have to pour out. They're running out of time here. And they're losing their Yard as well for a trip cap. We got 1 down bottom. Talik just deletes him immediately. He does die, though. Trip cap still on board here, so points quickly going in the favor of Business here. And Fire and Ice, they got to move. They got to move faster. They will get Yard. They'll get up the top yellow, but Septify, he's so ready. Pressure already in pit. Can they stop the pit before the return here? Fire and Ice, looks like they'll get away with it, but Business focusing on Slays instead, and that might turn out to work for them if they get it. Triple team out in the dip. At the very least, they'll delete Septify. CC waiting above. And you get Pelu. A big pickup on Pelu. He does die shortly after. And it looks like Envoys are already starting to get into pit here. Does wisely back down. Fire and Ice, they might be able to turn this, and we'll see if they can hold control.
Envoy challenging the world with no shields. Doubles back, finds the easy kill on the Magico. A second kill in the kill feed. 3 dead for Fire and Ice, and that's going to be the pit controlled for Business. It looks like they went for Nest as well, and they're going to have complete inside control of the map as they flip it. They go back into Yard. I love this push by Envoy. Unfortunately, he loses his life to a nade, but the pressure that Fire and Ice feels right now and the force to go back to Yard to just keep control of the one stronghold you have when you're down 88-55, that is troublesome, right? You got to figure out a way to play aggressive, but that's not what the Business is letting you do. They're forcing you to play on your back feet, and because of it, you're going to see 91-55 and counting. Beautiful shots from Septify, beautiful rotations from him as well. They're going to go into Yard, take that, and if Septify can get them out of Nest for a little bit, they're going to be in a beautiful spot, and unfortunately for him, he doesn't even have to do that because CC found the kill.
Septify's going to find one as well. That will close the game. I don't see anyone in any cap at this point. 99 now 100-55 at a Business to close game 1 strong. They're just looking better right now, Wes. Unless we see something big out of Fire and Ice, I do not see this series turning in any way.
No, I think that game is a nutshell of what we're going to see throughout this series. Business started off slow. Fire and Ice showed some life, but then the Business got things rolling. and started to really establish dominance with the individual plays that they were able to make. Just kills across the board from one-on-one battles. I think like that onboard challenge loop really just showed you how confident these guys are playing against Fire and Ice, and why they're so comfortable in this situation. They know they've been here, they've done that, they've beaten the Sentinels of the world. So when they play against someone like Fire and Ice, they feel zero intimidation factor. And when you're able to play with that kind of confidence, your gameplay is going to, like a lot of the times your gameplay, as long as you don't get lazy, is going to start to shine. And we saw that in the second half of that game. Depending on what game 2 is, we could see the business take this series very easily in a 2-0 form. But we always talk about the resiliency of Fire and Ice. And we always talk about when you think they're out and they're done and they don't have what it takes to come back, they figure out a way to be a thorn in the side of the enemy team and figure out a way to close the series. So I'm not going to count Fire and Ice out just yet, but what we just saw from the business is the momentum and the play that I expected to see out of them earlier in the tournament. And the fact that they've reached that point now makes me think that they're going to make a real shot at winning this whole thing.
It seems that way. The one parallel I'll draw, though, is in Winterside, they beat PK in game 1 in the same type of fashion. I think it was a 3-0 in CTF to win it. And then all of a sudden, in the very end of game 2, PK showed the signs of life that they couldn't recover, that, was a business, couldn't recover from by game 3. So Fire and Ice, of course, still have a shot. They got to do it in the Slayer, I believe. It'll be a Truth Slayer. That's what my format says. It could be either Truth Slayer or CTF Kali. And here it is on screen. It is Truth Slayer. If PK can do it, I believe Fire and Ice can do so as well. But they got to clutch up in this game to get anything started here.
It starts with a few kills, and already they have a nice lead. It looks like they won the battle for camo. It is going to be Luna that got it. The Pelu, he's going to have this camo in his hands, I believe. But can he get out of Pink 1? The answer looks like it's going to be no. He's getting swarmed, and unfortunately he loses his life, but you did see Fire and Ice able to trade out a few kills in favor of him. So a 6-3 lead with camo wiped off the map, but map control early goes to Fire and Ice, so we're going to see what they're able to do with it.
Magico just sneaking under blue. Does drop a nade into the attic above, and it kills Septify. You gotta love it. He'll make his way out the car here. Got a teammate with him for a nice little double cross. There's somebody waiting in the bubble, though. I like that play to not show face until the very end. Ensure that he gets a kill. Envoy going to come back now to help out. Spawner's up on blue side. He'll put shots into pink. Got a teammate to likely clean that up as he wraps into blue here. And look at the double stack in the attic here. Envoy was not ready for that second player to trade out and come take his place. And that kept them alive, and that kept their control as well as Septify does break the control a little bit and slow him down. But Fire and Ice, they're trading blows here and holding on to a small lead.
Yeah, trying to stay in this series, something that they're so good at, the resiliency, and we're seeing that shine here in game 2 early. Just a matter of can the business find their footing and start winning some individual pivotal one-on-ones. You see a nice kill from CC under the base there. Keeps map control for his team over here. Red. The game all of a sudden gets tied up across the map. Talik finds 2 in the kill feed, and even though this is just a 1-kill game, I just have that feeling that momentum can switch to the business in just a set of slays. So I want to see Fire and Ice have a lead and continue that lead, because the closer this game gets towards the end, I worry about Fire and Ice's opportunity to close it out.
We saw it with Nextx. Nextx was able to hold on against business on this map, and they did so with a comfortable lead. And right now, just 3 kills is not a lot. Things could change very quickly. This camo will be very helpful. You can see they got that full pink side controlled down. Septify, not really an option to chow through. Envoy does pick up a kill. I think they did the ammo, though, so that's huge. Still down by 3, 2 in blue base here. So Septify, I like this play. He's playing it slow. They haven't seen him yet. Just going to make his way for the flank under blue. If he can pace this out and wait for his teammates to shoot first and then join in. It looks like his teammates, no hesitation, will dive into red base and maybe isolate him out of the fight. Your Magico putting great shots in. Bullet will trade out the kill. That puts them up to 6, and that's the kind of cushion you want to see for Fire and Ice if they're going to pull away here.
That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Fire and Ice fan or a LATAM fan in general. You wanted to see Fire and Ice get this comfortable lead to play with, because on a map like Truth, no power weapons in a sense, just a camo to worry about. It's very difficult to have a ton of kills spiral in your favor, but we've seen Fire and Ice just now do that in order to build this lead. So very good job by them to somehow find a way to extend this lead, to be able to play comfortably from this lead, because the closer this game was going to be, like we talked, Business was going to have a real opportunity to take this thing. Now all of a sudden a few kills come in favor of Business, and the lead just dwindled down to 4. So you got to be careful if you're firing ice, because they're starting to play a little bit too loose, a little bit too reckless, and the trades are not coming through.
Business bringing this back again. Envor right behind Bullet. That's one. Looking for Rorsch for a second here. Rorsch wants a piece of it, but doesn't see Talik behind him. So great little pinch, bringing it down to a 2-kill deficit. Envor will continue through blue base. Remaining 2 players up in pink. Another pinch coming in, but CC drops early, and that's a good opening for Fire and Ice to maybe break through, get some crucial trades here. Look at this, the team cross. Envor with not many options will fly through pink here. Player out front. Envor getting tagged up left and right, trying to live. Teammates will do what they can to at least pick up the pieces here, still holding on to a 3-kill advantage on the side of Fire and Ice, and Rorsch, he'll drop. Not able to get the stick. Camo about to spawn as well, and the camo that will shift the momentum of the game if someone breaks away clean. Right now, Business seem to be breaking away with pink side here. CC, huge kill. Drops down to P1. Camo does get burned, but they've just about tied the game with this play.
They kept it within striking distance, and that's what you want, especially after the lead that we saw Fire and Ice jump out to. You wanted to see Business crawl back into this if you're a Business fan. You wanted to see how they were going to be able to get this game within striking distance towards the end. It's just over the 30-kill mark, so they still have plenty of time to create this actual comeback, and they find 1 kill car 1, they find another kill car 2, and that's a beautiful job by CC with the Clamber up. And kills across the map. Septify, Talik, they all find 1. Fire and Ice unable to get a single kill throughout that exchange. And with a 34-32 lead, all of a sudden the Business, with map control, really have an opportunity here to close the door in this series and get Fire and Ice the hell out of this tournament.
Yeah, we're starting to get late in the second half of the game here, and Fire and Ice start to fall behind. That was a beautiful nade out of CC. Banks twice off the shoulder and blows up right in front of that player. CC now not going to let up. Going to fly up into spawns here. Got a teammate to trade out with him. And look at Rorsch just getting isolated because of that. Good melee to at least trade it, but a 4-kill advantage and maybe more with Talik here cleaning up. Another will dive forward. The pink dodging nades as he does it. Envor with a pickup. And all of a sudden, they're really starting to extend this lead in the final 8 kills of the game here. Now 42. Beautiful shots into the window. Talik almost lives, but a split spawner in blue will delete him. Fire and Ice, is there a chance? It's just not looking like it was Septify making this play.
Yeah, it would have to be a miracle at this point, the way the Business has been playing the second half. If you remember, it was 32-30. Fire and Ice, and ever since then, Business has really been able to take control of these gunfights, really been able to come out advantageous in every one of these situations. All of a sudden, Pelu finds 2 in the kill feed, and for the first time, Fire and Ice in this second half feel like they've got their feet on the ground and they're able to play. They do probably have a camo in their hands from the looks of it. Yes, it's going to be Seb right there that has it, but he's in a very tough position. Damn. He's actually immediately taken down, so camo no problem. For the boys on the Business, 47-42, they find 3 straight kills to extend that lead right back to 5. And this is going to be blood in the water right here. Sharks flooding in from pink side blue, from car side blue, and just 1 kill to go for the Business to find themselves back in the finals.
Fire and Ice, they kept it close, but it just wasn't enough. I don't see this comeback happen in just 1 kill to do it. Who will be the one to get it? They're stuck in blue base, and it looks like it is going to go to Septify for a 50-45 close in a game 2 and a clean sweep for the series to bring Business back in the grand finals.
I think we both knew that the Business was going to make their way back into the finals when we saw them losing winners. It's just a matter of, can they get the job done against PK this time around? It's going to be an exciting match. We got 2 teams that have been playing very good Halo. Business probably thinks that they shouldn't have had to go through that loser's bracket run, considering they played fairly well in that winner's bracket against PK. But PK able to somehow beat them in that first series. Is that magic going to rear its head again here in the finals? We'll have to wait and find out.
Despite the winner's side advantage for PK, with these best-of-3 series, things could change very quickly. We could see these series, finish, of course, in just a matter of 4 games. So anything can happen. It's going to be a hell of a finals, and I can't wait to see it. In the meantime, Yeso, give us a breakdown on the stats before we jump in.
Big win there for business as they take out Fire and Ice, and the repeat will not happen this week. Fire and Ice out in third place. Still a very good showing, something that they could be proud of, but I think they're certainly going to be disappointed that they weren't able to get back and have a shot at revenge at PK and Grands. At business, we'll move on. We're going to make this one quick because honestly, we've got grand finals on deck here, and I don't really want to waste any time, so we're not going to go through stats. I'm just going to want to talk about where we sit right now because you heard Clutch and Shotway talking about it a little bit there, that PK were able to make some clutch victories at the end of their series against Business. It was incredibly close, and it sets up what is a very interesting matchup here in Grands. Obviously, with the way double elimination works, just a single matchup victory for PK gives them the win, but we have to see Business. If they want to win it, they got to win back-to-back best of threes, and it's going to be a tough test. But honestly, with what I've seen so far and with what seems to be like a very consistent losers bracket buff, it hasn't necessarily consistently resulted in wins in grand finals for the teams coming out of losers. But what I have consistently seen is that, especially when we get those rematches in grand finals, the team coming from the losers bracket almost always plays better than they did the first time around against that squad. And when you look at how close that winners final was between PK and Business, I think Business is coming in really, really hot. I think they're going to be feeling really good about that matchup against Fire and Ice. I think they're going to be very hungry to try and get back a series from PK that they probably feel that, you know, they just let slip out of their hands or that PK just stole from them at the last moment. So this time around, I'm taking Business. It's obviously going to be tough. Of course, double elimination. They've got to win twice to do it. It's going to be a difficult test because PK has looked very good this week. But I'm taking Business here. I think they're going to do it. Scores, let's say 2-0 the first series, 2-1 in the second for Business. I think they do it. But I think this is going to be a fun matchup. We're obviously getting what is a very hype rematch of one of the, again, I mentioned it earlier, one of the closest best of threes we've ever watched in Microsoft Sunday history. So absolutely psyched that we get to see these teams duke it out one more time, and it's going to be fun. I want to hear your predictions in chat. Are you going with Business? Do you think PK takes it? Do we see the back-to-back LATAM champions, even if they're different teams? I do want to hear from you, but I'm certainly psyched about it. We've got Business, we've got PK, a bunch of cash on the line, so I'm going to give it back to the casters to get you ready for Grands.
All right. Thank you, Yeso. This is it. Time for Grands. Time to close the chapter on another ESA Sunday. And what a chapter it's been so far. PK, winner's side of grand finals. Business with a dominant losers finals to get back into Grands on losers side. And you know that they were slipping back on winners. Business, they want this bad. PK, let's see if they can hold on to their top spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a testament if they're able to close this tournament out, right? Because they've had to go through Fire and Ice. They've had to go through the Business once, beating the Business twice. It's going to be very, very difficult for them, but they've already done it, right? Like, so that's a notch, as like a void of confidence that's filled, right? So they know they have what it takes to get the job done. It's just a matter of executing it 2 times in one tournament. It's going to be easier said than done, obviously, but PK, rightfully so, is going to have 2 best of threes in order to close this thing out. The Business is going to have to win the first to reset the bracket, having come through losers bracket. They've had some opportunity to gain some momentum in that losers bracket. PK could be a little rusty. They haven't played in a little over an hour probably, so we're going to see what they're made of and if they're able to come out hot here early on in this finals.
I do expect PK to be well warmed up, ready for this. It's not too often we see them win ESA. They've done it a few times for sure, but definitely today seems like another great opportunity for them. They don't want to miss this with their winner's side advantage. Should be a hell of a series, Wes. Can't wait to get into it. Not 100% sure where we will be starting. It might be a CTF Fathom. And if so, that's going to be a hell of a brawl, especially considering just what we've seen today. And if it is CTF Fathom, interesting because Business dominated in this one last time on winner's side, and that's how they got their series started off on a great foot. So it could mean quite the momentum for them if it is.
Yeah, I think the business would be very happy to see a Fathom CTF to kick this one off, knowing that they took that game 3-0 in the winners bracket. It was the one game in the series they won, and PK, that's probably the one game type you don't want to see at this point in time. You want to be able to keep that out of the rotation, because you felt the presence of the business throughout that game one. It was not close. It was
true.
not like PK didn't have many sense of life in that game. And I think business is going to be good at any CTF map. Just PK, we saw them win the Slayer and the Stronghold. So, and that's a winning recipe if you're able to consistently do that. But I want to see them have a stronger fight in that CTF game type against a team like Business, because Business plays CTFs at a very high level, right? Like, we see them compete with the Cloud9s and the Sentinels of the world. Like, in those CTFs, it's such a high level. And those are typically like some stronger game types for the better teams throughout the history of Halo. So if you're able to compete in the CTFs, that means you belong in the series a lot of the time. And you want to see PK find a way to play stronger in those CTFs, because we know they have what it takes to close out the other two.
We've seen it before. We saw it last week with PK. They had a great, or maybe not last week, but obviously we've seen it many times before with PK. This is kind of a rock star roster representing the Latin American players. On the other side, you got Business, of course, on the come up still, but have proven themselves time and time again through the Flyers roster, and Talik through KCP. Putting them together, you expect this to be a dream scenario. It's just about, tying up the loose ends, making sure everything comes together and clutches up when it needs to in these pivotal final games here. They don't have any more opportunities, especially on loser's side here. They can't afford to go down and lose that momentum. It's going to give PK the confidence they need to get things going. We've seen it many times. Even though you're on that winner side, you lose that first game, it's a blow to the confidence. Things can fall apart. Even with the best teams in the world, last week or a couple weeks ago when we saw Trippy and team just completely kind of lose out on their winner's side. This might be different. It is CTF. It is Untruth. And we're going to start with Tapping. It looks like he's already back down 2 and wants to get out with Camo. He might just do that.
Looks like he does get out with Camo. Does have a player that's full in front of his base to try and create some pressure. And that player in Envoy actually makes the play of the game already to take him down, stop anything Tapping potentially had in mind as far as getting a successful opportunity with that Camo. Gambino finds 2 in the kill feed and stops this flag run from being a realistic possibility. And all the way across the map, it's Atso getting the flag of his own pulled. 2 members already dead for the Business, and already I think we're going to see the first flag punched in, and it's going to be the side of PK. So I said I wanted to see them step up in the CTFs and start to compete. That's how you do it. First minute of the game, you get the cap on board. You don't even need map control in a sense. It was a bit of an overextension from the Business and an OE position from Atso that secured his team that first cap, and a great round of slays. So PK already showing that they're here to play.
Yep. PK looking warm with a clean early run, less than a minute in, but of course, Business here to answer right back if they can get a flag of their own. I believe a split spawner out bottom base or pink side. That's Gambino, who is going to stop this run in his tracks. Nade into Talik. Talik just narrowly surviving. A big pickup. That's a reversal kill for Gambino and will slow this flag down than any potential to collect it. Gambino, can he do more? Loving the pressure out of him. They got a player push through pink side, though, to slow him down. Tapping, in the meantime, is rotated through, picked up flag, taking it out to pink street. Drift with a defensive position up on top mid. Hopefully we'll clean up the kill here, getting tagged left and right. He does get taken out, but takes one with him. Can they collect this flag, though? Still sits out in pink. Septify going to try to get to it, and he's getting melted back red. So interesting positioning of the PKs. They continuously flank and get bodies on this flag to collect it further.
Trying to get this flag across the map. They end up losing a few lives, so it's a 2-on-2 situation. Tapping can't quite go for it just yet. He knows that that player is under his base. Opts to drop down pink now for it. Does get the touch, but immediately gets taken down by 2 players pink side the Business's base, and Business trying to inch forward, trying to get this return, but Drift denying the pressure a little bit. Finds some good damage on the player pink too. Finds some more damage onto a player top middle, and unfortunately the return does come in. Septify with this Camo. Gonna try and play his life. Finds tapping buttons on the pink street. That's a huge kill to open up pink side of the map, but he got more information that a player overextended from car, and he sees these players can bubble going into the top of the base. He's got himself a huge flank if he plays this right.
Big opportunity for Septify. Lost his teammates, though. Open and kill. Will collect the flag. Going to take it through pink. No teammates left, so very tough situation for Septify. No more camo as well. How long can he delay is the question. He's got a teammate coming in the door. Dives in below. Big pickup. That's 2 dead. Still needs to defend here. 1 directly above. Gambino will try his hand. He will need to back off. Septify going to continue to nail his shots. Keep them back. Rotation comes out front base. Septify not going to have any of it. Takes it out through pink. Flankers already in red with the overextension here. Onboard CC. They pick up their kills. Septify in the last links in the end zone with this flag. You'll get it right in to tie our game.
1-1, the business answered back, and it wasn't too long on throughout the game clock that it took to for that to happen. I feel like at the blink of an eye, business can get a set of slays and end up getting your flag across the map. So you need to play it safe if you're PK, but you don't have that lead anymore to do so with. So you want to get some map control, because it feels like throughout the first half of this game so far, business has been in control a majority of the time. It was just that flukish kind of arrangement that allowed for PK to get that first cap on the board, where they had a little bit of an overextension from business. But 3 dead for PK to make it all 4 players spawning car side of the map. The flag is still in the base, so they have something to work with, but for how long is that going to be the question? Because right now we're seeing business lose 3 players again. So PK, somehow the players that spawned up on bubble, they made a play in order to get the business out of their base. Unfortunately, business not playing the most efficient Halo right there either, because when they get all 4 dead like that, you want to see that flag being pulled immediately, and nobody was in a position to do so.
Yeah, it was an interesting rotation at an onboard, because he had the opportunity to get up the top mid, but instead he rotated the car to cut off the car bubble spawn, but realized his team didn't cleanly pull that flag, so he came back and just spent a long period of time not in any gunfights. So it did kind of it was a mistimed, a little bit, uncoordinated opening that they had, and as a result, the pressure has been flipped and tapping. Yeah, he'll get in that base and pick up the flag, but he's not getting anywhere with it. We'll drop it down top red. Drift is up on pink to at least escort this flag pull out. Talik will try to get into this fight. He does have a teammate out on blue that can hopefully cross Talik. CC gonna get his hand in this fight. He dies. Not sure where he was shooting with the last 2 shots there, but Atso will take full advantage of the opportunity to take the flag up through P2. Safer run. I like this. No angles on him as he makes it out through. You got Envor out front, quickly deleted, and PK just seconds away from potentially bringing this to a 2-1 if they can get it out through this pink tunnel here. Nades coming in to deny it. Tapping Drift, 2 big pickups. I think that's just enough. Gambino's getting tagged, but he's made it far enough, I believe, to plant. Wait a sec! It sits beside the pedestal. Can they get it in? They'll fly in.
They're not going to get it.
Return, and somehow PK just a meter, not even a meter away from planting that. And it'll be completely shut down. Not only that, business, they are moving and grooving. They're going to make it through pink with this flag. And I think they got a reversal cap off this blunder.
Yeah, this counter cap is going to be punched in, and that's the mistake you make from running it in pink side the base. You want to be able to have your thrust to punch it in just like that. You can use slide and sprint to combo it as well, but when you try to walk it in like that, it's so risky from all the angles you're susceptible to. And that flag carrier getting killed just inches before the flag cap comes back to bite PK, and all of a sudden business have some momentum, start to roll. 2 dead, make it 3, last player alive car, and the flag being pulled. Actually, where did that flag carrier just die from? I guess it was car side of the base, but Super CC in perfect position to catch that flag, get it punched in. He's going to save his thrust for the last final cap to be punched in, and PK got off to an early lead in that game 1, but it was all business after that, and game 1 goes over to the business, looking to reset the finals bracket here with 1 more win in game 2.
Some nice slays and damage coming out of both sides. Great accuracy, too, out of the boys on PK. They're definitely fighting back, but, man, I love that relay at the very end there. Talik, he gets the flag just far enough, right? He gets melted by the car bubble spawner, dies, throws it out to pink, and CC waiting in the wing, collects it immediately, and just doesn't hesitate, right? He just takes it straight out through P1. It's that type of gameplay, like that type of timing, that allows these teams to get away with 2 flag caps back-to-back and gives even the best players no opening to really return favor. So just beautiful stuff out of business. It was definitely close. PK with an advantage, I would say, for the first half of the game as far as just objective efficiency goes. But Business, the moment they got efficient was the moment the game ended.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was a moment there with like probably 2 minutes left in the game where you felt the Business take control of the game, and ever since then they didn't look back. The slays were always in their favor. Everything was going right. They started to play efficient. There's a few lapses where you wanted to see them play a little bit more efficient, objective with the amount of slays that they were able to achieve. But I mean, overall, the job got done, and they are very confident going into a game 2. If you're PK, you need to figure out a way to extend this series and go take this to a game 3, because you don't want to get swept in the first series and then immediately have to replay it. Although PK, one of the most practiced teams that enter these esports arena tournaments, they've been there. They've been through it all, the ebbs and flows of a tournament. So they'll have what it takes to respond. We're going to see if that's what is in the plans for today, though. You want to see more out of Drift and tapping buttons, the two guys that seem to always step up when this team needs them most. This is one of those moments where they're going to need those guys at their best.
It could have been a very different game too, right? Like all that win was completely off of that one blunder in blue base where Gambino didn't get the flag in, right? He was like a meter away. Maybe if he just slow played it a little bit, right? Toss the flag through, make sure you got full shields, and then maybe just drop and thrust slide, like ensure it goes in. Because that one little blunder was kind of the reason why everything went the way it did, just crushed their momentum. So who knows? It could have been a very different game if that flag went in, and in a very different series. Hopefully PK doesn't let that bite them. And like you said, hopefully they're star players. Not that they're not all stars, but hopefully they really start to pop off and make some plays here, especially with Eden Strongholds when there's so much play-making opportunity.
All right, game 2 already underway. Eden Strongholds it is. Rockets in the hands of Septify. Control looking like it's going to be belonging to the Business early on. A nice stick from Drift to keep one player out of that stronghold, but unfortunately 3 players go down on both sides, and PK looking like they're going to be on their back feet early on here in this game 2, Xiaowei. What is it that they're going to have to do to turn this around? Because this Stronghold's 2 back-to-back objectives against a team like the Business. I feel like that's a very tough recipe to try and find success during.
They definitely need to flip this map right now, right? The catwalk nest control, ideal. That high ground positioning, so useful and oppressive. So spawning where they are, great opportunity here. If they can get their slays, get catwalk, they could definitely get something started. You can see this red team rotate over to Blue Bend in the meantime and pick up a free kill on tapping. So unfortunate timing on that rotation. They did manage to collect the 2 caps to, at the very least, hold on to some points here. But Septify already getting started on Nest. He will collect it. Spawner still coming up out of catwalk here, trying to put damage in. There's the melee underneath. Big pickup and an opportunity for PK once again in Nest, but maybe to trade it out with catwalk unless Drift has a big play planned here.
I'm not sure if there's a big play to be made, but staying alive is a big play in its own. Is able to get Nest control, but unfortunately Blue Bend transferred over towards Business as well. They're trying to hop in it, but he's going to be by himself over at Blue Bend. You want to get over there if you're Drift. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that quick enough, and because of it, he finds that his teammates died and 2 players are on his dead body. He finds one of them, but unfortunately, he goes down as well. So PK fighting for their advantage right now from the winner's bracket. It's looking ugly, it's looking bleak, and a trip cap to match with overshield rockets in hand. The Business starting to run away with this one already.
Yeah, Business got everything they needed here. And I love that rocket. Right in the Blue Band, waits for it, knows the spawners are coming up out of blue. Envoy, no hesitation. Looking for more here. Does get melted immediately. Looking like a Halo Infinite OS there with just how fast it was shredded. But still, they got the complete control. Exactly what they needed here. Talik, big death, though. And an opening maybe for PK. But all this time that's spent trying to get into these spots, get these lays, is just time ticking on this board here.
Time continues to tick in Business's favor. And Septify with this light rifle, he's just doing such a good job of staying alive. And I say that, and he doesn't see that player jump over his head. He gets taken out. And PK gonna look to push Nest. Nest does get transferred over right before the nades come through. Atso immediately hops in it. There's a player trying to push tower on him. Hits him with a good nade, but that player is still alive somehow. ends up finally going down to Gambino, but the damage was done from that player. The distraction was made. And they keep nest control theirs. Business doing such a good job of keeping this cat nest control for their team. 60 points to 14 already. I mean, this game's going by so quickly if you're PK. Just a few more lives is all you'll have in order to determine the outcome of this series.
Already getting dangerously close to a bracket reset, and that's the thing with these best of threes is they can go by so damn quick. Talik doesn't get blue bend. Big save out of PK as they hold on to what little points they currently have. Septify with the turret, he just doesn't stop shooting. Eventually it works, and he'll get that kill on Catwalk. They do have Red Nest. Needs a couple more slays for an opening here, and the timing is crucial. He does die. That's big at a PK. They might be able to get OS, and they might be able to get a little more, too, if they can take CC. Whiffed melee. The second one goes through, though. Atso with the Rockets. OS on the body of, I believe, Drift. So they just got, I think, everything. PK can completely flip the game if they play this well.
These Rockets could be huge. Halo 5 Rockets, very difficult to use and have success with at times, but the first one's going to make him an easy kill. They know they have to have this information that these players are over towards the catwalk, right? I think the business might be throwing them off with a little bit of change of pace, though. One player does hop into the catwalk. He gets some good damage. Red Nest looks like it's going to be at risk at this point in time. Some slays came in for PK. Can they get into Red Nest? Yes. CC's going to get double teamed here by the camo player. Drift finds 2, and this is beautifully done. The trip cap now in effect. So PK, when their backs are against the wall, the resiliency shows. Is this another opportunity they have to show how calm and collected this team can be when under the most pressure? I actually love that Atso's been able to play these situations so slowly. There is a player in the red. He's getting flanked. He has one more rocket in the chamber, doesn't he? I want to see him potentially use that to create another opening for his team. I could be wrong, though, but I'm fairly certain he still has this one rocket in his back pocket. He may have forgotten about it, though, but all the less, the damage being done with the pistol is enough to keep this trip cap under control. They've got the lead.
They might have this. They have quite a sharp change in momentum here, right? PK, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, trip cap, and it all comes off of that power up and power weapon control. You can spin the game on a dime here. 81 and counting as finally Business managed to get a side base here, but at what cost? They're trying to get into blue bend here. Drift already firing shots into bend and into catwalk. Talik with a big pickup, so the 2 cap, they'll hold on. Talik with a double. These are the plays you need to see to bounce back in this game. Talik starting to pop off just a little, doesn't clean it up. CC with it instead. He'll die up on top cat, though. PK still holding on to 2 caps. Septify needs to live, and a trade is not good enough, thankfully. CC is here to pick up the pieces and ensure that they at least get some semblance of control, but this is the final camo, final OS, and the OS already on the body of Gambino. Look at this, he's dead. Gambino flies out front red. At the very least, he's a distraction that gives PK temporary control, but you know what the Rockets do? Oh, they burn those. PK running through resources here, and it might bite them if Business claps back quickly enough.
Yeah, it looks like Business has dealt with the power-up situation and the power weapon situation as best they could. Is it enough to take this game, though? Because right now, they have to get back to Cat. They have to get back to Red Nest because 97 and counting, 98. It looks like they're hopping in Red Nest. There's multiple players in there. Can this player get there? The answer is no. And PK come back in game 2. When the deck was stacked against them, when they were down 30 to 40 points, they were able to flip the game, get some momentum, use some teamwork, and that momentum was real, right? You felt it. They got the trip cap, and they never looked back from that point on, and they were able to continue to snowball it. That's what PK has had to do in some of these games, and it's how can they possibly consistently create these great comebacks? And the resiliency, you can't preach it enough. It rears its ugly head once again, and they tie this series 1-1, and the Business has got to be kicking themselves for not resetting the bracket right then and there, because they know that this PK team did this to them in the winner's bracket.
Yep.
Where they sneaked by with a win in game 2, and then all of a sudden, game 3, something happens, and PK makes a play to end this series in their favor.
That's the thing. The fact that PK can do this in winners and then recreate it again in the loser side just makes me a believer now. PK sees clutch potential in Business time and time again. They're making these mistakes, even though they have these huge advantages in the beginning. They can't afford to do this. One more mistake like this, and that's a series over. And I'm starting to think PK might actually be able to close this one out strong. It's going to have to be on Rig Slayer But man, what a series of events, right? We kind of called it the moment that PK had that full control. And that's kind of how Eden works is if you can get rockets, you can get camo, you get OS, and you're a good team, then you do see a complete reversal in control. And it's just a matter of whether or not you can retaliate quick enough to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately for Business, they just weren't quite quick enough.
Yeah, Business just wasn't able to stop that snowball, right? Like that trip cap lasted way too long throughout that game. It was one thing for them to come back in that game. It was another thing for them to win by like 30 points almost. You needed to figure out a way to stop the momentum and put the brakes on the series and be able to slow it down and have an opportunity to respond. I mean, it's a major benefactor to PK that they were able to stop the Business from having that opportunity, though. So it's volumes both ways. It's the one team that has the snowball rolling against them has to figure out a way to stop that from having to slow it down. But then it's also the enemy team's job in PK to continue that aggression and to be aggressive and to continue to press the pedal to the metal where you can and push their advantage. And I feel like PK is so good at that. When they get that ball rolling, they can make it work and they can end games.
Damn.
Like, oh, okay, Septify. You want to talk about slowing down a snowball? A no-scope to the face can do that. So here we are in Game 3 of this series, 6-5. Septify with the snipe. He's popped up earlier in this tournament with the same weapon over on Coliseum. I expect him to land some big shots. He's already got one to his name. Let's see what he's able to do.
Ooh, does pop another into the body. Beautiful. My God, dude, you got to love the effortless reticle placement. That first shot for the head earlier, and then once again to get the body shot, snap into long haul so quickly, so efficiently. There's no hesitation. He knows exactly where to look, and then knows how to follow through when the opportunity presents itself. My God, 12-8 as a result of these plays. Spawners up on Bunker and Septify with yet another opportunity. And it looks like this one not going to go through either way. Well played with the snipe. He'll die for now, but the damage done early on, and we'll see if PK can close the distance.
Gambino on screen wisely backs down from that fight, understands that he's more likely to get double teamed than have teamwork in that situation. So I like his ability to understand that reposition. Camo coming up here in about 10 seconds. Everybody on the map's going to start focusing for it. So every kill right now really is going to change the tide for this camo battle. So I love this push by Gambino. He finds two, but unfortunately they lose the inside of the map and two of their teammates. And all of a sudden Onboard just gets away with
I love that.
this camo, but good aggression from PK to make sure he doesn't get away with that. I'm okay with losing two players to trade it out with a camo player at this point in the game. You want to make sure that camo doesn't heavily impact around the slays, and they were able to shut him down before he got out of dodge. So only losing a couple, but right now a 5-kill lead for Business is something to start to worry about if you're PK.
Yeah, it was some nice isolation, right? Gambino, knowing that player was weak, he knew that, like, he'd probably die, but just the fact that he dives over, still puts shots into the guy BR base, gets the melee in, the teammate picks up the kill, but it's just how efficient they are at doing as much damage as humanly possible just to close the gaps here, not to let Business pull away too far, too early on. And a good way to not allow that is to grab the sniper, which Gambino, speaking of Gambino, he's done it once again. We'll see what he can do here. 7 shots to his name. Nest side positioning. Just needs to line up a banger here. And right now he's going into center map, which is making me worry just a little bit. Gonna have to rotate this in a second, but he'll start by hitting Brain onto Envor. Looks for a second, almost connects, but drops it. That's a beautiful position on Nest. Does he play it, though? Tapping with a 5 on a CC. CC might have played that snipe, and we'll find out in just a second. You can see these boys in red are trying to get to Nest, making me think it's still there. Yeah, it's still there. Talik's got it.
Questionable positioning from Gambino there with that snipe. Now it's in the hands of Talik, and he's got control of Whitehall with the rest of his team. They know these players are back bunkers, so he's going to try and pressure. A nice body shot right there from him. It's going to help his team successfully push across the map. Tapping can't finish Talik, and because of it, the rest of the boys are going to be swarming onto him. They do end up taking that snipe out of his hands, but damage has already been done, boy. It is a 10-kill lead, 33-24, and PK is really having a hard time slowing this game down.
PK running out of opportunities to come back here. If they hit that 40-point mark with a 10-kill advantage, it's all but over. So that's a big 5. Big opening there for the blue team. They got to get more plays like this. They can't afford to drop, so Atso's going to do everything he can to dip out of this situation. Oh my God, hello. Just dives in his face in basement. So much pressure coming out of business. They got no worries whatsoever. 11 of 12 kill advantage, making me feel like this is all but over at this point, Wes.
It's looking like it's all she wrote, and we're going to have a reset of the finals here. The business is starting to wake up. The Slayers are what they're good at, and they're putting that to the test right now, showing us that this is the bread and butter of this team and has been all day, and they are rolling right now with aggression. Look at Tapping Buttons trying to fight for his life, trying to throw as many nades to stand off this push. But unfortunately, he's out of grenades, and at this point in time, the onslaught is real. He's got one more in the back pocket, apparently, but a trade when you're down 15 is not a winning recipe. Gambino by himself over here, back scatter shot, and he's going to find himself one kill. But like, he does get away with his life, but with 15 kills remaining, it's going to take that perfect halo we always reference. Cheeky little ledge. You never see this being used. I actually really like this. I didn't know this existed. I mean, it's 6 years into Halo 5, and I'm still learning. You love to see it. Talik finding himself a nice cheeky little kill from that ledge. Good shots. 2 more to go to reset this bracket. And you can see Talik and the boys are looking to just push.
It's ledges like that I hope to see a little bit more of in Infinite as well. Like little cheeky map knowledge moments where players get into good positions just for that first shot in an engagement, and Talik taking full advantage. You can actually shimmy all the way to the back and then jump right up to the wall there as well. Either way, as I'm talking about it, they're going to close out that game in a dominant fashion, 50-34, and reset the bracket. Business have brought this back to even. Winner takes all. Loser is done here in this next best of 3.
One more best of 3 to decide it all for today's tournament. And Business and PK, they've been duking it out for 2 best of 3s already so far today. The third one's going to decide who comes out on top. And PK, they got their hands full now that the Business has that momentum rolling in their favor coming out of that loser's bracket, resetting it in that third game. You want to see what this finals is going to uphold, but I mean, already we're going the distance. You know, this is what you want in the grand finals. You want both teams playing at such a high level. You want all the individuals to have an opportunity to shine. And so far, I mean, no disappointments there. The individual skill really starting to show its outclass here as we see the Business pushing PK to the limits.
Business had a dominant opening, and they closed out very strong, which is worrisome for PK. But PK definitely still have that potential. We've seen it now multiple times. The only issue is PK don't seem to ever start with the advantage, right? PK always seemed to close out on a deficit, come back, and kind of clutch up. Never are they kind of like dominant throughout the entirety of a game, which we've seen with Business now multiple times. So that's kind of the worry coming into this. Not really sure where they're going to take us on this reset, but of course, another best of 3 coming up here. And we'll see if PK's got anything left in the tank. They still got the opportunity. They can definitely do it, but we need to see that kind of relentless answer, I think, out of them in the early game rather than just the clutch factor in the late game.
Yeah, I think PK's got to find consistency, right? It's that lack of consistency, is those gaps of opportunity that we don't see from them that makes me worried about their future here in this series. It's when they can get things going, they're able to close these games out. They're able to beat a team like Business and anybody else in this tournament. But it's like you can't give the Business that many opportunities to have success, or eventually they're going to find the recipe to close the door. That's what we saw in the first series. And I feel like now that Business is confident, it could get ugly. But with PK always being the resilient team, it wouldn't shock me at all if we find ourselves here in another Game 3.
Let's see it. Eden Strongholds, our final series in the tournament, and we'll find out who's ready to pop off and take it all. Camo still sits up center here. Envor, he wants to get in that, but PK moving quick off the rip to collect Camo, and maybe a little more here. Drift, whoa, look at this dilemma though. Reminds me of Boo Boo Doo sitting in pit in the exact same spot back in 2016. Drift going to manage both situations, back him off, and a chance to cap.
Drift with this Camo. can be the player that decides the series, or at least gets PK off to the right start, right? It'd be so big for them after losing that first best of 3 to get off to the right start. No points being scored as of yet, but I love that Drift's opting to go help his teammate towards Nest. You want to see him do it a little bit quicker than what he's opting to do right now. With this camo, can't do too much, but I mean, team's already scoring, already the pressure's on. You see CC bottom middle, he's going to get traded out, and good damage from Drift here, just anchoring this Nest position as the rest of his team fights. Unfortunately, he's lost multiple members. He actually gets rocked by a great grenade. Is on a killing spree as he goes down bottom middle, but the bottom mid transfer over from Business was kind of too quick for comfort if you're PK, because when Drift's getting all these kills, having so much presence, you don't want to see map control being lost on the other side.
Oh. Gambino getting shut down, so does Tapping. This is an opening now for Business, despite their early points here. Wow! Cross-map bait, Protector Metal, and a double at Italic here as he launched one into S4. But look at this, dropping down below. Adso really wanted that kill. Wasn't there fast enough to reset Pit. Tapping quickly off of spawn, going to get back into Nest to at least defend and hold off what could be a very tricky situation for PK. Tapping needs this. He will get it. It wasn't easy. Somehow still alive. CC, okay, we'll kill him. That was looking a little nasty there for a second if Tapping pulled it out.
A huge one-on-one there for Tapping. The shot is starting to catch fire, and that's what Tapping can do best, is he can really separate himself with his individual skill when he's on fire. Camo gets burned top middle from Talik, and unfortunately that's going to be the grenades of Tapping. So right now PK rolling with a little bit of momentum. That was 3 dead for Business for a short second. Atso opting to pick up that light rifle. Is continuing to score bottom middle, and I love the pressure here from Driveway. It's going to be unexpected. An Envoy gets taken out from the side, and with it you see Atso applying so much pressure now, forcing Business to make a decision. What strongholds are they going to go for? They end up splitting up. Atso forced to leave yard, but transferring that over and forcing them to come back to yard to get control and having a trip cap for even just 10 seconds is so big, right? We already see this lead up to 30 points.
PK with a confident lead to start. This is exactly what I wanted to see pre-series. So PK following through, looking good here. 40 and counting with the points. Atso just locking down the light hall, but about to be locked down himself. Can't get a trade either. Unfortunate reload there. He will go down. PK Drift in position to at least hold on this defense. He's in a great spot too. Envor doesn't see him. Opening shots in. That's going to back down Envor, but 3 bodies here over in the loop, and he needs help. The flank comes in the pit. They'll dive in early. If they get their slays, Talik and team might be able to stop the bleeding here if he can, though. He dies and immediately, wait, they haven't done it. They still got pit. So Talik, despite jumping out, he got traded out with a teammate in a clutch play out of Business to hold on to control while Talik backed off.
PK sitting in a very comfortable position right now. Love tapping buttons, his movement right here. He knows that he's going to get double teamed from loop side of the map, so he wisely backs up. He's able to finish this kill on the light post right there. You don't see players play that light post like it's a pillar right there, but it was working out for Tog for a little bit. Although map control all in favor of Business right now, but Camo gets pulled. Camo gets, and he stays alive with it. A great job by PK to somehow secure that Camo, even though they don't really have a ton of control to work with. And this could open up the map very big for the boys in PK. They get the set of slays to pair with it. 3 go down for Business. You see Nest being transferred over. That's going to be Atso's job to try and go help knock that back out. And unfortunately, he has to trade double melees with Camo, and that's a big no-no for all you aspiring Camo players out there. You want to make sure that you don't trade melees there, because it's so easy, especially in a game like Halo 5, to just trade melees once that Camo player reveals himself with a melee in the first place, right? So unfortunate situations for the Camo player there, but you still have that 40-point lead you're able to play with here. Gambino confidently thrusts to the side, gets that kill. Vitalik applying this pressure, knowing that the players are spawning in blue, gets the information, able to just force PK to push back in the yard, not allow them to push down bottom middle. CC finds a kill in the kill feed that keeps the pressure on, and he can get this player out of Nest. That would be huge for the business to have the opportunity, but he wisely backs down from the fight. They keep bottom mid control, and now if they can trap these players over at Nest, they have a real opportunity to come back in this game.
Talik, I like this just decision making out of him to come up through, fire shots in Nest, to snap on to market to help a teammate, and then rotate spring jump up to Nest to get back in here, control it immediately. They got a trip cap here, so business starting to close this lead very quickly. Hey, they do have yard to start. Can they break out of this tricky situation here? They need to get Slay CC with an opening that puts them at a deficit. Trey does come in. Talik just stabilizing out here on to hold down the defense. It's PK, they're coming in hot. At the very least, he's got a teammate to trade out with. That camo should be up, or very shortly at least. Gambino not sure about the play to dive out the cafe, gets completely melted, leaves camo for free for Talik, and business, all of a sudden, what was a dominant lead for PK is no more.
Fighting back into this game, the business, just feel the momentum. Talik with such good positioning with this camo has every intention of resetting bottom mid with an easy kill from the BR. He's going to jump up top. I love this by him. Oh, just misses the jump barely, but it might work out in his favor. He gets some information that there's players pushing from loop. One falls bottom middle. This player has no idea that Talik still has camo. He actually is forced to back up towards the light rifle. Good damage from Talik, good spatial awareness from Talik to make sure he pushes him back. And this presence right here with this camo is unbelievable. This information that he has that this player is here. I mean, the fact that he's not even getting kills, but like he's keeping tabs on so many players, so many like of what PK is trying to do on the map. He's denying it so much just with his presence alone, and then all of a sudden he finds a kill. Super CC gets one Septify, gets another 3 go down for PK, and unless PK respond off their spawn quickly, this is going to be the game.
Oh no, you said deny. They're getting denied left and right. PK, they can't breathe, dying off a spawn immediately here. They will spawn up over on Tram's side here. Talik just going to turn and burn, tapping buttons. That's a nice little double team. And you can tell they're feeling themselves at this point. They're going to dive into yard. PK on the back foot here. They're getting doubled left and right. I think it's over. I don't see them doing anything here. They do spawn up on Nest side. We'll try to collect Nest, but a trip cap and points now bleed, and we'll try to take the fight. Gambino does manage to get to Nest. Can they get to pit? There's no dice. They'll die here. They got to dive in now or it's a GG, and it looks like it will be a GG here for PK, or for Business. Unless, yeah, there we go. Business going to close this one out 100-62. A back and forth game one with a hot start from PK, but this time they don't have the ice.
They do not have the ice to close it out, and you let Business come back in the series, and you can feel that momentum had shifted throughout that first series, and especially towards the end of that game 3. You feel it right back impactful here in game 1. PK got off to a good start, not a great start, and because of it, they left an opening for Business to take control and figure it out to get the job done. The last few camos going in the Business's favor really hurt PK's opportunity to really play around those power-ups and power weapons. They're going to need to do a much better job in game 2 to stay in this series, because the Business spell blood, and it is so obvious that they're confidently rolling, and when they're playing as like a wolf pack and sort of that aggression in game, I mean, it's difficult to deal with even if you're at PK's skill level.
Yeah, it got to be heartbreaking for PK. Starting off as strong as they did, they finally had, you know, that start that they were looking for with map control, with the power weapons, everything in their favor, but very quickly, Business were able to turn it around and completely dominate. That we could see that again in the following matches. I think it will be a Slayer Truth up next. We've seen Slayer Truth already with PK, and PK actually started with Regret. That was the game that they closed out with the clutch. So I want to say they can still do it. They've clutched out a Slayer before, but the previous Slayer on Rig was not pretty, right? It was like a 15 kill deficit when that one closed. All signs point to Business closing out this tournament here, unless PK can pull off some sort of whirlwind momentum string here.
I don't think it looks good. I think for PK to get back into this, like tapping and drift has just been so quiet, right? And it's not like they're playing bad, but like they're the difference makers, right? They're the guys that pop off. They're the guys that need to make plays. And unless we start seeing them make plays, it's going to be very difficult for them to get back in this game. 3 already dead for PK. And Septify doing such a good job of making his way into pink, anchoring for his team, and already he's got so much information. He's going to see these players car 1 backing up to red, and now you're going to see the business be in such a perfect position to stop these players from being able to exit red side of car. Already, Talik under the base finds 1. Super CC is able to create some pressure from car. Now you see Septify. He wants his hands in the mix. He loses his gunfight, but I would assume that kill gets transferred out. Yes, Talik finds 1. Gambino, he gets knocked to no shield, pinks out the base. Talik finds a 3rd over here at red. And, I mean, this is just, like, perfect Halo from a sense of, like, trapping them at one spot on the map. They let PK decide where PK was going to get trapped, is what just happened. Like, we watched it, like, take full form, and 4 go down again, 12-5. It's starting to get ugly. Business has all the momentum, all the map control to play with, and with it, they know exactly how to implement the strategy they want to end this series with.
Teamwork out of Business is looking very quick and very clean, and PK just haven't been able to meet it just yet, but they definitely can. Tapping with a opening 5-shot. 2 players just dogpile on that one poor guy in bottom blue there, and then they get a second as well while Tapping just watches all the action happen below. So a bit of an unfortunate circumstance there that he couldn't get an angle to help the fight. Instead, he gets a Randy stick day. That's lucky for the kill. That'll close the score just a little bit, but the gap looking quite wide right now, 17-8, as multiple pour into red here. Drift, Atso, they drop 2 to at least turn the favor, as Tapping is just waiting for Envor below, and there he is. Finally going to get up in here. Melee trade's coming in, but not what you want, right? You don't want to give up that attic, especially when the pressure's coming in from pink.
Not what you want at all, right? 20-12. You have to slow this game down. Someone's got to make a play. Atso all the way across top middle finds a kill into pink too, but him being no shield right now, knowing that there's a player coming across the map, he's in trouble. But tapping buttons, I believe, saves his life. A double kill in the kill feed from Tapping, so maybe Tapping was just able to make a play that can stop the momentum of Business for just a second. Let PK get on their feet and figure out a way to get a few unanswered kills. Unfortunately, Atso able to find 1, but as you see in the kill feed, 3 dead for PK once again. So trades consistently able to come through for the Business at this point. What PK had successfully going on in their favor in the winner's side was these trades weren't coming through from the Business, but all of a sudden the Business seems like their teamwork's a little bit more on point right now, and with that, their strategies, their aggression, and even like their opportunities as individuals is excelling because of it.
Yeah, the teamwork hitting different in this series for sure, and PK can't seem to close the distance here. Still a massive deficit they got to come back from. Gambino going to dive into red, right up into CC. Big kill. That's an opening. Player's still in red base. He's got Tapping and team are trying to pick him up, but Gambino can't hit a shot here, and he'll die to Talik. Unfortunate. Just was not ready for the fight. Talik not ready as he runs out of red base. Gets cleaned up. 8-kill deficit now. Envor and team going to dive into red, just pick up the 3. I want to say free kill onto Atso, who's being so difficult. Envor, I like the live, though. He doesn't get the kill, but he lives, and he comes back for the kill onto Tapping. That is some top player ability right there.
Yeah, because he lives, he's able to impact the next 2 fights, right? Like, that's so big that he doesn't over-challenge when he's no shield there. Envor showing you exactly why staying alive means you can have more impact immediately, especially in a game like Halo 5 where your shields come back so fast. Like, you're able to impact the game so quickly if you can just find a way to stay alive. And right now, the 11-kill lead, it's off the back of these smart decisions that these individual players are making. Septify on a killing spree, finds a double. Can he find the triple? Pink 2 misses the shot wide right, but teammates there to finish that kill off, and a 13-kill lead. The Business doesn't look like they have any plans of letting this one go. The aggression, the action, the impact, it's all here. And you see Envor flying under the base, finds an easy kill, and Envor doing it all right now.
Oh, that camo player, nice little back smack out of Drift, but I just think it won't be enough, right? The pressure too relentless. Drift dies shortly after. There's a 13-kill advantage, now 43. I mean, Tapping, he can try to get a kill. He's not even ready for this one. Septify. Well, Septify still loses it, though. Tapping with a hot reversal. He should have got a medal for that one. He doesn't get it, though. Either way, a 10-kill deficit. Just not looking good. Looking just about unwinnable. Though Tapping is playing pretty darn clean, I got to admit. Nice shots out of him. Atso with the cleanup. Got the teammate, the posse to work with him as he comes back through pink side, destroys Envor. Gonna rock Septify as well in just a second. If he doesn't back up, Septify getting right up in that. Drift with the kill onto him. quickly closing the score just a little bit. But at this point, it's too late, right? 40. I was saying, yeah, I thought they were. You know what? I can't do math. 47 to 37 is 10. Skill advantage, and or no to the trades, you're saying. Either way, it's over.
I mean, tapping feel like he's fighting a war right now with so many different battles that it feels like have gone out in his favor, but the score remained the same the entire time. Business was successfully trading kills the entire time we saw tapping dealing those damage, and because of it, they're going to take this grand finals reset 2-0 and call themselves the Esports Arena champions for the day. Tall, Acceptify, Envor, the boys were on fire. CC, I mean, ever since they got knocked in the losers bracket, they did not look back, and those guys really started to heat up. If you gave them 10 more games in this tournament, I would only imagine it would be more dominant performance from those guys because you could see the confidence rolling in, and the teamwork was there to match in that second series especially.
You're right. It felt like the gap was widening the longer the series went on. So Business, congratulations, are well-deserved champions of today. PK, of course, no slouch. They go out in second. Fire and Ice will take third place for everyone who's in the money today. But man, what an event, and what a back and forth kind of series we saw, like the exchanges between these players. It's something I'm going to miss about Halo 5 is just the sheer number of gunfights you can get into in quick succession, right? We saw that with tapping. Like you said, he's fighting an individual war because you're capable of that with the mechanics in Halo 5 to dip into one fight, dip out, get into another fight, get out. You know, it's so quick, so crazy. I'm going to miss that individual potential, but I'm sure we'll see something wild when Infinite does finally come around. Of course, we still got time to play the flight before we go. But before we do jump away, Wes, any final words on this one?
Yeah, love to see the LATAM scene continuing to play and compete strong. Two of the three top teams in this tournament, once again, from the LATAM scene. So big props to those guys for finding that level of consistency and being able to play at that level. I mean, the Business, those individuals, you guys starting to shine, love to see you guys continuing to compete in these tournaments because these repetitions, they will pay off in the long run. So I love to see those four players specifically taking advantage of that. And then we had some upsets along the way and some great talent. So a big shout out to the Void and those guys for playing at a new level of 4v4, I'd say, in a tournament atmosphere, creating an upset on Nextx, and hopefully we see more of them in the future and see what they're capable of, because it starts with one upset and then all of a sudden you're the favorite down the road. So enjoy your careers, keep pushing, and with Infinite right around the corner, every single one of these series could be the one that gets you noticed, could be the one that gets you to the next tier, to the next level, and onward and so forth. So if the dream is to be a pro player, you guys are headed in the right direction. Just make sure you keep working hard, find success, and be a professional. So, GG's to all.
GG's, and thank you, Wes, for joining me. Well said. And I agree. I wonder if they can hold on to this type of placement next week, because next week is going to be busy, right? The Infinite flights are done this weekend. Next week, probably the big guns, the top pros are going to come back in the fray here. And I wonder if this 2-week off period will benefit these guys on PK, on Fire and Ice, who have been really popping off in Business as well, the stars of the show today. Either way, great night tonight. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Make sure to be there next week. Until then, have a good night. And Yeso, I'll send it back to you. Close it out, buddy.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great work on the day. Please, everybody, clutch, Shyway. We always have Wine out here as well. The pros right there. Please make sure to give them some love. They crushed it on the cast today. Always a pleasure to listen to both of you. And what a finish there. Hats off to Business as they take out PK. They're able to get revenge for that winners finals loss. And you know what? The series scores may have been reversed, but I'm just going to pat myself on the back for that perfect call there, a 2-0 and a 2-1, and Business taking the win. And they were able to do, kind of what I highlighted before that series. And it's a lot of these teams from these losers bracket runs come in just stronger than they were prior. And Business able to lean on that momentum and take the win here against PK. So congratulations to them, big win. And like Shyway mentioned, obviously the last 2 weeks, due to the Halo Infinite multiplayer flight, a lot of the big guns out of the picture, and it's opened up some doors for these other squads to take a win. But now I'm very excited to see now if the big guns are going to come back next weekend, as we expect them to with no multiplayer flight. Can they keep this kind of form, and can they compete with the big boys? It's going to be a tough test. They have shown that they can perform when they're not around. Now we need to see them do the same when the best of the best are competing. So definitely hats off to business. Congratulations on the win. We'll see if they can make it maybe 2 in a row next weekend. Make sure to sign up if you guys want to compete. Matcherino.com/ESA to get in on next week's tournament. We're just 66 days from the release of Halo Infinite, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot wait. I'm so excited, but we still got more Halo 5 for you every single Sunday to keep you busy until we get there. That's going to be all for us. It was a pleasure to be here with all of you today. Hope you enjoyed the show as much as we did. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.